Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, June 22nd, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Hope you had a lovely weekend. If you were celebrating, hope you had a lovely Father's Day. What a time to be alive. Father's Day, the weather tremendous over the past couple of days here in New York. Not so much today, but over the past couple of days, tremendous. And I did hear some chatter that, I don't know if you've noticed, if you live around these parts, that for the last 2-3 years, it seemed to rain every single weekend during the spring-summer season. And this weekend it was, the complete opposite. And it has been suggested that the weather problems have been fixed, at least during the weekend, Saturday, Sunday stretch, as a result of the New York Knicks winning the 2026 NBA championship. This is what I'm trying to explain to you all. The city has been healed. Our hearts have been healed. Our wounds have been healed. I'm still riding high. I'm still feeling great. I did attempt, in case you're wondering, to attend the parade. I say attempt. I was in the vicinity. I woke up at about 5:45, left the house with my two sons at around 6:30, got to the city at around 7:15, 7:20, was worried about traffic, but all good. By the time we got to the city, there had already been some reports that the NYPD was shutting things down. It was getting a little tight, but we say, hey, no problem, we're going to walk. And I'll never forget, we parked around here. We parked around the studio here, and it's about a 30-minute walk to the actual, parade site, if you will. And it just kept, first there's 3 people wearing Knicks jerseys, and then it's 5, 15, 20, 100, and now you're just engulfed by Knicks fans. And I'll never forget the energy, the euphoria, the happiness, the excitement. No one was mad. Look at this scene right here. This is just a fraction. This is a sea of humanity in the heart of New York City. And we were nowhere near this because this is all on a street called Broadway here in New York. And we were 2 avenues over because the cops, they shut it all down. They didn't want it to get too tight. And there was one point where we're right next to the World Trade Center, and we're like sardines, jam-packed. We cannot move. And I'm holding my kids' hands, and I just start feeling something in my chest. And I'm like, you know what? We're not seeing anything here. This is pointless. So we make a right, and then we just walked all the way back up, got in the car. It hadn't even really kicked off. By the time we got back home, the speeches and all that hadn't started. And I will say this was probably my one not so great experience pertaining to this whole experience, but I'm not mad about it. I do genuinely think that they need to reconsider, they being the city of New York, this Canyon of Heroes nostalgia parade route concept. This is something that they did in the 20s and 30s and 40s and all that stuff, but it's all happening in the narrowest part of the city, all the way down south, and it's a 1-mile stretch. And it goes from Battery Park all the way at the bottom of Manhattan, all the way to City Hall, 1 mile. Most parade routes for major teams, 2, 3, 4 miles long in big parts of the city. When the Cubs won the World Series in 2016, it all culminated at that big park over there. What is it, Hyde Park? And there was thousands upon thousands of people there. This parade, tiny, tiny stretch, small streets, narrow streets, and it culminates at City Hall, ticketed event. Politicians are there, luminaries are there, 500 people are there. You could have culminated this. You could have had this go down Fifth Avenue and had it culminate in Central Park in front of thousands of people. It would have been unbelievable. Fifth Avenue hosts the Puerto Rican Day Parade, the Dominican Parade, the Israel Parade, the Chinese Parade. Every parade is on Fifth Avenue except for this one, the once-in-a-lifetime parade. Come on. You make it down Fifth Avenue, you culminate at Central Park, and it would have been amazing. Those were, look at these scenes. These scenes are surreal. I'm nitpicking to a degree, wanted to partake. I still can't believe these scenes are actual things that we just witnessed, that we've experienced. I'm not ready for the off-season draft. Look at this. Jalen, man of the people, gets off the float. People touch. Look at this. Doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. But I had a great time. It was great. I'll never forget the energy. I'll never forget the happiness. I'll never forget the excitement. It was amazing. I was unlucky. On Air Jordan has had one of the all-time great runs as of late. He got to go to Game 4. He got to see the parade. Like you were front row parade? Were you on one of the floats? Where were you?
I was invited, but I said, you know what? Let me stand 4 rows back, be with the people.
It's crazy.
I will say the craziest thing I saw was some people trying to get to work, and everyone's just like, "Bro, just take the day off." Guy next to me in his DMV sweater was like, "I'm not making it to the office." Takes off his jacket, throws on a Ewing jersey, and is just like, "I'm here for the day."
That's the right move. But you saw the whole thing, right?
Yeah, we were like right at the beginning. We're like really right where we saw them walking to get onto the floats. So
Incredible.
everyone's going nuts. Like Ewing's walking by, people are going nuts. You
Must
see
be
James
nice.
Dolan, yeah.
Wow,
It was nice. It was a great time.
Wow.
Actually, you were saying, a lot of people getting a little anxious. I also felt that way because I asked in the morning, I was like to my wife, like, "Do you want to just skip work and come?" She's like, "Way too many people." I didn't know what it looked like in that sea around that we were showing. I was like, "Oh, it's a lot of people. It's like 10, 12 rows back." I didn't know it was like that. If I had seen that, I would have turned around.
It was wild. I mean, look, we can nitpick the fact that they had Dylan Jones wearing, number 33 up there. We can nitpick the fact that more politicians spoke than actual players. We can nitpick the fact that, your mayor wanted to virtue signal to the people online by referencing Langston Galloway and Kristaps Porzingis and Tony Douglas. Why? I don't know. Well, I do know, but, let's not make it about that. Okay, Jordan, let's relax over there.
How about our guy, Novak?
Novak? He deserves to be on.
He was doing the discount double check, also taking pictures of us on the float.
Wow. Is this your own photo?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was close so I could see them pretty well.
Wow. That's mellow right there. Wow.
Yeah. Alan Houston went by at some point. My friend goes, "Wow, Alan Houston. What a good-looking guy that is."
He's phenomenal. Wow, must be nice. But I'm not upset. I'm not jealous in any way, shape, or form. The Knicks are champions. I still haven't gotten any of my merch, by the way. I'm like 4,500 in the hole. I've got nothing. I got one New Yorker magazine, and I think that's it. Actually, I haven't gotten a hat. I haven't gotten a shirt. I just got my Eastern Conference Finals shirt. Just got that. Unbelievable.
Slides are on the way, man. Don't worry.
Slides are on the way. $60. Can't wait. Gonna be lit. Happy Father's Day, by the way. To add to it, I think you just had your first Father's Day as well.
Yeah, it's been a great stretch, man.
Wow. First Father's Day. Knicks are champions. You're pretty much a part of the parade. You're at Game 4.
And on the card, my wife likes to hand draw cards. She draws them really well. Drew a Knicks logo on the front.
Wow.
Wrote in the card, "You're just like Jalen Brunson of our family, the MVP."
Wow. Did you guys see mine? I thought mine was pretty good. Anyone happen to see mine? No? I had one where it was like...
Yeah, I saw it, man. Yeah.
You guys saw it?
Steak rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. It was creative. Especially after like a week ago, you told us a story about how your kid loves cooking steaks.
Yeah, but that was my daughter who made that.
Oh.
Did you see it, Rick?
I did, yeah.
The different steaks,
The
and
different
then I'm the
temperatures,
rarest of them all. Then
Medium.
and then a friend of mine sent me a picture of the exact same card.
Oh.
Apparently this is like
In the class?
No, in Montreal. Like, your daughter made this, my daughter made this.
It's like a thing
Yeah.
with kids around.
Did
I
you
said-
confront Claire about it.
I said, Claire,
Plagiarism.
apparently this card isn't that rare. Get it?
Did you hand her
Yeah.
back something that had like the different temperatures?
No.
And it was
She laughed. But it was nice. Your Father's Day was good, Rick?
it was great.
Everyone had a good Father's Day?
Had a nice meal, celebrated.
I was in Philadelphia for a soccer tournament, but it was very nice. GC went all the way to Atlanta and didn't see a World Cup game.
Didn't see a World Cup game, but saw my dad, so it all worked out,
Wow. It's hard to stop that. It is hard to stop that. It's like the great Mike Breen said, life isn't perfect, but there are perfect moments.
Oh, I thought he said, "Boy, are these beignets good."
That's he did say that. So life is good. There's a flash flood that's about to hit New York City, but we are here. And can I just say, we have a tremendous stretch of shows coming up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. As far as guests are concerned, we're almost all booked up. Very rare that we're this booked up this early, but that is going to be amazing. I can't wait for today's show, tomorrow's show, Wednesday's show. Our channel has never been hotter. We've had an explosion. And we appreciate everyone who has subscribed, everyone who's watched, who's clicked, who's thumbs up, all that stuff and more. So thank you so much for that. We have a lot to get into. We have a lot to be thankful for. World Cup is well underway. The vibes are tremendous. And oh, by the way, 2 weeks from tomorrow, we're off to Las Vegas. And on July 10th, we're doing a live show right after the weigh-ins, night before the Conor McGregor card. What is it, 329? Yeah, 329.
Yep.
Myself and Demetrius Johnson, limited tickets. They haven't gone on sale just yet, haven't been made public just yet, but they will in the coming days. So please put that on your itinerary. The whole gang will be there. It's going to be a grand old time. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We are all very grateful and thankful and excited about what is to come. Let me tell you about today's program. Back end of the show, one of the best broadcasters right here in the United States of America. He's been working for ESPN for about 4 decades. Is that possible? That's insane. Yeah. Chris Fowler, who's the voice of ESPN's college football coverage, voice of their tennis coverage as well. Massive MMA fan, massive fight fan, and also just a massive health nut freak, workout guru, that type of thing. Also, his social media is tremendous. He's very into motivational thoughts, wisdom, quotes. But the impetus for why he's going to be on today is because he has an incredible story about his dad. His dad, obviously yesterday, Father's Day, his father passed away when Chris was 16 years old. He died of lung cancer, and very recently, Chris discovered a box of audio tapes, cassettes, in which his dad was recording a almost daily diary about what he was going through as he was battling and unfortunately ultimately succumbed to cancer. And he just discovered these some 40 years later. And so they made a great story for SportsCenter on this. A good friend of mine named Rory Karpf, who's done some stuff in the world of combat sports, 30 for 30s, CM Punk docuseries, Ric Flair, 30 for 30. He put it all together. And so we're lucky enough to have Chris. You know how much I love these broadcasters and revere them, but this is going to be a really, really interesting chat. So I'm looking forward to that very much. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Xander Zayas, who this Saturday in Brooklyn is going to be going up against Boots Ennis in one of the most anticipated fights of 2026. Super welterweight titles on the line, unification bout. Boots Ennis versus Xander Zayas. This is another byproduct of why it's so good that Top Rank is on DAZN. These fights can be made. We thought it was going to be Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz. That obviously is not happening, and so it's going to be these two guys fighting in Brooklyn. I need Xander Zayas to walk out with Jose Alvarado. Can we get that? Can we make that happen? Xander Zayas is going to be joining us in studio. Boots tomorrow, by the way, but we'll have Xander on first to talk about it also. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, Diego Lopes, who had the big win over Steve Garcia, will join us. And prior to that, in about 17 minutes' time, Machado Garry, who's going to be going up against Islam Makhachev on the 15th of August at UFC 330 in Philadelphia, is going to be joining us to talk about that big title fight, Ireland versus Dagestan 2. It's actually happening, my friends. So all that and more on today's program. We did get some... one second. I'm very thirsty today because I've been talking and so excited about everything going on in this crazy, crazy world of ours. I do want to tell you that today's episode is brought to you by our good friends over at Kalshi. We love Kalshi because they support us and we want you to support them as well. They are the largest prediction market in the United States of America. When you use Kalshi, you are not playing against the house. Kalshi is peer-to-peer trading. You buy either yes or no contracts on whether something will happen, and you're trading directly against other users. Think of it like buying or selling a stock. The line isn't set by some algorithm working against you. Public opinion sets the price. Kalshi is CFTC approved, which is why it's available all across the country, including California and Texas. It is federally regulated. So download the Kalshi app right now. Use the code Helwani, that's HELWANI, to get $10 off. When you trade $10, that's Kalshi, KALSHI. Kalshi, trade what's next. Taking a look here, Norway, Senegal, that's tonight at MetLife. It's going to be pouring when this happens. Norway, 45%. Senegal 29%, Thai 28%. What was France, Iraq? That's got to be like 95% for France, right? Oh, 91, pretty close. World Cup's been great. What about Canada? 6-0 over Qatar. This is underway right now. You're getting Messi, Mbappe, and Holland today. Argentina, Austria, a lot to like there. As of right now, Golden Boot, Mbappe. Where's Jonathan David? I don't see him anywhere. Huh? I don't see him. No, Jonathan David had a hat trick in the last game. NBD. Shout out to Cal Sheet. Thank you very much to them for their support. And last week we were looking at the odds for the UFC event, and I was ready to fire off, not only on X, but also in the group chat. H-Dow cashes again. Kyoji Horiguchi looking great. Looked great. And then he didn't look great. What the heck? He loses to Manel Cap. Manel turns back the clock. I don't know how this. If anyone watched this fight, you would agree that this was not going Manel's way at all. And what does he do? He lands his first big punch and then stops Kyoji Horiguchi in the third round via KO. Or maybe TKO is more appropriate. Kyoji very clearly won the first 2 rounds, and Manel comes out in the third. You know, I think it was Alan Joban in the post show who said something that I thought was really interesting. In the third round, I wanted to ask Eric Nixick about this. In the third round, Manel switched stances, and Alan hypothesized that he was fighting, I believe he was fighting, if my memory serves me correct, southpaw originally, and then he switched to orthodox. It might have been the opposite. But basically that he was trying to bait him, and then he gave him the different look in the third round, and that's what led to Kyoji's undoing. That's a massive, massive win for Manel. A gigantic win over a very good Kyoji Horiguchi, who some people consider to be the second best flyweight in the world. Obviously, he had his title run in the UFC where he made it oh so close, 5 rounds with Demetrius Johnson, and then he had the run in Ryzen as well. Manel is that guy. He's 100% that guy. What he's been able to do in terms of, securing his spot atop the flyweight rankings, nothing short of amazing. But I'm not going to listen for a second to the chatter that he should leapfrog Alex Pantoja. Alex Pantoja has to be next. Does anyone out there think that Alex Pantoja should take a backseat to Manel Cap, that Manel Cap should be next for Joshua Van? What do you guys think?
Not on this program, no.
That's crazy. But I've seen this talk.
Yeah, I've seen it as well. I mean, the 4 knockouts in a row by Manel Cap, I believe that he's the first to ever do that at flyweight, 4 straight wins by knockout. It's incredible. I mean, also to your point, he was trailing in that fight. Horiguchi was having a decent third round as well before he got clipped. He's always got that power in his back pocket, which is massive for him. 4 big wins from Manel, but what Pantoja did on his title run, the way that he lost the belt, he is the rightful challenger next for Joshua Van.
He's got to be next.
It's also just something that needs a resolution, whereas Kopp could fight for the title after that. There's no urgency there. Kopp has done great, probably will be the next after that, but Pantoja and Van is the story that needs the resolving, and I'd rather see that sooner than later.
I do think Manel Kapp's next fight is for the title.
Yeah.
I think he sits and waits. He's the clear title challenger.
I mean, I guess we have to wait and see, right? I guess we have to wait and see when that fight happens. But yeah, the UFC did say that they're going to announce their new rankings today.
Can't wait.
I don't think they've done that yet.
I'm hyped.
They announced this on the broadcast. They said it's going to happen on Monday. That's today. Dana White said at the press conference it's happening today. And I guess, you know what's confusing? They didn't say this on the broadcast, but he definitely said this at the presser. He said it's going to be AI and human. Did you notice that? He said that there's going to be media rankings as well. It's very confusing.
Dual rankings, or it's a combination.
I don't think it's going to be dual. I think it's going to be like a mix.
Okay, I like this.
I don't know. We have the clip. Can we play the clip? I know it's down below as far as our pile is concerned, but we might as well just post it here. Dana White at the post-fight press conference talking about the new rankings that are going to be released today. Do we have this?
You have to have rankings, otherwise it's just a free-for-all. And one of the things that I love about this sport is there's no sanctioning body saying, this is a mandatory you and you. The fans are the sanctioning body, as it should be. The fans determine who fights who. So if anything, I think this thing, won't hurt. It'll just help.
I'm very curious to see what it is and how they're getting to it. Is it an AI thing only? Who are these media people? I don't know. But you're probably right. Like if you look at the rankings right now, Manel is 2 behind Pantoja. Nothing else makes sense for him. So yeah, he probably waits. It's been an amazing story, and flyweight probably has never been more interesting. Like when's the last time that we've had this type of activity, this type of talent, this kind of queue for title fights coming up? Joshua Van versus Manel will be a great title fight. If that's what it ends up being. Pantoja versus Van is going to be great. Pantoja versus Manel. There's just a lot. There's a lot there. I'm shocked that Horiguchi got knocked out. Honestly, I was not expecting that. Even with Manel looking as good as he did, I was really, really surprised to see that. But full credit to Manel and his whole team. That was really impressive stuff. Navajo Sterling got the win over Iwan Kutilaba in the second round. That was impressive as well. Christian Rodriguez and Navajo is slowly but surely turning into someone that we need to keep our eye on. Now 10-0 in the light heavyweight division, and pretty darn young as well. Actually, not that young. Just looks young. 28. C-Rod, Christian Rodriguez with the win. Murtazali Magomedov.
We just call him the highlight around there.
Yeah, he's incredible. Modified Twister. A contender, perhaps, for submission of the year. Once again, a little bit of controversy regarding Herb Dean. Andre Fili saying that he thought the shots were to the back of the head there at the end of that fight against Loke Dog. What'd you guys think? Back of the head? It seems like he's kind of walking it back a little bit, saying like it's on me. I should have never been in that position. I don't know.
I think this is one of those that we're going to have to decide as fans and people who consume this sport. Do we want referees in the middle of action to stop action and go, well, we have to analyze, was that to the back of the head, and is this going to result in a DQ or a penalty or a pause in the action? Or in the flow of the action, are we more willing to accept the referee having to make a judgment call there, right? Because this has now come up with the Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane fight. This has now come up in this fight. And the referees will cite like, look, it's in the flow of the action, or people, defending the way the outcome went will say this was in the flow of the action. It's hard for a referee to step in, and we have to decide, much like we have, to decide with eye pokes and all these things. Is it instantaneous? Do they need to take action? Do we have some threshold for allowing it to go? I don't know the answer, but
I didn't think this was as egregious as the Pereira one, but yeah, I mean,
there's the one as its beginning where he goes straight down on the back of his head.
Yeah.
It's just a difficult optic for it to be Herb Dean on Sunday and once again on Saturday as well.
I will say, not that I'm like Mr. Herb Dean defender, but to throw him some bail, I think most referees would not stop the action in either of those scenarios, both the Gane fight and this fight.
The Gane fight to me felt a little bit egregious.
I don't think a ref is stopping that. There was so much
more often than not, they don't. Yeah.
There was so much work done before that was legal. Alex Pereira was rocked. It was a huge stage. You're asking them to stop what was probably going to be the finishing sequence and go, we need to halt this action. It's a difficult position for a referee to be in. And, I understand that the fighter who's aggrieved, right, and Alex Pereira, and Andre Fili in this scenario will be upset. But we have to decide what we ultimately want. It is a tricky spot. And I don't feel that most referees make different decisions than what Herb Dean did in both of those scenarios.
As far as the rest of the card, Bia Mesquita is turning into a real player at 135 pounds. Overall, not the worst card. Actually, a lot of fun finishes and action. Just tough to go from the White House to the Apex. Just tough. It's just like a tough. The vibe change is tough. It felt so. I mean, it always feels flat at the Apex, and to me, it's always very hard to watch. But to go from as cool of a card as you'll ever get at the freaking White House and then to the Apex is tough. One exciting thing that they did officially announce on the card was that the main event for the July 18th card in Oklahoma City is in fact going to be Dricus du Plessis versus Kamaru Usman, and this has been talked about for a while. And on tomorrow's show, we'll be joined by DDP, and I'm looking forward to that. And I love this fight. I never thought a fight like this would happen in Oklahoma City, it's kind of weird, especially when a couple of years ago they were talking about going to Africa. This would have been the perfect card for Africa, right? The Nigerian Nightmare against the Pride of South Africa. Could you imagine that fight in Africa, anywhere in Africa, in South Africa, anywhere? But I don't know. I haven't heard much about their plans to go to Africa. But that's a great fight. I love that fight. Who's the favorite in that fight? DDP? Got to be, right? At this point? Although I don't think...
With Kamaru going up a weight class?
Yeah, you look good against Khamzat.
Sure did.
We're going to talk about
years.
that one forever. Yeah. And maybe it hasn't aged as well in the aftermath of the Strickland fight. I don't know. But styles make fights, and I like it. It's good to see DDP back. We haven't seen him since August of last year. It's going to be almost 12 months in between fights for him. Good to see him back. Very excited about that one. I like that one a lot. And I love the fact that it's not happening at the Apex. This weekend's card is, of course, in Baku, and that is featuring the return of Rafael Fiziev against Manuel Torres and also Michel Pereira against Shara Bullet. That crowd should be great. I think that crowd is going to be very good. What is our friends over at Kalshi saying about that one? What are they saying about the Fiziev Torres? Oh, 50-50. Damn. What about Shara Bullet? Oh. Shara Bullet, 74% over Michel Pereira. Wow. All right. And that's happening in the morning. I think the main card is happening at 9 a.m. So you're going to get, I think it's 9 a.m. Yeah. Or is it actual, is the...
Kalshi has the main event going off at 1:40.
Yes. So actually, I think the card starts at 9 a.m. But that means this is going to coincide quite nicely into the Boots Zayas fight. This will be during the afternoon, and this fight in Brooklyn, Zayas versus Boots, is going to be in the evening, and it's 74% over Xander Zayas. Zayas very, very, very confident going into this one. I love the fact that he's taking it. Youngster. We're not seeing it. Although these days in boxing, you're starting to see this a little bit more. Ryan Garcia taking a fight when people were saying, maybe you shouldn't fight Tank Davis at this age. Canelo obviously did against Floyd Mayweather. So go for it. Go for it. Go big. Go big. Dare to be great, as they say. Quick break if you're watching us on the Yahoo Sports Network. If you're on YouTube, stay right there. We have a lot of news and notes to get to, but we're going to do most of the news and notes are going to be on the back end of the show because we will have more time. But the biggest result of the weekend has to have been what transpired at LFA on Friday. Can you tell us about this, GC?
Yeah, I was a little curious why you didn't lead the show with LFA 235.
No, I should have. I should have.
119. Our guy, Liam Anand, the Iowan Lion, as most people know him, was taking on Todd Pickett, undefeated Todd Pickett. I'll have you. 8-0 Todd Pickett. Liam Anand, no fear, steps into the cage against him. Liam, the Iowan Lion, there it is. Look at this result. Knockout. But most importantly, not only did he knock him out, he was the first fighter to ever rep uncrowned in the cage. Massive fan of the show. He left us a few voicemails on Boys in the Back and said, if you guys get me some patches, I will rep uncrowned and Boys in the Back in my fight. We sent him the patches, got him custom made, sent them over, got him on the shorts, got him on the hat.
Unbelievable.
And boy, did he represent well. We knew he was going to win the whole time, but emphatic fashion, first round knockout.
Unbelievable. So cool to see it up there. Also, can I just say his shorts were really cool? What did it say on his shorts?
Yeah, the pink? I don't know. Also, we're bearing the real lead here.
Okay.
I need some of that Iowan Lion merch.
Yeah.
That shit goes hard with the blue and the... What? Are we kidding it?
It's not bad.
I need the Iowan Lion hat.
Great name, too.
Fucking great name. Killed it. Shout out to Liam, man.
Historic.
Congratulations on the win.
Absolutely historic. This has never happened before. And it was amazing to see. I loved it. I loved that he had both logos on there. Tremendous. Did you speak to him afterwards?
We shared some Instagram messages.
Okay.
He will be on the Boys in the Back on Thursday. I can.
Oh, as a guest.
Break that news. Yeah.
Wow.
The Iowan Lion.
Wow. I love it.
Exciting stuff.
So what's his record now?
He's now 8-2 as an amateur.
When-
Still only 23.
When are we making the move?
We're going to ask him on Thursday. We're going to get everything we need to know about the Iowan Lion on Thursday.
You were watching live.
I sure was. I was pulling up bullshit streams and stuff. I had to go to LFA's Instagram account to be able to see it.
Wait, they don't stream that on their YouTube? I thought they do.
They used to, and then this one, because it was like the early prelims, it was on Spectation Sports, but they didn't start the stream in time to see the amateur bouts. It was a whole ordeal.
Spectation Sports?
Yeah.
What is that all about?
I don't know, man. LFA's got to clean it up.
What is Spectation Sports?
Dude, I signed up for an account. I subscribed for a month for like $9.99. So yeah.
To Spectation Sports?
Yeah. So
wow.
in 3 months, when I see another Spectation Sports charge,
hell yeah,
like, what the fuck is that?
No, hopefully he comes back like 2 more times in the next 3 months if he's fighting. If he's doing amateur fights and they're lasting, how long did you say? 70 seconds?
It was like a minute 40.
Minute 40,
like
100 seconds. Wow, good for him. Against the fellow, no, he's not undefeated, but his opponent was undefeated. Pickett, right?
Todd Pickett, 8-0. No longer. 8-1.
Starched him.
After meeting the Iowan Lion in the cage, baby.
Hell yeah, one of our own. And there was another young man who I met at the open workouts in LA who said he wanted to rep uncrowned on his shorts. So we're open for business around these parts.
Christian DeGuero, I believe.
Yes.
I'm in the scene.
You are the sponsorship guy.
Shout out.
If you want our logo on your shorts, please hit up GC.
Actually, email Rick, and then Rick will.
Yeah, he'll for it. Okay, fair enough. He'll do the pass off. All right, back into the show. Chris Fowler in studio, Xander Zayas in studio, Diego Lopes in about 30 minutes. But as we were doing the show on Wednesday, I do believe it was Wednesday, we got the breaking news, the news that we had been waiting for and sort of telling you was going to happen, but it was taking so damn long. It is going to happen. It's official. It's finally official. And I stress finally because it feels like it took a hell of a long time to get this done. Ian Machado Garry versus Islam Makhachev for the UFC welterweight title, UFC 330, August 15th, Philadelphia. Mr. Ian Machado Garry, kind enough to join us to talk about it all. There he is.
Ariel.
Yes.
He finally learned how to say yes. Breaking news, clip it up, put it out. He learned how to say yes. Finally. How are you?
I'm doing great. Happy Father's Day.
You too.
Thank you so much.
I hope you had a great day. I had a great day. I got some new socks.
Okay, let's see them.
Champ.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Oh, they say champ.
Wow.
15th of August, 2026.
Okay, so let's talk about this. What the hell took so long? And I know it wasn't on your end. I had heard, Ian, that there were talks of this happening in April in Miami. Is that accurate?
So, dude, it was before then that I knew I was next. I was told I was next in January.
Wow.
I was told I was next in January. There was talks about April. Then there was official offer put out May 9th, to which he turned down for Newark. I threw out the ideas of International Fight Week. They said they had Fight Week. We deserve to be the main event. Obviously, they had Conor and Max planned for that, which is huge. And then, it just ended up, eventually it was no. They wanted to do, they spoke to me about how that they needed to do their due diligence and put on one of the biggest fights they possibly could, which was Ilya versus Islam at the White House. Islam turned it down, to my knowledge, from what I've been told. And here we are. Do you know what I mean? The right fight has been made. The fight that should be fought. And we get it on August 15th, my friend.
So we had seen your videos, your social media about how anxious you were to finalize all of this, to get the word, to get the call.
Yeah.
But like in your day-to-day life, to wake up every day, go to the gym, be motivated without having that date, how difficult was this?
I'm at the highest point of my career right now. I just beat a former champion in Bilal Muhammad to earn and cement myself as the number one contender for this title. And the champion essentially has one fight a year. And apparently can just say no whenever he wants until he's ready. To me, that's not the baddest man in the world. To me, that's not the number one pound for pound fight on the planet. You say yes, you show up. Obviously, there's things that I'm not an irrational human. I understand there's life things that happens, but no, with no reasonable or sensible excuse isn't right. And it's it's tough on the mind. Do you know what I mean? It's tough. It's infuriating. I've been told since January, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next. You've got people online, other contenders trying to state their claim, but they were told they weren't, so they're just lying to fans. And it's tough. It's not easy because I want to earn that world title. I want to fight Islam. I want to beat the best in the world to prove I'm the best. And I'm training. I'm staying fit. I'm doing everything I possibly can. I'm eating the right foods. I'm doing all the right things. But then it's just getting extended and prolonged. And I've just, do you know what I've been doing now? Come with me for a second.
Tell me.
I tell you this. This is what I've been doing. Not to be driven out.
Oh no. The Wi-Fi doesn't extend. Please come back. It was looking so good. Okay, can we reconnect with them?
Yes.
Dang. We were rolling. We were humming along. We were vibing. We'll get Ian back. The fight is happening. Xfinity Mobile Arena? Xfinity Mobile Arena, yeah. Home of the Sixers and Flyers, August 15th, UFC 330. We also found out that Mackenzie Dern against Jillian Robertson is happening on that card as well. That's for the strawweight title. So you're getting 2 title fights on that card. Great stretch for the UFC. Great stretch for Irish combat sports. McGregor on July 11th. Garry on August 15th. And then, of course, Katie Taylor on September 5th, Croke Park. Islam Makhachev actually was asked about this and whether it's part 2 of the Irish Dagestan rivalry that we like to talk to PT about and joke about. Here is what he had to say about that. Would you call the Garry fight round 2 of the Irish versus Dagestan rivalry? Like they say, from AliExpress, right? So what is AliExpress? Is that Alibaba?
Yeah, it's like kind of
Temu?
yeah.
Wish?
Yeah. It's like that.
So he's mocking it?
Cheaply manufactured.
He's mocking it?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
He's saying it's nothing like Khabib versus.
That's crazy. I mean, who would say that? But it still is round 2.
That's his whole point. Yeah, it's round 2, but it's the Wish version.
Not every
Khabib
round
versus
is
Temu.
as heated. Not every round is as emotionally charged, but it's still the next round, you know?
I think that's what he's saying, man. He's agreeing.
It seems like he's kind of mocking it.
It's
know?
round 2, but it's the Temu version.
Do we have him? Do we have Mr.
back, bro.
Ian Machado Garry? Okay, we lost you there when you walked
Dude, I'm
outside.
so sorry. The connection went. I went down into the no man's land. I've been out in the garden.
Oh,
I'll send you photos so you can do it. I have been gardening every day to keep myself from going insane. I have been out there for hours and hours and hours, trucking away at the garden. We built a tree house. I've got a wildflower field out there that I've been doing everything in my power to keep the train on the tracks, to not go out of my mind insane. It's not been easy, but it will all be worth it.
do you have a theory as to why it took so long?
First things first, I don't believe Islam is afraid of anybody. I think he's absolutely one of the best fighters of this generation. I think he knows it. Everybody else knows it. We all respect him. I have nothing but love and respect for him. I've said this multiple times. Nothing changes because he's my opponent. I think what he's done in the sport is amazing. However, I feel like this is just natural to them. There's so many agents involved, people talking out their arse, making up excuses and yada, yada, yada. I think for him, he's been, I don't know. I feel like there's many things behind the scenes, but there was no's, there was excuses, there was no's to other. I don't know. What I've been communicated is just, I'm working on it. This has happened. And it's just been a whole pantomime. And I'm just so happy that they finally said yes and that we've locked it in.
And so, as you alluded to, on the road to getting here, there was obviously the Ilya stuff and, Morales trying. At any point were you nervous? At any point were you worried that you would get screwed over here and that someone would cut the line?
Yeah, because I don't necessarily trust the UFC to do the right things every time, all the time. The right fight to make was me and Islam. Absolutely, no doubt about it, no question about it. I said to him, I said to Hunter, I said, how am I meant to believe you? Because Carlos Prates fights Jack Della Maddalena now in a month's time or something. I think it was in March I spoke to him. And I said, and if he goes out and knocks him out, which I believe he will, and he should do it already, then he's knocked out 2 former champions back to back. And his response was, you're next. You have a win over that guy, and you did it on short notice. It is my job to give you the respect in that regard. You're next. Which is everything that I needed to hear. It's so simple. Carlos Prates has been amazing. He's done unbelievable since our fight. I'm a massive fan of his. Nothing but respect for that man. But I beat him. And I beat him on short notice when the UFC needed me. I stepped up. I beat him. I then went on to beat former champion and Bilal Muhammad. And I cemented myself as the number 1 contender in the world. That's it. The Ilya fight, I understood. I think it made sense, especially for the White House. It made sense to have pound for pound number 1, pound for pound number 2, both 2-weight world champions. It was a massive fight. From my understanding, it was a done deal. And then Islam said no. And that was the last minute kind of move about that I'm sure we've all heard about. Mm-hmm. So that was my understanding. I knew Kamaru Usman was never getting it. I knew Mike Morales was never getting it. These guys were just chatting shit, trying to stay relevant and stay in the conclusion, stay in the kind of equation because that's more exciting for them. So yeah, we're here, Ariel. I don't care what happens.
Yes,
I don't care what's done. I'm here now, and I'm so ready for this.
And you come across as very confident. And so this may be a crazy question. Why are you so confident when thinking about fighting Islam and beating Islam? Because more often than not, people don't look good against him.
That normally happens when people fight me, Ariel, too. Firstly, again, I have nothing but respect for him. I think he's absolutely cemented himself as the best fighter on the planet right now. And until he's beaten, he holds that status. What he's done in this career, in his career and over the last decade in the sport has been second to none. A 2-weight world champion, pound for pound number 1, and on the verge of breaking the longest consecutive win streak in UFC history. It's nothing but exception. However, I've always said to you from the first time you spoke, well before I was in the UFC, to be the best, you have to beat the best. There is nobody else I would want to beat to prove that I'm the champion of the world. There is nobody else I'm more excited to fight and test myself against than this dominance in Islam Makhachev. He's earned that title as the pound for pound champion, at the pound for pound number 1 on the planet right now. That's the guy I want to take out. To make sure that it's undeniable. When I beat him, I am the best welterweight on the planet and arguably the number 1 pound for pound fighter on the planet.
So I want to ask you about something he said very recently to Red Corner MMA. He said, my prediction for this fight, I will have to chase after him. He's not an aggressive fighter. He won't attack me himself. He'll run and try to catch me with something, but I won't let him. He doesn't even want people touching him. When his teammates enter training camp, he says, don't touch me. He then continued and said, style-wise, he's a tricky fighter. He constantly run away. I wouldn't call him an entertaining fighter. Morales, for example, can wrestle. He goes forward. What is your reaction to what he's saying?
I mean, I don't want to talk bad about the guy, but I don't necessarily care for his opinion on what I do or what my fighting style is. Coming from the man who sat on the champion of the world for 25 minutes and a half guard and didn't get a finish. Do you know what I mean? I don't think talking about other people's styles is a bickering match I'm willing to get into. Guess what I am? I'm 10-1 in the UFC. Here's another one for you, Ariel.
Okay.
You've not seen me sparked and conscious in the UFC. I've seen Islam sparked and conscious in the UFC. You've not seen me dominate in this sport. We've not seen him dominate in this sport. You've seen my hand get raised time and time and time again. You've seen his hand get raised time and time and time again. The truth is, I have this feeling in my heart that they know I'm the trickiest opponent for him. That's why he's calling out Patches. That's why he's calling out Morales. That's why the champion of the world, one of the most dominant athletes we've ever seen, called out Kamaru Usman to defend his world title fight against. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. He knows I'm long, I'm tall, I'm fast, I'm rangy. I understand distance management and control. And if you want to flip that into a terrible wording, then you'll say what he said. But if you want to talk about it from an elite standpoint of view, I don't get hit very rarely. It's never clean. It's never connected. Do you know what I mean? I'm always just out, and people don't have that success. I'm tricky on the feet. I'm tricky on the ground. I'm hard to touch. I'm hard to control. I'm hard to predict what I'm going to do. I'm hard to read. All of those are elite stand-up and grappling skills. So from my point of view, there is nobody in this division that is a trickier matchup for Islam Makhachev. I'm 6'3", I'm long, I'm tall, I'm beautiful. I know how to use my hands, my feet. I know how to stop the takedown. I stopped 15 of 17 takedowns from Shavkat and Bilal Muhammad. I know what I'm doing in this sport. 4 people in this sport since I made my UFC debut have double-digit wins. And me and Islam are 2 of the 4. This is the right fight. This is the fight that has to happen. And he can say anything he wants to say. He can make up any excuse he wants. He can say what he wants. Do what he wants to do. When that cage door closed on August 15th and I'm stood across him, I'm going to go out there and do everything I possibly can to put him unconscious and get my hand raised. Because that belt is coming home to Dublin Ireland.
Do you think he respects you as a threat? Do you think he respects you as a fighter?
If he won't, he will. If he doesn't right now, he will when I'm finished the fight with him. If he doesn't respect me, then he's in for the shock of his life on August 15th.
You've had plenty of time to visualize the fight. What are you seeing now? What are you feeling?
Ariel, I genuinely right now, it's by any means necessary. My hand gets raised by any means necessary. It could be first round knockout, it could be 5th round knockout, it could be submission, it could be a dog and dog back and forth war. As long as my hand gets raised, I've succeeded in achieving everything I want to achieve in the sport. And I do it against one of the best fighters we've generationally seen.
What about what he's saying about you telling training partners not to hit you? Is that accurate?
They try. Ariel, I don't know how many fights I've had in this one. Am I 17-1, 18-1? I don't know. I've had 25 plus fights in my life in MMA, and I'm this pretty. No cuts, no scars, no nothing. Not barely any cauliflower and nothing. There's a reason for that. My defense and my fight IQ is second to none in this game. The more fights I have, the more people are going to understand and respect it. And I think that's why he's saying all these things, is he knows this is a tricky fight. And when he goes to bed and just before he's about to close his eyes, he goes, this is going to be tougher than I think. And he can say what he wants to the camera, but to himself, internally within his team, they don't have someone that emulates my style. They don't have someone with these eyes. These are what makes this fight different.
Are you taking any of that Conor Khabib energy into this? We just played a clip of him saying this is the AliExpress version of that Dagestan-Ireland feud, sort of laughing it off. Is there something here that you're trying to, right the wrong from what transpired in 2018?
What a terrible way for him to sell the fight. What a terrible way for him to talk about himself. Yeah, I take pride in this fight. I take pride in the fact that I'm going to be able to go out there and get a massive win back for my country at the highest stage, at the highest possible point in my career. with all the marbles on the line, the UFC world title. This is the second time Ireland and Dagestan meet in that octagon for a world title. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that it's 1-1.
What a stretch for Irish combat sports, by the way. July 11th, Conor, you, August 15th, and then Katie at Croke Park, September 5th. Back to back to back.
Dude, you've got the three biggest fighting names in Irish history. You've got the future of Irish fight sports. You've got a man who changed MMA for the entire globe. And you've got the most successful fighter in Irish history, Katie Taylor. It's not a bad week for us. It's not a bad couple of runs for us.
Yeah.
We're going to go out there. We're going to get 3 big wins. I'm going to do everything we can to show the world the Fighting Irish are called the Fighting Irish for a reason. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA, and you can't stop us.
You think Conor wins?
Absolutely. It's not an easy fight. Max is very good at what he does. He's obviously been in there against the best guys in the world repeatedly over and over and over again. But whilst Conor's been inactive, the hunger will start to thrive in his mind and in his skull. And at 170 pounds, I think this fight's very, very interesting. I think it's very interesting. Conor's going to have the knockout power. I think it's very similar to the Ilya fight. It's a very similar game plan, I think, from both of them. I think if I use sounds, I think fans will understand the different rhythms. But Max Holloway is more like an Uzi, right? When he fights, it's more brr, brr, ba, 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 ba. The consistency, the significant strike numbers he has is out of this world. It's bing, 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 ding, 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 ding. It's always in your face. It's constant movement. It's touch, touch, go, touch, move, advance, play. It's constant activity. But he doesn't have that one punch power, that shotgun. That's what Conor has. Conor's always had that shotgun. If that left hand lands, it's game over. And he's laser focused with it. So you've got a person who needs to be on that, and then you've got someone who goes boom, 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 boom. If one of them lands, the fight's over. So if I'm Conor and I walk into that first round and I enter the middle of that octagon and Max hasn't started to instantly kind of put the pace on him, I'd walk his ass down. I'd put his back to the cage. I'd go high, I'd go low, I'd go high, I'd go low. I'd keep him guessing, and I'd put everything straight down the middle. Just boom, boom, and then sneak one around the corner when he doesn't expect it, and hope that that's it. Good night.
It's a
tough fight for both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I can't wait to see how it plays out. And
when you look at the state of the UFC over the last couple of months, you can't say that anybody's going to win.
I was literally going to ask you that. I have 2 last quick things, and one of them was that, meaning we just keep seeing upsets in the main event these days. Khamzat and Sean, obviously, very recently. Do you, Justin and Ilya, do you take any motivation from that?
It's motivation I didn't need. But when I look at that, it just seems like everything's flowing in the right direction for another massive upset. And whatever odds, whatever favor, any of that, they don't mean anything. When you get into that octagon, anything can happen. And when you have 2 of the best fighters on the planet who both want the same thing, it really comes down to who can implement their game plan and who wants it more. I have never been in a UFC world title fight before. Islam is the greatest lightweight champion of all time. And he's a 2-weight world champion now, defending his UFC welterweight strap for the first time. Is his hunger the same as my hunger? Is his drive, is his willingness to compete the same as mine? Because when I entered that octagon, August 15th, you could tear my skin off my flesh, I'm still fighting. There was nothing that's going to stop me from going out there and getting that belt wrapped around my waist. Nothing.
I love the intensity and the passion, man. It's amazing. I can't wait for August 15th.
Dude, it's a whole lifetime of work.
Yeah.
This is what I've dreamt of. This is what I wanted. This is what I've desired. It feels almost like fantastical. It's so perfectly planned. I've always said I want to beat the best in the world. I have 6 wins over top 15 opponents. I tell you another thing. The welterweight division is better and more interesting with me as the champion.
Why?
And that's a fact.
Why?
Argue all you want. People can argue. It's a fact, in my opinion, that when I'm the champion of the world, the welterweight division is better off. Firstly, Islam only fights once a year. So his next defense might be in July 2027. But the matchups, the stylistic matchups, they're very different. You have on the cards a potential rematch with Carlos Praxis. That would be massive. You have on the cards a potential, arguably the biggest fight you can make in the sport at a certain point is a potential rematch with me and Shavkat Rakhmonov whenever he's able and capable to come back. If he ever comes back, I told you, if. You have a potential matchup with me and Michael Morales, Gabriel Bonfim. You have Sean Brady's in the mix. You have Medic coming up. The welterweight division is the greatest it's ever been. And it's the most stacked it's ever been. It's the best division in the sport right now. There's no arguments about that. From top to bottom, the best division. When I'm the champion of the world, there's going to be more activity. There's going to be more high-level fights. The fans, everybody. I'm promising you now, it's the best thing for the sport. Me going out there and beating Islam, it's going to be a hell of a roller coaster, my friend.
Were you surprised Praxis looked so good against JDM?
Nope. No, I called him 2 months before. I said, don't take any other fight. That's the fight to make. That's the right fight for you. You get that fight, you win that fight, you jump Morales. It's inarguable. You've done more than him to earn a world title shot. I don't know what Morales is going to do right now. Do you know what I mean? He's been out for 9 months of action as well. He's going to be out for at least another 9 months because I can't guarantee when I'm going to fight Praxis to defend the belt or when I'm going to fight Shavkat to defend the belt first. But Carlos Praxis has done more than anybody in this sport right now. So he deserves the next title shot. If I was Michael Morales, you know what my advice would be to him? Go up to 185. Because you're young, you're big, you're somewhat talented. There's a lack of stars up there in the sport. And I think he could do very well there. But if he wants to stay at 170, I'll punch a hole in his head at some point in time.
First things first, though, August 15th, Philadelphia. You've gotten me so excited. I wish it was fight week. The passion.
Don't worry, we're going to do this all over again.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Ian. Good luck in training. All the best. Less than 2 months. So you're almost there, my man. You're less than 2 months away.
It doesn't matter day by day. I'm thanking God that we're here. And every day is a step closer. Every day is a step closer. And that belt's getting wrapped around my waist, my friend. It's been a long journey, Aaron.
It has.
We've been about it for a long, long time. The future is inevitable.
Can't wait. Good luck. Congrats on getting this, and we will see you very soon. Looking forward to seeing how this plays out, and obviously, hopefully, the training camp is a good one, and then we'll see you in Philadelphia. Thank you, Ian. All the best to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All the best, guys.
The great Ian Machado Garry. His nickname is The Future, but now he's about to fight for a UFC title, and you can say that if he wins, he will be the present. Quick break on Yahoo Sports Network. If you're on YouTube, stay right with us. Stay right with us. Stay right with us. Stay right with us. We are right here on YouTube. Still to come, Chris Fowler in studio, Xander Zayas in studio. Diego Lopes had a massive win. In fact, he kicked off the UFC White House card just 8 days ago. It was the first fight of the night. Steve Garcia, first guy to step into the cage. Diego second. Incredible scenes. The photos, the aftermath, everything and more. Unbelievable. And we spoke to him before the fight. And I'll never forget, right after Justin Gaethje scores the win, I get a text from Diego saying, I told you so. He was one of the very few that said Justin Gaethje was going to beat Ilia Topuria. He was right, and he's kind enough to join us right here and now to talk about it all. There he is. Hello, Diego. How are you, my friend? You called it. You were one of the few that called it.
Good. Yeah, bro. It's like not many people believe in me this time, but I think now everyone is send me the reason.
Can I ask, why were you so confident when everyone was picking Ilia, including myself? What did you see that made you so confident?
So like I told you this for you, not like it's the 50-50 if Ilya coming to fight the engage with Justin, no? So this happens like Justice like he live the chaos, he live the chaos like how fight this guy like is chaos. For you finish him, you need like more like this, So he proved one more time. It's like he one of the best guys in the world too.
Do you think if they fight again, the same thing happens, or do you think it's a different type of fight?
I think depends like if Ilya change the game plan. If he try like just to follow Gaethje, I think same result too.
As far as his game plan, in your opinion, what did he do wrong?
It's like Ilya fight like how he fight. See, he don't make like any mistake. I think how critical he is for Josh Gaethje. Josh Gaethje like make a perfect game plan. By you style. So he like eat a couple of big shots, but he keep fighting. So this like no mistake for Ilya, but this like how critical for Josh Gaethje.
We saw you weigh in at, I think it was 146, and then you came back and weighed in at 154 to be the backup. When did this happen? When did this arrangement happen? When was this presented to you?
Yeah, so when me my manager see Arman is not coming to the fight week for the backup, I just did tell him, hey, how do you think like I'm testing Hunter for asking for backup the fight? He say, you sure? I'm like, yeah. So I just need like jump the scale again. So it's no big deal. He said, oh, testing him. I tested Hunter. I asked Hunter say, hey, you serious? I'm like, yeah, if you need, it's like I can do this. I can do this. He say, okay. If you want, like I talk with the people for announce you with like your official backup, no? So yeah.
Did you get paid extra to do that?
It's like yeah.
Okay, so it was good.
Yeah.
Can I ask, how did you gain the extra weight in such a short amount of time? Can you hear me?
Say again. Sorry, I think it's a little bit like.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
How did you gain the 8 pounds in such a short amount of time?
No, just hydration, So I have the guy with me. He helped me a lot. Water father, like Jay's Oregon. I work with that guy like for 80 years, 87 years. He take care of my weight cut, my hydration, everything. When I tell him I'm back up for the fight, it was just like the 1 hour for recovery, for you jump like more close for the weight, So was make like 154, which like the jacket cover right in my last too.
And you said after the win over Steve Garcia, you said that you were ready to go if they needed you for the main event. You were being serious about that.
Yeah, of course. Like I'm serious. I never make a joke like that. So always like if you need it, if you have to need, I'm here. The people know me. This is not the first time I do crazy things in my career. So
unbelievable. So can I ask you, starting at the beginning of the week, that experience being part of the UFC White House Fight Week, was it more stressful than usual? Did you feel like it was a lot different than usual, or in the end it was? I know there were some things like the delays and the security and whatnot. How close to a normal fight week was it?
So, like I think that this just different is like it was do a couple more things like in the for the White House, So was need like the workout before the fight, for was like the whole process for walking to the cage. For the security was like it's crazy, was past like maybe I talk this in the 5 days. 5 days like we have like security was like need to pass the security was like in the hotel, in the White House, to the locker room, and for walking for the cage, So like three times like the people need to check was for us being in the White House. So I think it is like the most different things, but for me, I feel different,
You were the first fight of the night, and there was that delay because of the weather. Did any of that throw you off? Because you need to know like when you're going to be ready. And I know when you're in the back and you're in the middle of the card, you don't know if a fight's going to go long, short. So there's never a precise time. that you know exactly when you're going to walk. But how are you dealing with that weather delay?
Yeah, so this like not stressful because how I'm so calm, so I'm not stressed about this. But this guy coming to us say, okay, you walk in like in 30 minutes. Okay, I'm start like my little training with my coach, my team, and the guy come back again say, hey, no delay like 45 minutes. Like okay, I'm calm. Like again, hey, in 1 hour. Okay, it's like back again. Hey, 45 minutes again. So this like joke a lot, no, with you mind, but I think for me it's okay. I'm not stressful to this. I tell for the people, hey, I can fight now. It's like I don't care if he have his turn like close or or the cage is like supposed like heavy water for the run. So I don't care with this. And it's like when UFC say me, okay, 30 minutes or maybe 45, I just like just sit down, like stay chill. It's like, okay, I mean, I'm done. I'm ready for fight now. And this guy come back, okay, walk now in 10 minutes. So yeah, like this, like is a little bit crazy, but
Yeah.
it's like a good experience.
I know you guys are so focused on the actual fight itself. You're not like looking around like a tourist, but did you have moments where you were looking around and thinking to yourself, how the hell am I here? Like, what is this life that I have? I'm fight. Did you allow yourself to, as they say, smell the roses throughout the process?
Yeah, so if you see my workouts, like how I'm smiling, I'm looking for always for the crowd. Talk with the people, like chills. Like when I walk for the cage, I never focus just in the cage or like close my face, see like my face. No, I don't like this. I just like it. I like enjoy the moment, I like enjoy these moments, like talk with the people, like enjoy my song, enjoy like my journey to the cage. So when I'm jumping the cage, I say, oh, okay, I like that, So it's so nice. The sky looks so crazy because like he suppose the storm is coming. So yeah, I think it is a great experience.
The photos of your celebration afterwards, I mean, you have to frame some of these, right? Like these photos, this is breathtaking stuff. It's surreal. The one where you're standing on top of the cage, I mean, like, look at this. That's you, Diego. Can you believe it when you see this?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I talk about this for my nutrition. For Fabiano, the translation say, hey, when I won the fight, I'm walking, I'm stand up in the cage, so I don't care who decide. I just run. I just want to stay stand up in the cage, but I never see the White House my front. So this moment, I just enjoy the moment. And it's like the people after pass everything, so I'm in the backstage, make interview. The people start to show me the photo for whoa, okay, maybe I have one the best photos like of the whole time in the MMA.
It's breathtaking photos. And then after, when they brought you out to speak to the whole crowd at the Ellipse, usually when you win a fight in Las Vegas, you don't get to do something like that. 80,000 people. What was this moment like? What did this feel like to you?
That's crazy. That's crazy because when I'm starting walking, the people, I take my wrap off. The people see me, it start like he freak out the people, and it just enjoy a lot this moment. It's like suppose I need to stay with Laura in the stage for watch the fight, but the people start like call me, hey, come for the photo. You say. I told for my brother Alessandro, say, hey, take my sandals, take my my right, my phone. I'm jumping in the middle of the people. I'm starting running. It's like for like 1 minute, like back four. So that's crazy. It's crazy experience, crazy energy. It's like I think everyone this night is so happy for sharing this moment with me.
Obviously, the experience was great because in the end you won. But would you say from beginning to end, the whole thing exceeded your expectations, that it was even better than you thought it was going to be?
Oh, say again?
The experience of fighting on this card and going through all of this, now that it's over, would you say that it was even better than you thought, than you could have dreamed of?
Yeah, I think it is like nobody have like the expectative for this event like that, So like it's a great card, like a great athlete in the card, like 7 fights, 7 knockouts. Everyone put like the best for sure, for send a great show for the fans. And like I think everything is happening this week in the White House, White House card, like surprise everyone, surprise everyone. I really enjoy this. I really enjoy these moments. Like I'm so happy for being part for this card. Yeah, I'm so surprised like for UFC put like a great show for us.
I wanted to ask you about the fight itself, of course, because I thought in the second round, my impression was that he maybe got a little too aggressive, and that led to him getting knocked out by you. Were you expecting him to do that? Were you surprised he did that? It seemed like his approach in the second round was different than the first round, and that led to his undoing. And so did you expect him to do that as the fight played out?
Yeah, so in the official round, he make a great job. He's so long. He worked very well the jab, the hooks. I feel I was so uncomfortable in the official round. Just like take it easy. I just like keep kick the arms for take the power too. I know I lost the official round, so I back to the corner. I talk to my corner. My whole coach say like specific things like for was coming back in the second round, after the second round it's like I'm starting okay the fish minute. I'm okay, let me try like the same thing the fish round, but I feel not working. If you see my corner talk with me, I say I do this middle of the cage, I say this, yeah, I say okay, I list you, because he say me, hey, you need to follow him, you need to pressure him, you need like look for the exchange for try for catching him a big punch, So if this happen now, I close the distance, he connected 1-2 like very very well. I'm step for the front, I'm keep pressure him, I move my head, move my body for close the distance. When I see the fish jab pass in my side of my head, say okay, I'm in the good distance for start the shot. Now when I'm connect the fish hook, I'm start like progress in the fight, and it's like do the thing I do the thing my coach say me, hey, you need like 2 or 3 points, so I miss the fish one, I miss the second one, I connect the number 3, he drop it, he come back again, I hit it here again with the 3, connect two big shots like 2 hooks, and he drop it, I finish with the ground pound. So how critical for Steve Garcia, he make a great job in the first round, but the second round I do exactly things my corner tell me for doing the fight.
Considering the last fight that you had prior to this one was the Volkanovski rematch, and obviously that didn't go your way, was there any part of you leading up to the Garcia fight that was lacking confidence, questioning yourself? You always kind of feel like you're as good as your last performance, and obviously now you reminded everyone how good you are, but I was just wondering if mentally you were questioning yourself at all, and now it feels like you're all the way back.
So it's like I feel always I have confidence, I have confidence in myself. In the fight with Volk, like it's completely different, so he have like different style. So but always I'm confident myself. I know I lost the 2 fight for Volk, but if you see how always I look for the fight, how always I for the front, like confidence in myself. So always I have this with me.
Okay. It didn't seem like you were lacking, but I was just wondering, what you're thinking internally. Speaking of Volk, you saw him a few times throughout the week because he was there with Mauricio Hufi. What was that like? What were those interactions like for you?
It's good. It's normal. It's like, everyone knows Volk is like, he's a good guy. Always he talking to everyone. This is not the first time I see him. So after the fight, so always like a good energy, talking like simple words, not much, but yeah, always like a good energy with him.
Will your next fight be at 145 or 155?
I'm open for move for 55. Was need like wait what happened with 45 now. So I talked to UFC this week for about to move for 55. UFC like the idea. Of course, was need like find the best option for us. I hope like I want to fight like soon possible, so I can fight next month if it's possible. If it's 55 for me is the best option now, because I think I think the ranking having a great fight for me, for my style too. So I think me, this guy, the 55 in the 55 can put a great show for everyone.
So if it was up to you, 55 is where you'll be fighting next.
I hope so. I want that. So I look for this, but same thing. After before my last fights, I want to move for 55, but UFC send me the fight in 45. So if UFC say no, okay, you keep it 45, okay, I keep it 45. But if say okay, what's the chance for you move for 55? I open for move for 55.
Is there anyone in particular at 55 that is of interest to you?
No, not real. So it's like I think everyone in the 55 in the top 6, top 5 to up, like he's a good fight for me.
I have to say, I love that idea, but I still want to see you versus Yair. I feel like we have to see that fight before it's all said and done. Is it possible that this could happen, or have you moved on from it?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's like I think nobody no have like notes about this guy for like last year maybe. So I don't know what's happened. So I want to fight everybody. Everybody know me. So I just want to one fight, make my job, take the win next. So
Any part of you want to move up to 55 because you're tired of the weight cuts? Is it more about the weight cuts, or is it about the opportunities at 55?
I think the opportunity to 55. So how is I can make it? Of course, I need a lot of discipline for make 145. I need time now too. So I know the same guy like 2 years ago. My body changed a lot. But yeah, so just for keep active. So in my division now, I don't have a lot of options. My options is keep fight with this guy low in the ranking. I don't care about that. But if I have a chance for fighting the 55 with this guy in the top 5, it's like for me the best option now.
Do you think if you go to 55, you won't go back down, or would you like to go up and down?
If I feel comfortable, if he attack UFC have a great plans for me in 55, maybe I keep in 55.
Okay.
But I really like fighting maybe back forth, like 45, 55. I just want to fight, bro. It's like this is my life. I'm 31 years old. I 32 this year. I know I'm still young, but it's like the time is so fast, So I don't want to wait a lot for my next fight or for keep active.
By the way, with you being the backup fighter, you weighed in as the backup for the main event. Did you stay around the White House, or did you leave? And did they call you and say, we don't need you anymore? How did that work?
No, it's like nothing happened. I just back to the hotel. It's like the hotel is like 2 minutes, 5 minutes away from the arena, so the White House. So no, it's like no talk with UFC about that. But yes, like if UFC call me this time, I come back.
And I feel like because you're ready to go, you'd be perfect for Noche UFC in September. Is that what you want?
I want that. It's like I think always when I fight in Noche UFC, I have like a lot of support for the fans. Always is a good card for me. Yeah, so I looking for more fight as soon as possible.
So let me ask you, you called Gaethje over Ilya. You're very smart when it comes to fighting. You're a great coach, a great mind. What about Max and Connor next month? Who do you like in that one?
Oh, this is a good one, So I think everyone have like the perspective, like who is the comeback to the Conor McGregor. I don't know, bro. This is a good one. I have a lot of surprise, like so I have a lot of expectative, like if he Conor come back like the same Conor was he like years ago, But because like if Max is active in the last 2 years, he fought a lot. He fought like for the BMF belt, for the 45 belt. He fight like he keep active. So I think Max have like a advantage this.
Yeah, advantage.
Yeah, I have advantage for this fight because he keep active. So.
Do you feel like there has been a difference in the way people are reacting to you or your popularity since the White House card? Have you noticed a change? Do you feel like you're more popular now, more recognizable because you did that 8 days ago? Yeah,
so I think now is keep progress my popularity in the road for the people, around the world too. So I see before the fight, I have like 1.1 million in following Instagram. Now I have 1.4, almost
Oh, amazing.
1.5. So yeah, I think this talk about like the people start to follow me, and like I think it is the conjunct like for everything, So big knockout, the White House, big stage. The photo too helped a lot for a lot of things. I think everything is like is good for this progress in the for the fan show loving for me,
And if people want to rep that photo, I believe Born for This are selling it, a T-shirt with it on there for you. This is amazing. What a shot that is. That's unbelievable. And
these are good. Yeah, these are good ones. Like the guy from Born for This, like, he's a good friend. I work with him like for a long time. When it's like I take my phone like hours later after the fight, he sent me a message, hey, I just like make the design for the photo for the next shit now. So okay, let's do that.
It's beautiful. It's amazing. One last one, if I can. So it seems like it's going to be Justin versus Arman. Who do you like in that fight?
Oh, this is a good one. I have like a lot of expectation for this fight because like I think if he just fight Arman, is the fight can see how good is just in the wrestling, So I think he can show like for everyone he's a good wrestler, and he's just striking for by choice,
Okay, well, let's see how that plays out. For now, though, you may be a new face at 155. Enjoy this victory. Enjoy everything that comes with it. Massive moment for you, and what a way to start off this card. I think you set the tone for the card because afterwards we got finish. So well done to you, Diego. Congratulations, and thank you as always for coming on the show. Appreciate it. And I love that you texted me right after. I appreciated that very much too.
I told you.
You did.
Thank you so much. I'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Diego Lopes, kind enough to join us coming off that big win over Steve Garcia. You're watching us on Yahoo Sports Network. Stay right there. Back after this, YouTube. We ain't going nowhere. Coming up, Chris Fowler in the studio to talk about this amazing story regarding his late father. But in a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Xander Zayas, one of the bright young stars from the world of boxing. He will be competing on Saturday at Barclays Center. 23 years young, 23-0, 13 knockouts, hailing from San Juan, Puerto Rico. He's the WBO and WBA super welterweight champion, U.S. amateur national champion in 2017 and 2018. Made his pro debut a month after turning 17. The Ring currently has him ranked as number 3. He's coming off a win in late January in Puerto Rico, but this will be by far the biggest fight of his career. Going up against Boots Ennis, 35-0, 31 knockouts for Boots. Former world champion at welterweight, that's 147 pounds. This is at 154. Boots did move up to 154 recently, won an interim title there. And it seemed for the longest time that it was going to be Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz. All kinds of problems there with Golden Boy, with his promoter. I'm talking about Virgil. And so Top Rank does the deal with DAZN. And all of a sudden we get this matchup, which to me is just as interesting. Let me put this on here. Frank, he cracks a whip. He gets all upset, yells at me. Won't actually use it, but he's going to yell at me. Let's see.
Don't make me say it again.
No, you're talking to the wrong thing. Hello?
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Frankie.
Have a good
How's the
interview.
rain? Everything okay?
Wow.
No, I don't hear you anymore. I think in my pocket it went all... This is good stuff right here. We should do this during the break. We should do this, during the Yahoo Sports Network break.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a good idea. During the break. This thing is a little bit weird back here. Sorry. I have to get all ready here. It's all weird. Okay. Very, very excited to say hello to the unified champion at 154 pounds. The pride of Puerto Rico, Xander Zayas is here. There he is. Hello, sir.
How are you, my guy?
Great to see you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, man.
Oh, my gosh. What a way to kick off this week. You can make that, you can move it up, make yourself comfortable. How is it?
We go right here.
Is it good? Yeah. I love the hair.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Where did this come from? It
Well-
actually it looks different than like on all the
Yes.
promotional stuff. It's growing out.
So it's a cultural stuff in Puerto Rico for every World Baseball Classic. Team Puerto Rico
Oh, yes.
kind of like do their blonde hair. And so I did it for the last Baseball Classic. They played a couple games in Puerto Rico, so I was
Yes.
out there. And so I'm just letting it grow out now. I had the long hair before, so I'm kind of like letting
I
it
loved
grow.
it. Yeah, I saw you with Tito Trinidad
Yes.
at one of the games.
Yeah.
I love the World Baseball Classic. I'm such a big baseball fan, but that tournament in particular is so much fun to see all the pride
For sure.
and the countries.
No, and this time, like, being able to be in Puerto Rico and being like some games being in Puerto Rico and the team playing there was beautiful atmosphere. Obviously being with Tito, like you said, that video was something nice and it's amazing to be able to spend time with my people.
Oh my gosh, yes. By the way, who are you rooting for in the final? Venezuela or America?
I was rooting for Venezuela. I have
Yeah.
a lot of Venezuelan friends and good relationships. I was rooting for Venezuela.
Yeah, what a win for them. What an opportunity this is for you. I was just saying, before you came in, and I know you've been asked about this, but this is our first time speaking about it. It seemed like for the longest time it was Boots against Virgil. Virgil has the issues. Were you the one that said, hey, let's try to swoop in here and take this fight away, or did they come to you once that was falling apart?
Well, obviously, we were looking for other fights. Josh Kelly was one of them. That fight never came. We never got answers from his team. And then we found out that the fight with Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis was falling apart. So I contacted Top Rank and I told them that I wanted to fight. I wanted that fight, and they came back with the offer, and here we are.
What was their reaction when you told them this?
I mean,
like, was there any part of them being like, hey, let's wait a little bit,
no,
you're 23?
No, I don't think so.
No.
They sent the offer right away.
They didn't try to convince you otherwise?
No, they didn't try to convince me at all.
Okay, because that's been a narrative here. Oh, you're so young.
No, they didn't try to convince me at all, and there was no convincing to do. This is what I wanted to do. They knew that this is what I wanted, and they're like, let's do it.
Why did you want it now?
Because why not now? I feel like everybody's so afraid to put in their record on the line or to put their belts on the line. I'm considered the best. Like, I want to consider myself the best in the sport. I got to fight the best. I got to beat the best, and to do that is the way to do it. So, Boots Ennis is one of the biggest names in the division right now. So why not now?
I love that, because I feel like this is a problem in boxing, but it's starting to change a little bit. Like Ryan Garcia taking that Tank Davis fight. I know Canelo took the Floyd fight about over a decade ago, but more often than not, we don't see youngsters say, hey, let me go for it now, right? Some of the Cuban fighters have done it recently, but you know what? I feel like so do you think it's starting to change? Do you think this is starting to become a thing?
I feel like it's a lot easier now than it was before. Negotiating, like, talks are a bit easier now than they are before. Obviously, now that Top Rank, Matchroom, Golden Boy are all under the same umbrella, I think it should be easier.
Yeah.
But again, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Your last fight, end of January 31st, was actually the same night as that Shakur fight against Teofimo of MSG. They're fighting on a big stage. You were like on like some channel, like you had to find a stream or something. And it was getting to be a little bit worrisome that Top Rank wasn't securing a new TV deal. Finally, like a month or so later, we found out DAZN. All good.
Yeah.
Were you starting to get worried?
I mean, at the beginning, yeah, obviously I was actually the last show with ESPN.
That's right.
On July 26th or 27th.
Yeah, here in New York at the Infosys Theater.
My first world title. And then being there, one of the first shows for, with the programming that they were doing. I feel like that fight, I wasn't so, like, I just needed to get a fight because contractually I needed to get a fight. So that was the only worry that was concerning me. Other than that, I didn't care. I wanted to fight in Puerto Rico, and they found a way, so we made it happen.
And you re-signed with them recently,
yes,
back in April, right?
Yes.
Did you talk to other promoters? Did you look around?
No. It was the right opportunity. It was the right conversations, right talks, right negotiations, and we made the decision.
You feel like they've treated you well?
Man, they have gotten my career thus far to becoming a unified world champion since I'm 16 years old. They know what they're doing, and I will continue to trust the process.
Yeah, man, since 16, unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like, did you think it was going to happen this fast for you? Because you say, 16, 23, 7 years, but that you'd be in fights like this.
Yeah.
sub 25.
For sure. Like definitely you think about it and you're like, yeah, I want to be a world champion within the first 5-6 years. But that always plays a part, maybe like the pandemic also like put a stop to it. So there were always dreams. There were always like big dreams that I wanted to accomplish. I didn't think it was going to happen before 25 or maybe 24. But it's here, and I'm excited, and I'm living the moment, and I'm enjoying everything about it.
And I love that it's happening in New York,
Yes.
Barclays Center. You fought in New York a bunch of times. He's from Philly, so I think the atmosphere is going to be incredible.
Man, it's going to be electric. I think it's going to be electric. A lot of people from Puerto Rico are going to be flying in. A lot of Puerto Rican
Live here already.
live
Yes.
here.
Yes.
A lot of New York fans that love me and show me a lot of love every time I'm in the city. So I know they're going to show up. They're going to show out. And obviously the people from Philly, I feel like it's going to show up and show out too. So it's going to be an electrifying atmosphere.
Who do you think will be the fan favorite?
Oh,
I think it will be you.
I think it'll be me.
Because the Philly fans,
Yeah.
they're boisterous, they're
for
loud.
Sure. But
with the Puerto Rican, it's
Puerto
totally
Ricans
different.
and New Yorkers here cheering for me, I feel like it's going to be crazy.
I heard you say you have something special planned for the walkout,
Yes.
and I think everyone thinks Bad Bunny, but you've
Yes.
already said no.
Yes, not Bad Bunny. Not Bad Bunny. He's on tour.
Okay.
He's on tour. He's doing his thing and
Did you even ask, or you?
No,
you
I
knew?
mean there's things that you don't ask. There's
Sure.
things that you kind of understand and like if, for example, I was working on camp and they tell me, hey, can you travel over here to do something? I probably won't do it. So, it was the same thing. I didn't even ask because I knew the answer. I knew it was going to be working. So we look for other people that I'm good with, I'm cool friends with. And the person that is walking me out, I consider him to be one of my biggest, one of the biggest supporters and big brother.
Who is it? Surprise?
Y'all see Saturday.
Because I was going to throw something out there, but it sounds like you already have something planned.
Yes, I do.
You know who Jose Alvarado is?
Yes, I do.
Could you imagine if he walked you out? I
Man,
know that you're at the Nets arena, but he's like the king of New York right now.
I know, and he just won the title.
Yes.
He's Puerto Rican. I don't have a relationship with him.
We need to get him at this game.
I don't know him.
Sorry.
I don't. I've never met him before. I would love to meet him. I would love to have a conversation with him. Maybe create that relationship, and in the future we can make it happen.
Did you watch the finals?
Of course I did.
How cool is it to see a Puerto Rican do that for New York?
And not just a Puerto Rican, but New York in general.
Yeah.
Since '99, they weren't in the finals.
Yep.
It was the same exact finals.
Yes.
And being able to bring it to the city, I feel like it was needed for everybody, and I'm excited and happy for all the New Yorkers.
The vibe here is incredible right now.
Man,
World Cup here too.
Yeah, I thought the city was gonna burn down at some point.
no.
I'm like, we might not have a fight.
No, you'll be all right. So I was actually thinking it was going to be Jose. So it's a musical act?
Yes.
Okay, something else. All right. Wow. Okay, but it's something special.
It's always something special.
Yes. By the way, you said that if they would have asked you to do something during training camp, you would have said no as well.
Yeah.
If they would have asked you to do the Super Bowl thing during training camp, you would have said no to that?
I would have said no. Yeah.
Really?
No, for sure.
Really?
And even when they came to me 3 weeks prior to the fight, and I told them, let's focus on the fight, let's win.
Okay.
And then we focus on everything else. Well, I'll go to the end of the world if you guys want me to, but I got to win first. So the main priority for me is always go out there and do what I do, stay focused in what I have to do, because at the end, nobody takes the punches for me. Sure. At the end, nobody has to go through the stuff I got to go through. It's only me. I got to go through that motion. So I don't take anything for granted. I prepare myself to the highest standards.
Is that ever hard as you continue to get more famous, popular, people are going to be pulling at you to say no to things?
No.
Because you want to do it all, no?
No, to be honest, no. I feel like I'm a very chill guy.
Okay.
I like to be home. I only
you want to experience all these things? People are probably offering you a bunch of stuff?
No, not at all. I feel like everybody offers something and they gonna want something back. That's the rule of life.
Okay,
you give something and you expect something back. So I try to stay away from people always offering me something. There's relationships that you make that are like special, and you're like, okay, like I want to do it because this guy or this person really wants me to do it, and really, like for example, that opportunity of being in the Super Bowl. I feel like that was something that he really wanted me to be there. So I feel like I needed to be there, but it's not something that is going to take me away from what I have to do. At the end of the day, my job is to step in the ring and be ready.
I had heard that you had something on the table, a pretty big sponsorship deal, and it just didn't vibe with your ethics, with your morals, and you turned it down.
Yes.
Like 6 figures.
Like we're talking about big money. Yes.
Yes. What kind of, you don't have to say the brand, but like what industry? Is it like gambling or something?
No,
or
not gambling.
Alcohol?
It's just an industry that I don't, not even an industry. It's just the preach or like the where the sponsor was coming from.
Okay.
I didn't like what they represented, and
And that's not hard for you.
No, not
That's
at all.
big money.
Not at all. Not at all. Money is not. It's never been the problem. I've never had an issue with money. Thankfully, I have my parents that I've always, since before I started making money, that have taken care of me and that have helped me through it all. And I don't feel like at this point in my life, money is an issue. Like I'm not gonna sell what I represent and what I believe for an extra 50,000 or an extra 150. That's not who I am.
Respect, much
That's
respect.
not who I am.
Do you feel like a lot has changed since the Super Bowl? I know you've been asked about it a million times, but do you feel like your star has grown, or has that dissipated a little
I feel like, in a way, it has grown. Like, I feel like I live in Miami. I live in Florida, South Florida, Fort Lauderdale. And I'm getting more known lately than I was before.
Yeah.
So I feel like it has grown, but at the same time, I try to stay as low-key as possible.
Okay.
I try to keep myself surrounded with my people and not outside too much.
Do you have someone who is guiding you through that, or is that just your personality?
I mean, my personality, but obviously I have a great team and great family that are always keeping me on my toes and making sure that I'm doing the right things. And for me, I'm a guy that likes to listen. If you tell me something, it's because you've probably been through it. You probably already experienced it. So I don't have to go through that motion to know that I'm going to do something wrong, right? I rather hear you, listen to you. I think he knows what he's talking about. Let me not do that. So I'm very good at that. And my parents and my team, they always guide me. They always help me.
Do you allow yourself to think of what life would be like if you become the first guy to beat Boots? You toss aside that hurdle. Everyone thinks you're too young, this and that. What, like Sunday, Monday, and life after Boots? Do you even go there?
Yeah, of course.
And what does that look like?
I'm gonna be the best 154-pounder in the world. It doesn't matter how my popularity is gonna grow. That doesn't matter. That comes with the territory. That comes with me growing and getting better as a fighter and people liking me. But it's more about just proving myself right, knowing that I know I could do this, and I know I will do it Saturday night. And Sunday morning when I wake up, I'm gonna be the best 154-pounder in the world.
Do you think he respects you?
I don't
What's
care.
the vibe you get?
I don't know. I don't know the guy.
You've barely been around him. You did some media stuff with him.
Literally the first time.
Yeah.
That was the first time meeting.
Press conference face to face.
So I don't know
What type of vibe did you take off of him?
He thinks he's the bully, and that's about it. But it doesn't matter to me if he likes me or he doesn't like me.
No, I'm not saying like, but so you think he thinks he can bully you?
He might think that.
Yeah.
I think I could bully him. I think I will bully him. But that's the way we're supposed to think as fighters, I'm better than him. The same thing, I feel like he thinks he's better than me. And there's only one way to find out. That's Saturday night.
One thing that people have said about him throughout like the last few years, like they've wanted him to take that leap and fight those big fights. Do you think he has avoided those big fights? Or do you think the stars just haven't aligned for him?
Well, it took him 35 fights to become unified. Took me 23. If you see his first 23 fights, he was fighting guys that were trying to pay a child support. I was fighting guys trying to win, trying to dethrone me, trying to get me away from my goals and what I wanted to accomplish. So I don't know if stars wasn't aligning for him or if he was avoiding those guys. But at 23, I'm his biggest challenge. He's 28. At 23, what was he doing? Hiding in Philly? Not wanting to fight the big fights?
So the record is padded, you believe? 35?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. I mean, I can only count the last maybe 10 to 11 fights that I can tell you, okay, like these guys are decent, good, nice records, decent records, good experience, they could box.
Decent. What's his best win in your opinion?
Well, Stanlionis is one of his biggest fights.
That was like 2 fights ago, right?
That was like 2 fights
Yeah.
ago. But also Stanlionis was dealing with a lot. His wife was pregnant that week too. So it was a lot of things. Not putting any excuses. He put on a show. He did what he had to do. But it took him 34, 35, 30-something fights to make that happen. I mean, that should speak for itself.
What did you think of him at 154 in that one fight?
Well, there was nothing to see. I mean, the guy...
Short.
Yeah, the guy looped in, trying to reach for something, and he caught him. He caught him good. It was a clean shot. It was a strong shot, and he did the job. He did what he needed to do.
Were you expecting that?
In a way, yes. In a way. I was expecting him to get him out of there. Maybe not that early. Maybe I thought he was going to take his time, maybe, get his feet wet at the weight class, but he saw the opportunity, and he took advantage of it.
Before you got into the mix here, when it was looking like it was going to be Ortiz versus Boots, who did you think was going to win that?
I think Boots.
Okay.
I think Boots is going to beat Ortiz. I think he has more tools than Ortiz does, and I think that was going to be the edge.
It seems like Ortiz's issues with Golden Boy are starting to get fixed. That's what it seems like. I heard Oscar talking about this. Is he is he at stake here? Meaning,
well,
I know you don't want to look past Boots.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. The only thing I know is that my biggest fight is Saturday, and I gotta be mentally ready for that. Whatever comes next, whoever comes next, doesn't matter.
Did you subscribe to the notion, like the last couple of fights for Boots at 147, he was talking about the weight cut draining him and losing power and whatnot. Did you feel like that was the case when you were watching him, that he was too, sunken in and that's why he wasn't putting guys away?
No, I feel like there's some guys that are just not going to go down, and that's part of boxing. No matter how strong you are, there's some guys that are going to be able to survive, and those guys were able to survive.
But in terms of him at 54, do you think he's a more powerful puncher now?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he looked good his last fight. He did the job his last fight, but I don't know if he looks stronger. He's a very athletic guy.
This is a really interesting time in the sport right now with Zuffa Boxing getting into the mix and, all the other promotions being under DAZN, it seems like, at least for now. How do you feel about the state of the sport right now, where things are?
I feel like things are in a good place. I feel like, again, just all the big promotions being under one umbrella should make fights a lot easier, should make negotiation periods a lot easier and a lot shorter. But again, it all comes down to the fighters. We're the perfect example. 2 guys, different promotions. We wanted the fight. We made the fight happen. But not every fighter is the same way. Not every fighter is going to be as easy going towards the fight, and there's nothing we could do. But I feel like right now boxing is in a really good place.
You were one of those guys that I thought like Zuffa would 100% want to go after. You're young, you're a champion, you're very marketable. Did they ever reach out to you?
I don't know. I don't think so, and I wasn't gonna.
You weren't interested?
No, I wasn't interested. I mean, I have a good relationship with Top Rank. Everything is working out. Everything is going the way we want, and I knew that, once we started negotiations again with Top Rank, that they were going right. Like, this is where I want to be. This is my family. This is where I grew up.
You're loyal.
Yeah, I'm a very loyal guy.
What do you think of what they're doing? Are you paying attention to what they're doing?
No, not much.
Not at all.
I know that they got like a roster, kind of like the UFC. They have a roster of different weight classes. But no, I haven't been paying attention to
the uniforms, all that stuff.
No,
have you seen
none of that. I know it's black and white.
Yeah.
I know it's black.
Would you
and
like
white.
that?
No.
You want to like show?
For sure. Yeah, I want to show my. When I pick a color, when I pick a uniform,
right?
I want to show my personality. I want to show a different aspect of the game. So not being able to have like sponsors, that's also money that you lose.
Sure. It seems like Shakur is going to sign with them. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, in a way. I mean, Shakur is a great fighter. I think Shakur has great opportunities without needing him, or to be honest, any promotion. I feel like Shakur is a very talented fighter, and he could be free agent if he wants to and still get big fights.
Right.
But good for him if he does and if he gets a good deal.
I know you've had to do some stuff with Matchroom, like they did some videos with you and whatnot. What has it been like working with them? As they're sort of the lead promoter of this event, right?
Yeah, they are the lead promoter. No, they've been good. They've been great people. They don't get in my way. I don't get in their way. They go out there, do their job. I do my job, and that's about it. So it's been normal. It's been normal.
Eddie Hearn, what do you think of him?
I've only got a couple times to talk to him, but Eddie Hearn is a great guy, gentleman. Of course, he has to support his fighter. But outside of that, he's a great guy. I've been able to talk to him and talk to his team. So they're good people.
Do you think he's a good promoter?
I feel like he's a good promoter. Yes, I do feel like he's a good promoter.
Like the passion, the knowledge.
For sure. No, for sure. I mean, going back in history, his dad and all that. Like, I feel like he's a good promoter. He has taken Matchroom to a very exciting path and level in boxing, and right now is, again, one of the biggest promotions in boxing.
I know when the fight was first announced, the tickets were selling very quickly.
Yeah.
In the end, did they sell out yet? Do you know?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
But it seems like it was very close.
Yeah, they did say that they were expecting a sold out house, 17,000.
Crazy, man.
Yeah,
At
yeah,
Barclays.
insane. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Was there talks of this being at MSG? Do you know?
Yes, it was talks of them being at MSG, but because of the NBA finals, and I also had the date for June. Like, this day was already my day, but in Puerto Rico, all we had to do was switch location because of the fight. So they couldn't do June 20th.
Okay. Was there talk of this fight happening in Puerto Rico?
No, not this one in specific.
You had another one.
Another fight.
Who was that against?
We didn't have a name yet.
Okay.
We were looking for opponents before this came along.
Did you guys even try to see if Boots would go to Puerto Rico?
No, I feel like it was such a big fight that it needed to be somewhere neutral. And him being from Philly, me being from Puerto Rico, I feel like the neutral ground was New York, and we made it happen. It was pretty easy. This
came up just a couple of weeks ago when Amanda Serrano got, I think it was, she tied Christy Martin's record for 32 stoppages, which is the record for a female boxer, 49th pro win. Is she the greatest Puerto Rican fighter of all time?
Man, that's a very hard question. And,
I know.
And again, that's very, that's an opinion that everybody's going to be different. She's definitely the greatest female fighter.
100%.
Right now in the world.
Only undisputed.
But Puerto Rican is hard, man, because it's such a rich.
Who's your pick? Can I ask, or is it too controversial?
I'll say Miguel Cotto. That's who I grew up watching, but a lot of people will say Tito Trinidad, Wilfredo Benitez, Wilfredo Gomez. I mean, there's a lot of big names in Puerto Rico, so it's hard for me to just pick one. Amanda Serrano is my big sister, and I love her so much. But it's such a long list of fighters that I can't name one as just the greatest, you know?
So when you were a kid, Miguel was your guy?
Yeah, Miguel was my guy. I was born in 2002, man.
Okay, so this is like you grew up with
Yes, I grew up with him.
What's your relationship like with him?
Man, Miguel Cotto is a great guy. I have the ability to text him if I need to, call him whenever I want.
Wow.
He always gives me the green light. Obviously, I try not to
bother him
too much, but he's a great guy.
So do you ask him for advice on things?
Sometimes if I need to, like when I see him most of the time, I don't usually text him. I maybe like for his birthday or important stuff, I'll shoot him a text. But I don't try to bother him so much.
Does he ever text you?
He has.
Like out of the blue, like he initiates?
Yes.
That must feel amazing.
No, for sure. Like, I think he texted me after my first world title or after my last fight. He congratulated me and stuff, so it's amazing.
That last fight in January, coming back home now, with your star growing even more, what was that experience like for you?
Man, it was beautiful. It was beautiful being in Puerto Rico. Sold out arena. Over 400,000 people watching around the island.
Wow.
It was insane. It was amazing.
You felt the love.
I felt the love.
Is it surreal for you now at this point?
I wouldn't say surreal, but it's definitely a dream come true. It's definitely a dream come true.
How old were you when you started to dream of this type of stuff? Because I know your career started young.
Yes, I started when I was 5, but I'll say maybe around 11, 12. That's when I really got into boxing, that I really started taking it serious, and I really wanted to do this for a living. That's when I really said, okay, like I want to be a fighter.
When you were that young?
I was that
11,
young.
12?
Yeah.
What was the thing that made you think, like, I could do this as a job?
Well, I used to go to Puerto Rico every summer.
Where are you living at that point?
I was living in Florida.
Florida, okay. When did you move to Florida?
I moved to Florida around that age,
okay.
10, 11. And I was going to Puerto Rico every summer to spend time with the family. but I was coming back out of shape and losing tournaments and
Coming back to America?
Coming back to America
Okay.
out of shape and losing tournaments and going into tournaments and not getting the results we were looking for because again I wasn't disciplined with the sport. I was just talented. But at that age, everybody was talented and they had a little bit of discipline. So my dad asked me, he sat me down, he's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to take this as a hobby and just have fun with it? Or are we gonna keep spending money, me and your mom are gonna keep spending money on you traveling and stuff because he came out of pocket. If we're gonna do that, we need to take it serious. I'm gonna give you a couple weeks so you can think about it, you could relax and give it some thought. And right there, I told him, this is what I wanna do. I'm gonna take it serious. I'm gonna stop going to Puerto Rico every summer and I'm gonna focus on my craft.
Wow.
And ever since that day, I was number
As an
one.
11, 12-year-old?
11, 12-year-old.
You say you don't want to go to... So what are you doing in the summer anymore, at that point?
I was training.
Training?
I was training like everybody else was.
Wow.
Because I was being left behind when I was going to Puerto Rico.
Sure.
Everybody kept training, and I was coming back. I wasn't able to do either 2 miles or
Wow.
running. I was out of shape.
Yeah. Even as a youngster like
As
that?
a youngster, yes.
And was that a hard decision or was like...
It was an easy decision.
Really?
It was an
'Cause
easy
most
decision.
kids aren't that mature to say like...
but I feel like we already had invested so much into the sport, my life, my parents, my sister, that it was no way back. This is what I want to do. I'm not gonna make you invest all this time and money into me for me to take it as a hobby. Let's take it all the way.
Did you play other sports?
I did.
Like what?
Basketball.
Okay.
I played a little bit of soccer. Never played baseball actually.
That's I thought you were going to say baseball.
Never played baseball, but
Really?
I did a little bit of other.
Why not baseball? I feel like that's the national sport.
I know, but I never.
Wasn't your thing?
It wasn't my thing.
So who got you into boxing?
My mom.
Your mom?
My mom put me in boxing.
Was she a fighter?
No, I used to be victim of bully. So she didn't want me to.
As a 5-year-old?
As a 5, 6 years old, yeah.
Bullying?
Yeah.
Who's bullying a 5-year-old?
Man, the kids in the neighborhood. I grew up in a really tough neighborhood in Puerto Rico, and
Okay.
you
Like
know,
what would they do?
hit me, make
Serious?
fun of me. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're walking around?
Yeah.
Were you walking alone?
No, going to the park. Like if I went to the park
Yeah.
at 6 years old, again, in Puerto Rico, it's a bit different than here. Like the park were literally right in front of your house, so you could go down and play, and they will hit me and stuff, and
Serious?
I would go home.
Hard?
Yeah. I mean, guys, they were a bit bigger than me.
Yeah.
At that time, yeah.
Do you I mean, you're so young. Do you remember it?
No, for sure, I do.
You remember now?
Yeah.
You would go home and cry?
And cry and not want to be a regular kid and go down and play. And my mom said, I need you to be a regular kid, so I need you to learn how to defend yourself.
So she takes you to a boxing gym?
We tried karate first, and I didn't like it.
Why not?
I don't know. I didn't like karate at all. And then she took me to boxing, and I fell in love with it.
And no one in your family was boxing?
No.
You had no ties to it whatsoever?
At all.
So if not for those kids bullying you, you're not selling out the Barclays Center?
Yes, literally.
You know who those kids are?
Yeah.
Like, do you have any contact with them now?
No, I don't have any contact with
Okay.
them now, but I know who they are. And
You know who they
after,
are?
Yeah, after that, I didn't go back. I didn't retaliate or anything. They were...
But after training a little bit, you didn't go back to the park and
No.
see if they wanted to mess with you?
No, I went back to the park, but I feel like they saw that I was a bit more confident and that I wasn't afraid as much anymore, so they left me alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do those guys do now?
I don't know.
They're not selling out the Barclays Center.
Definitely not
sure.
doing that.
Who is the coach? Like, is that guy still a part of your life? Like that, they take you to this gym and he introduces you.
Well, no. So that coach in Puerto Rico, he passed away.
Oh.
But my coach here, Javier Centeno, he's been with me since I moved from Florida. To Florida. So yeah, he's
Why did you
my
guys
guy.
move?
Better education, better opportunities. My parents understood that in Puerto Rico, I wasn't getting the opportunities they thought I could get here, and so we decided to move.
When you came from Puerto Rico to the States, was that a transition as well?
For sure, it was really hard. I didn't speak English.
Wow.
That's the first thing.
At all?
At all.
Wow.
I didn't speak English. I didn't have any friends. At that age, friends are everything to you.
Yeah.
You know? So it was completely hard because I had to start a new school, new language, new people, new culture. I mean, you're in Miami, you literally crash with everything. You clash with other Latinos, African Americans, white. I mean, everybody's all mixed together, and everybody has different cultures and different backgrounds. So it was very was very scary at the beginning. Like, whoa, what is this?
And so how long did it take for you to actually learn how to speak English?
Like 6 months.
Okay.
6 months.
Who taught you?
To be honest, I had really good people in my life that were good friends with me in school. One of my best friends, actually, Ruben, he used to box with me, and he taught me, again, the only place I had to speak Spanish was my house. Everywhere else, I had to speak English.
Right.
So I had to learn. I had to pick it up.
And did you go to a school that, the kid, like, were they tough on you?
No,
was it bullying
actually,
again?
no.
Okay.
At that point, nobody was gonna bully me anymore.
Because you were strong.
Yes, I was already. I was already a fighter.
You were like 11, 12.
Yeah, no, but I was already a fighter.
Okay.
So the confidence was there, and to be honest, they trying to mix you with like people at your level when you go to school, and obviously understanding that I didn't know any English, they put me with some Latinos, some Haitians that didn't know English either. So the class was very, very much similar. So people that didn't knew English that much, right?
Okay.
So it was pretty easy because we were all at the same level trying to learn.
Was the training in America when you came over different than the training in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, a little bit.
How so?
Because here we actually work technique. In Puerto Rico, we were sparring every day.
Really?
Yeah, I was
Even as
sparring
a youngster?
Yeah, I was sparring
every day?
every single day. What we got today? 6 rounds of sparring. 4 rounds of sparring.
Golly.
Yeah.
Headgear or no?
Well, if
sometimes
if there were headgears, like actually the first time, like when I first sparred here, I got in the ring and I only put the headgear. They're like, "Where's your mouthpiece or your cup?"
Wow.
I'm like, I only wear them for the fight.
Wow.
I don't bring them to the gym. They're like, no, you have to start bringing them because we spar. Because before I didn't spar with any mouthpiece. It was just the headgear and go out there.
Jeez Louise.
And if it was a headgear, if it was no headgear available, just put the gloves on, go in there.
6 rounds.
4 rounds, 3 rounds, yeah.
And so did you feel like it was a bit of a shock to you when you came as far as learning the technique that they were trying to apply here?
I was technical. I mean, they'll do pads with me and stuff, but most of the days it was sparring. So I knew the technique, but definitely here it was more like, okay, like let me start turning on my punches. Let me start doubling up on my jab. Let me start feigning, all of that. Like I started learning it here more than in Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, I was just talented.
Just straight up raw talent.
Yeah, I was just straight off raw talent.
Did you the gym that you decided to go to when you came to Florida? Did you guys have to like do research? Okay, this is the best, or was it whatever was closest?
No, well, I first started at a PAL. It was called Davy
Police Athletic League.
Yes, Davy Powell. So I started there. They had a coach. That coach also passed away. So that's when I decided to move to Coach JC. And before I moved to Coach JC, I had already met Coach. So I already knew him, and we knew he was Puerto Rican. We liked the work that he was doing, and also like we liked him as a person. Like he was a very good person outside of boxing. So when that coach Pete Balcunas passed away, we made the decision, let's go to Coach JC right away. But yes, I feel like when I first moved to the United States, my dad was already here 6 months prior.
Okay.
So he was already moving around, making sure that everything was set for us to come.
Do you think by the time your career is over, you will be 160, 168?
Probably 168, maybe 175.
You think that high, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. 175.
175.
You versus Benavidez. I don't know if he'll still be
I
around.
don't know if he'll still be around, yeah.
He's unbelievable, right?
Yes, no, he's
you see
great.
his last performance?
Yes, amazing. I think he could go to heavyweight.
So do I.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, him versus Usyk would be fascinating.
Yes.
Some of those bigger guys, I don't know.
Yes.
But he's incredible.
He's a great fighter.
Did you watch that Usyk fight against Rico Verhoeven?
No, I didn't. I wasn't. But I was actually in camp when it happened. I didn't. I don't know why. I think I was.
Do you watch a lot of boxing?
I try to. Lately, I try to always try to spend as much time as I can with my family and not talk so much boxing. But my dad and me, when we have the chance, we do watch a lot of boxing.
What do you think of Fundora?
Fundora's a good fighter. I mean, he's a champion for a reason. He's earned everything he's gotten. So, good fighter.
Not great.
No, not great.
Why not?
I mean, there's a lot of flaws in his games. There's a lot of things that.
Like what?
Like, I mean, not too long ago, that's when he started using the jab. Being 6'5", I would have
Yeah.
been using my jab my whole life.
Yeah.
His boxing skills is very flat-footed. He likes to fight in the inside, likes to take a lot of damage. I mean, there's a lot of flaws in his games that maybe people, casual fans, don't see, but I do see. But he's a good fighter.
I've heard you say Boots is flat-footed as well.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He is flat-footed. I mean, he knows it.
He does?
I feel like he does. I mean,
I'm going to ask him tomorrow. He'll be here tomorrow.
Ask him.
What do you think he says when I ask him that?
He might say
he's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I have flat-footed.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll say I have better footwear than he does.
Yeah.
I bet he'll say that.
You think so?
No. I mean, yes. I think he'll say that, yes.
So what do you think? How does this play out?
I'm going to win. I'm going to win like I always do.
Are you envisioning a stoppage?
To be honest, I'm ready to go 12 rounds if I need to. I'm ready to take advantage of the opportunities. I already envision all the opportunities I can take advantage of, and I visualize them and I see them every night. As I go to sleep, every mistake that I can do, every good thing that I can do, I try to see everything. I try to, play everything out in my head. Like sometimes I wake up drenched in sweat because I was literally like in the fight in the middle of my sleep. Yeah.
Does that always happen, or
it always happens?
Okay.
It always happens. It's something that it's like a ritual. I feel like for me, like I always gotta visualize the fight before it happens and see how it plays out, good and bad ways. And so obviously you're ready for when the moment comes.
Do you get anxious? Like on Saturday, will you be anxious?
Yeah, you always get anxious. I feel like as a fighter, the fighter that tells you don't get anxious, they don't care about what they do.
Okay.
I care about what I do. I'm anxious because I wanna put on performance. I wanna do what I do at the highest level and be able to come out healthy and victorious. So yeah, you do get anxious.
Can't wait for this, man. I wish you the best.
Thank you, brother.
I feel like you're one of the faces of boxing right now. I love the fact that you took this opportunity. I love that it's happening here in New York, that you're going after, the big dog, who some people said hasn't been open to taking these fights. Like when Ortiz fell, we were all sad for a minute. And then here comes Xander Zayas. I'll take that fight.
Yes, sir.
Much respect to you.
Thank you, brother.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Can't wait. It goes down this Saturday. There's probably limited tickets left if you're in the area. Go check it out at Barclays. If not, DAZN pay-per-view this Saturday. Xander Zayas, Boots Ennis. In my opinion, the best fight of the year so far on paper. Let's see what it translates into. And this guy is someone we're going to be talking about for a hell of a long time. Good luck to you, Xander.
Thank you, brother.
We'll take a quick break, say goodbye to him, be back with Chris Fowler in studio. Do not go anywhere. Thank you, guys. Obrigado. Thank you so much for coming in. I really, really appreciate it. Alex, can I ask you, how are you feeling? First things first.
Primeira coisa, como é que você está se sentindo?
Estou me sentindo bem. Ontem eu fiz alguns exames, do raio-x, ressonância do rosto. Ainda não tenho os resultados, mas aparentemente estou bem.
I'm okay. I did some CAT scans, all the post-fight medical that I was supposed to do yesterday. I didn't get the results, but I'm feeling good.
Do you think there's any serious injuries?
Você acha que tem alguma lesão séria?
Não, tem que ver os exames, né? Tem as dores, então não dá pra saber. Dores no rosto, no lugar das porradas eu sinto, mas acredito que não seja nada grave.
Well, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I still feel the pain from all those shots, but I don't think it's nothing aggravated, nothing too bad.
Okay.
I gotta see the results.
I saw your video that you posted yesterday about the fight, and obviously we are going to talk about it here. But as we sit here on the Wednesday, so 3 days after the fight, how are you feeling? How is your heart feeling? How's your mind feeling after what transpired on Sunday?
Ele viu o vídeo que você postou ontem, depois a gente vai falar sobre isso tudo. Mas agora que já se passaram 3 dias, no seu coração, o que está sentindo sobre domingo?
Não, ali com tudo, né? É uma expectativa, uma grande expectativa de todo mundo, de todos os fãs. Foi um show ali, é um evento assim, foi especial ali, um evento na Casa Branca, né? Desde os treinos, sempre me senti bem, sempre fui um cara pesado. Muitas pessoas às vezes falam, o cara subiu peso demais e tal. Sempre fui pesado, né? Subi um pouco mais, me senti bem na luta. O primeiro round estava me achando e no segundo round foi onde ele conectou aquela mão, aquele jab, é onde que eu senti a porrada.
Well, I was actually feeling good on that fight. Some people talk about the weight and stuff, but I was feeling very good. Training was good. And then first round I was feeling very good. And the second round, that's when he connected that jab and started everything.
It seems like you're very upset. And I don't blame you, by the way, but it felt to me from the video that you were upset. The type of, the type of emotion, the type of mad that we've not seen from you. Is that a fair description of how you're feeling right now?
Você parece estar bem
Back on the program, that was Alex Pereira last week. Tremendous stuff. Pereira posting something on his IG story this morning, sort of along the same lines of what he was talking about last week on the show. This is it. Honestly, I'm afraid to go back to fighting with all this going on. I think I've already done my part. He ain't retiring. This is a video that he's reposting here of Andre Fili talking about some shots that he believes were to the back of the head against Loke Dog on Saturday. But I don't think Pereira's going out like that. Come on, man. Pereira ain't going out like that. What are we talking about? He's upset. And I want to let you know that I did reach out to Herb Dean. I felt like it was only fair. Herb's been good to us. He was on the show recently. I feel like it was only fair to give him an opportunity to respond. And he said, you know what? Enough has been said. I'm cool. So I appreciate the offer, but I will respectfully decline, and that's totally okay. I always want to give people the opportunity to, say their piece, have their say. That's very important. And we try to do that with everything. Even when it seems like sometimes there's only one side of the story being told, it's very important for me to at least reach out to get a comment from the other side. I'm going to fix this here real quickly because I feel like it's like falling. I don't know what's going on. We might have to fix this. Yeah, I see it fell again. Is that all right? I don't know. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. Matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by an incredible broadcaster. And if you know anything about me, you know I'm the kid who looks up kid. Well, I was the kid who looked up to the broadcasters more so than the fighters. And this individual is a legend of the game, has been with ESPN since 1986. That's almost 40 years now. Voice of their college football coverage, lead play-by-play voice of their tennis coverage as well. And just a fascinating human being with a tremendous backstory. And he's been in the news as of late, also a big MMA fan as well. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the inimitable Chris Fowler, who is in studio here. I am so excited to speak to him about everything going on in his life. There he is. Chris Fowler in studio. Who would have thunk it?
We're coming in hot?
We are coming in hot, live. How
Pleasure
are you,
to meet
sir?
you, man.
Wow.
Pleasure to meet you.
Have a seat. What an honor it is for me
man.
to be joined by you.
Well, much respect for what you've achieved and how you've gone about it, man. It's nice to meet you.
And the same to you. Wow. I can't believe you're actually here because
I am here.
The fans of the show will know that for me, it's the broadcasters that I look up to more so than the fighters. As a kid growing up wanting to be in this business, and so I've admired you and looked up to the likes of you for so many years. So thank you so much for being here.
That's kind.
I will say, it's interesting because you're the voice of college football on ESPN, the voice of tennis. You're not usually the subject, if you will, but you've been the subject as of late, and we'll talk about why with the premiere of the segment yesterday. Is that awkward for you? Is that strange for you to be the story as opposed to be the guy talking about the stories?
Sharing was awkward. I'm not a guy that's been a sharer of deep personal stuff. I think people who knew me were really shocked when they decided I was going to go on this path with our mutual friend Rory Karp, who's the director of this feature. And we talked about it, and I decided, hey man, once in a while it's maybe okay to melt the ice and show that vulnerability and talk about stuff that you hadn't talked about or thought about in a long time. And it's been rewarding. I enjoyed the experience of getting to know my dad better. I enjoyed the feedback from people, and the feedback since the thing aired yesterday morning on SportsCenter has been really powerful, and people want to share their stories too. So sometimes when you see people open up, you don't expect them to. That can be contagious, and people can decide that, hey, maybe I'll think about sharing something, and that can be a powerful thing when collectively people start to open up about stuff that is painful or challenging.
What an unbelievable story! What an unbelievable piece! Gave me chills watching it. In short, your late father passed away when you were 16 of lung cancer. Knox Fowler, may he rest in peace.
Thank
you have no contact with him. Obviously, you don't find stuff about your loved ones after they pass. But here you are. I don't want to tell the story, but this is what you talk about, and I urge everyone to check it out on YouTube. It's up right now, as well as the ESPN app. You find an unbelievable piece of your father decades later, right?
40 years after he recorded these tapes while he was a cancer patient, wanted to make a book out of it, wanted to show people and tell them what it was like to be a cancer patient. Back in those days, these tapes were recorded in like 77, 78. So not many people at that point were talking about their cancer experiences. And he wanted to do that in a book, made these tapes. It's about 10 hours of content, 7 cassette tapes. Ask Claude if you don't know what a cassette tape looks like if you're young. But, to find those, well, we cleaned out my mom's basement after she died in a shoebox. My brother comes across these tapes, and it says, like, Knox Oral History. And he told me about it, and I was aware at the time, vaguely as a kid, that he was doing this project, but I never listened to 1 second of the tapes. And so when Drew told me we'd found this box, I kind of thought that's what it was. Then I had to wrestle with, do I really want to dive into this, man? Do I want to hear this? And do I want to commit to a deeper understanding of all the pain he was going through and all the things that we missed out as kids? Because we didn't get much shared with us. I think now when people are hit with cancer, I think people are, in general, more transparent. The kids are kind of looped in more. They share it more openly. We didn't know what was going on with him. So I'm hearing, like, 40 years later how tough it was for him. Him in a dark place, wondering how many pain pills would he have to take to end it. And talking about the fact that he had a death wish, and that stuff is arresting, man, to hear on a tape. And I was sitting at my mountain house. I kind of grew up in Colorado, sitting up there at 10,000 feet with a glass of really good bourbon at night, playing these cassettes and hearing him say these things in a voice I barely recognized, and in a manner of speaking that I didn't recognize, because he didn't speak on these tapes like he would talk to my brother and me. It was very kind of theatrical and formal, and he was trying to, he was in the theater as a director and an actor, and he was trying to make an impression on these writers who might write a book, so a fellow creative. So he's speaking in a weird way. He was always well-spoken, could always ad-lib and would use, flowery language, et cetera. But the way in which he spoke on these tapes was difficult to wrap your head around. And so I waded through it, but it took a long time. And I would step away for a while, go back to it, finally decided to sit down with my brother and really listen to the toughest parts of it together while cameras are rolling. And that was a tough experience. It was very heavy. And you'll see in the feature, if you watch it, that my brother gets really emotional, and we share some moments, and we're close, but we'd never done anything like that. And I think anybody that can relate to losing a parent or even having a brother and being able to share something like that with him, it was heavy, man.
How long ago did you find the tapes?
I found the tapes about 5 years ago and began to listen to them, pretty soon after that. But like I said, I left big chunks of it unlistened to because it just got a little heavy, and the tapes just stopped. I kind of went to the end, like how does this wrap up? And it didn't wrap up. He just stopped recording, for whatever reason. Either the prognosis got too grim and he feared nothing would come of this, or he just got tired of talking about it. I don't know why, but the tapes just kind of suddenly stop. And so there is no neat bow to this. Or there's no resolution. People talk about closure. There's still so many questions I have about him and that I'm never going to get answered. But just going on this path and listening to the tapes created the idea to do something with it. And so Roy and I started to make this film, and I went and talked to people who were taught by him in the theater department and who were directed by him in his plays. And they said incredibly powerful stuff to me, something that any kid would want to hear said about their dad, how what he talked to them about and taught them was life-changing. They're in their 70s, and they're still thinking about and using lessons he taught them when they were in college. And to think that your dad made an impact in that way was pretty cool. I had never heard that from anybody. There was just nobody alive who I knew of, that was in contact with, to go hear this kind of stuff said about my dad. And so one of the takeaways besides the tapes was just talking to people, making connections with people who said such amazing things about him.
That first day night where you're sitting down and about to press play to listen to your father's voice for the first time in about 40 years or so, what is that like? I can't imagine what's going on internally. You haven't heard this voice. You've thought about him every day. He obviously had an impact on your life. Do you remember that feeling when you first pressed play and heard his voice? What is that like?
I was nervous about it. You know, and that's why I had a couple drinks.
Yeah, I bet.
And I wanted to do it by
Were you
myself.
alone? Okay.
Yeah, I did it by myself in a house in Breckenridge, Colorado, which is a place that's very important to my family. My dad's ashes are at a place that's just up the road from this, and we hung out there as a family. It's super important to us as a family, this town. So I'm in this house in that place late at night, and I do press play, and I hear his voice. And the first thing he says in the first side of the tape is, this is a diary of a disease. And he launches into what he wanted to do and what he was feeling. And I kind of pause, take a couple breaths, think about this. And there was no way I was prepared for it. And I thought, man, you bit off a lot here. Like, this is something that's heavy. You don't know what you're going to hear. You don't know how you're going to react. And so that's why, which is surprising to people, I didn't just devour it all like in one sitting or even in one period of time. I kind of put them away for a while, came back to it, and because it was heavy. And once I got a sense of it, I kind of wanted to hear more, man. I want, like, talk to me. Say what you would have said to me had you spoken to me or my brother, and not do it in this sort of detached way. He was just speaking to a recorder so that a stranger could listen to it and make a book. And I wanted more of that connection. I wanted him to talk about me more, talk about my brother more. And a lot of it was narration of just how hellish his days were, getting chemo and radiation. Not easy to hear. Then you'd get those moments where he would talk about my brother and I, talk about my mom, and talk about what he was learning and how he was coming to all these epiphanies now that he realized that health is the only thing that matters, and how time could be short, and how stuff you take for granted, we all take for granted, become really priceless when you're faced with this. And that's the kind of stuff that was more important to me to hear. What was he learning about it? And that's where the mind warp, though, this comes in, man, because I'm not a little kid listening to these tapes like soon after he died. I use my hands too much for that close. And it's I'm like older than he was when he recorded these by 15 years.
Wow.
So I'm hearing a much younger man, but who's my father's voice that I haven't heard in 40 years, talk about what he's going through, and talk about how he came to realize that sweating the unimportant shit in life, like these petty grievances, the jealousies, the disrespect that you perceive that people gave you, and all the kind of crap that you go through in your life, like, what does that matter in the end, right? And I was like, geez, I'm glad I didn't have to get cancer to learn those lessons, because I want to say that a lot of the things that I've lived my life by are probably informed by the fact that my dad was taken pretty young, and I learned that we're guaranteed nothing. You want to do something, go for it. Don't count on having 50, he didn't make it to 50, 60, 70, 80 years. Take a bite out of life and do it, and don't count on having unlimited time, and understand early in your life, before you're facing death, how important all that stuff is. So to hear him arrive at those lessons was cool. I just wish he'd done it earlier and didn't need to get, a lung cancer diagnosis to get there, because, spending time in nature, taking a walk in the mountains, watching a sunrise, he talked about that in the tapes, and all that stuff was there for him his whole life, but he was buried in his work. And I can relate to a lot of that stuff, man. I inherited a lot of traits from him, being super driven, something about perfectionist when I was younger, having really high standards, settling for nothing less for myself or anybody else, could be difficult to work with. So all that stuff I could relate to, but it's an amazing thing to listen to your dad's voice from that long ago when you're older than he was, and feel like, I think I can say this, you're way more evolved than he was. You're older, hopefully wiser, different life experiences, but a lot of life experience to draw upon to think, hey, you're my dad, but man, you took a long time to figure some shit out that I think is pretty obvious.
Well, I'm wondering about that because you're one of my favorite Instagram follows because you have these videos where you're giving us this wisdom and you do it with such a great, you know what I'm talking about, these walks that you go
Wisdom's
on.
a big word. These are just ideas.
I've heard you talk about, chasing perfection and why that's a mistake. Like a lot of it, you had one clip that actually really spoke to me because I'm a pretty anxious person for whatever reason. It comes and goes, and you have a clip where you talk about like sitting with anxiety and you don't usually get it, and your remedy for this is to be active, and clearly you're an active guy. We've seen that as well if you follow Chris on Instagram. And so I'm wondering, that's why I asked you when you heard about the tapes. Did the tapes lead to you becoming this guy that you are not just Chris the broadcaster, but you're giving us pearls of wisdom. You're giving us, these motivational little nuggets.
Oh, thank you.
And is that why? Were you not this way before hearing the tapes?
That's a good question. I've not really given that a lot of thought. I think I came to the lessons that he talked about on the tapes before listening to the tapes, just because it was evident to me that the small things in life are important, and shedding the clutter and the static in our lives, caring too much about what other people think, the opinions of strangers. I mean, those things were deeply important to him. As someone in the theater, like you live or die with the reviews, and he would just get so low when some local Illinois newspaper guy didn't like one of his plays. I get that, and that's not unusual, but it just wasn't my mindset. Like, you can't be in the business I'm in and worry so much about what strangers think.
You've never been that way?
Not to the degree that a lot of people are. I mean, I think that, I'll say this, man, I never chased fame. I never chased the spotlight. It seems weird for people not in the business, but maybe you can relate. You just go about doing the work, and it just seems like something I'm passionate about, and I'm going to do this, and I don't even know what guys in TV made when I started out doing this and wanted to do this since I'm 10 years old. I certainly didn't do it to get famous. And I think for him, he really wanted to be in the spotlight. He loved the adulation. He loved being the center of attention, whether it was in a theater or in a cocktail party. A couple of drinks, and he's got people around him. He's telling stories, and he's got people captivated, and he loved that. And that's fine. That's just not me. And so I saw a lot of differences, and I think that listening to the tapes probably in some way, on some level, made me more aware of the importance of sharing that kind of thing and using Instagram as a platform. I don't feel any pressure to do it regularly. I just kind of, when something comes to mind, that when you're talking about, I was just feeling anxious and I couldn't really put a reason on it. I didn't know why. So I just walked around the neighborhood, did my breathing exercises, took a cold plunge, and boom, it's gone very quickly. And I'm able to flush that out. And I think that's right. I think it's priceless, because we don't want to walk around living with anxiety and being nervous. So,
did you ever ask your mom, about these tapes? Did you know? Do you have any idea why she never said, "Hey, let's, when you're 25, when you're 35, I have this in the basement"? Do you have any idea?
You're asking all the good questions. I'm telling you, that's a question that I would love to know the answer to, because
obviously
she did
passed,
not.
right? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no, she passed. She passed about a dozen years ago.
Okay.
Those tapes sat in her possession for a long time.
Do you think she knew?
I think she knew what they were, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why it didn't occur to her to, even if they were too painful for her to listen to
give them to you guys.
Pass them along when Drew and I were adults, and just say, hey, guys, I don't know what you feel about this. I don't know but I have these tapes that your father recorded. I have no idea, Ariel, why she didn't share that. My mom was pretty stoic.
Okay.
She had a lovely soft side to her also, but she was from Irish German stock, and like our people, I don't complain. She didn't complain. She didn't share her own news about health scares she was going through until way down the tracks. So I don't know.
She had Alzheimer's, right?
Yes, she did eventually have Alzheimer's. She also had a breast cancer scare and other things.
Oh, wow, okay.
And we didn't know about that at the time either. Alzheimer's was tragic, and there's no way around that.
Yeah.
But way before she was affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, there were decades when she could have told us about these tapes.
Wow, yeah.
And she could have made us aware of them. And we were just not a family, unfortunately. And in retrospect, I wish we had shared more. I should have checked in more. Hey, Mom, it's been a long time, but how are you feeling about the absence of your husband? How do you, and maybe had I asked the right questions, she might have mentioned the tapes. Had we shared more, all of us as a family, maybe I would have been aware of this a lot longer ago, and that would have been helpful, but we weren't. And it's made me think about a lot of things, about keeping cards close, about holding things in. It's never too late to sort of like melt the ice and be vulnerable and ask these questions. I wish I'd known a long time ago, and I'll never know why that she didn't share that. And she was never more open, talking about how she was grieving and what it meant to her to lose a husband, and then live for decades after that. So share
Yes.
is my message to you, because the benefits are a lot greater than the risk.
Do you remember the day your father told you he was sick?
Oh, yeah. Any family that's gone through cancer understands that diagnosis day is really powerful, is maybe even for me more powerful than the day that he passed away. We sat around the dining room table. He come home from school, and he shares with us he'd gotten a phone call. But this is well after going in for a checkup, getting the tests done, waiting for the results. Finally, when it came back, there's tumors. This is serious. It's lung cancer. That's when he shared it with us. And man, that's just, it takes the air out of your lungs. I still think about it. I went back to the house where that happened in Pennsylvania. He was at the Penn State faculty at the time, and I went back to State College, Pennsylvania, when I was there covering a football game, and I went by the house, and I just stood in the street and looked at it and thought about what had happened in the living room of that house when he shared this, and how crushing that was. And your life as a family changes in a heartbeat. All of a sudden, the whole family is now living with cancer. And he was gone pretty soon after that because it was a serious diagnosis. He needed to be treated right away. And the hospital in Colorado Springs was the place to have that done. And so we're still in school for like a couple months after this, and he's gone. And this was not an era to understand how primitive communication was back then. I mean, there were landlines, and you had one phone in the house, and it had a long cord on the kitchen wall.
Right.
And it costs money to do that. Like, it was expensive to have long distance phone calls. And so we didn't even have regular communication with him that much when he was out in Colorado getting pumped full of chemicals and radiation. And we're kind of going through the school year, having a garage sale to sell stuff so we could pack up the station wagon and move to Colorado. And this is all going on while he's out there really suffering and struggling and just desperately lonely. And that kind of stuff only came to light when I heard the tapes. And that was powerful because I'm thinking, okay, what was I doing in 1977? And, and I tend to think of terms like that in sports. Like in 77, that was the Broncos' Orange Crush year.
Yeah.
Later that fall, they went to the Super Bowl and lost to Dallas. But that spring, we were going through all this, and then we moved to Colorado in time to watch them play football. And it's weird how that's how I mark time. But at the same time that he's going through this alone, living in his brother's house and at the hospital and just taking naps and throwing up and trying to keep food down and all the things you do as a patient, we're out there going about, junior high school year. And it was incredible to sort of listen to the tapes and imagine these kind of parallel worlds that were going on, him getting treatment and us trying to wrestle with that and just get through the school year.
By the way, I'm the exact same way. I thought you were going to say Bill Walton and the Trailblazers. 'Cause they were. I go by the NBA Finals for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but that's the way my brain works.
There was also a very eventful year in the NBA.
Yes.
No, it's just, and the passage of time is a big theme in this. I feel like the years are racing now, and I'm not someone who sits around reflecting on the past. Maybe that's because my method of dealing was to kind of push it down. But I'm very much about the moment, and for better or worse, I just don't think about and live in the past at all, and I don't dwell about the future either. I think that being very present and being about the moment and trying to make the most of what each day is very much my mindset. And I've rethought that. Not that I disagree with that philosophy. I just thought, wait, I wonder if the reason why I'm that way is because to sit and think about, geez, it sucks not having a dad. Here's something that I achieved that I'm proud of, that it would have been really nice to have him see and experience. and hug my neck. And I haven't dwelled on that stuff. It's not like I've been sitting here for decades missing the presence of my dad and thinking, damn, I wish he could have seen, like when I hosted game day, what that was like, or called championship games, or, he kind of did like tennis a little bit and calling Wimbledon finals. I mean, the stuff that I wonder what he would have thought of it, but I never really, that wasn't top of mind for me. And I don't know if it might have been a coping mechanism.
I wonder if the last 5 years made it top of mind, though. This experience now has made it more of a thing that you think about.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I still don't get too wistful about that, okay. but I have intellectualized it a little bit and thought about, wow, and he would be really, really old if he were alive right now. But I think that stuff that I did achieve along the way, again, it's a similar kind of thing. He always evaluated performance as a director. That's what you do. So he was very tuned into delivering for an audience and then analyzing performance. And that's obviously would have been amazing to talk to him about, hey, did you see the show? What did you think? He would have been able to see it at a level, knowing me and knowing his craft at a really deep level. It would have been interesting, and to pick his brain about choices in life. I didn't take on like a real male role model. There was no one who I felt qualified to step forward and do that. A few people make overtures as they do out of kindness and love, but it didn't feel right to me. So I really kind of went without a male role model or a real strong parental presence. I became super self-sufficient at a young age. And I always have maintained that. But I wonder what that would have been like to have him around and involve him in some of the choices that I had to make in life.
I know you said that you wish he spoke to you more in the tapes.
Yeah.
Did he say anything about you? And if so, what? Anything about my son or my sons? And what was that like to hear?
It was very one of those things that I stopped and like I paused it to think about what he said when he talked about my reaction and my brother's reaction to these conversations when we knew something was going on because his voice didn't sound right. So it's a long distance call. He sounded beat up, and we knew how bad it might be just by listening to him. And he said, my cool, calm 14-year-old Chris handled thing coolly like he always seems to do. My brother feels things more deeply, I think, or at least expresses it more deeply and kind of leads with a heart. And he reacted differently to those kind of phone calls. So it was kind of interesting to hear your dad describe you.
Yeah.
I think most people would probably describe me that way. I'm not super emotional. I don't really get rattled. I don't get too high, too low. And it was interesting to hear him describe me that way. And there were moments in there where he talked about taking my brother and I to Star Wars, and he thought Star Wars was maybe the dumbest movie he'd ever seen.
Yeah.
Being a theater guy and an artsy guy, he's like, this is the most moronic film, but they seem to enjoy it. We played that tape. It's in the piece. Drew and I were laughing at it because that was very much him. And I don't know what he would have made of my career being not a sports guy at all. But I think he would have respected how I poured myself into it. And he respected the fact that I always tried to have high standards, and meet those standards relentlessly, and that it really mattered deeply to me, a level of quality. He would have related to that, would have been proud of that. But I wish there had been more talking to us. I think people ask me that question because, oh, wow, these must have been tapes where he knew he was dying and he wanted to talk to his sons. That's not what these were, unfortunately. I wish there had been more of that, I crave that. What would you have said to me then? Maybe I could have figured things out quicker, but it was more about what he was going through. And it was very much centered on him and his experience and how his experiences were affecting us, but not analyzing our personalities or how junior high was going for us. We bounced around. I was in different schools a lot, like always the new kid, and we changed locations because of his job and later his illness. So it wasn't like a lot of that stuff. And I think I don't know if I remember him. I'm sure he did, man, but maybe I just kind of put some of that stuff away. I'm sure he checked in on us. How you doing? How are you feeling with this stuff? Are you okay? Are you scared? but it's not like I can sit and remember vividly specific conversations. He was going through hell, and a lot of it was, as patients have to do, just that becomes all-consuming.
It's interesting that you talked about his voice, because in the clips that are in the piece, which again people can check out on YouTube right now, on the ESPN YouTube, you've posted it, and they have as well. There's one clip where he's like, "I am not afraid of death." Like it's like a proclamation. I might be.
No, he says exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like,
I'm afraid of living as an invalid, as a vegetable, as part of a human. That's one of the first things he says in the piece. It's not the first thing he says in the tapes, but it's pretty early in.
Okay. And it's just like, it's like, wow, did that, you watch an old TV show from the 70s, they speak a little bit differently, the inflection is different, the cadence, and so I was like, was it really like that? But you're saying like he's putting on a performance to a degree as well.
I think you're right, though. Everything was more formal back then, right? Yes. And so that was part of it. He was a man of the times, but also he was in the theater, and I think he respected orators. He respected people who could deliver things with diction and use elegant language, and that's kind of what he did in these tapes for part of it. Other parts, he's completely hammered by chemicals, and he didn't maintain like the pretense of a performance. He just kind of, it's all he could do to get through, and it felt like documenting his day was really a chore. He would fall behind. As anybody who journals knows, you should do it sort of regularly. He would fall behind like a couple weeks and then try to catch up. And you knew it was a chore to document this, and you wonder why he continued to go through with it. But
how many tapes were there?
There were 7 tapes. It was about 10 hours of content.
Wow.
These tapes were like 30, 45 minutes aside.
Was there any part of you that was sad once again, obviously decades later, but once the last word was spoken, now there's real finality, right?
Yeah.
Like when you said that you were taking your time with it, I wondered if part of you was taking your time because like you have this in the back pocket. There's new content, for lack of a better word, about your father, like fresh voice. Yeah. And then when it's over, it's over. Did you feel a sense of mourning again when the last word was spoken?
That's another good question. I think you're right. I think people, once you listen to every word in the tapes, then that experience for you is done, at least as a first-time listener. There's no more mystery about what he's going to say. You know what's on them. And that's one of the reasons why I think, in retrospect, it took me a long time to listen to him. I did skip to the end, I told you, and I listened to him hoping for some kind of resolution and clarity in the last piece of the tape, and there wasn't any. And I think I mourned that. I was a little bit shaken that he didn't come to any conclusions. They just stopped. And unless he recorded more that we never found. I mean, that's possible, but more likely he just ran out of steam or the exercise became too much. And that, obviously, that was heavy, and his voice kind of tails off. And for whatever reason, the recording quality is even worse. We had these digitally cleaned up. They're really old tapes in bad condition, and cassettes were not made to last a half century, right? So we had them restored, but still the quality was bad and it's wobbly, and it was sort of like there was no triumphant feel-good ending to this, and I think that's sort of my point. These things are complicated and they're messy, and you want to dive back in and get to know a loved one. Don't necessarily think there's going to be clean, comfortable resolution to it, so this is not a story. I mean, Roy did a beautiful film, and I think it played on Father's Day on ESPN, and we didn't want to make it murky and, a little bit of a mixed message in there. You wanted it to be kind of like, hey, this was a triumphant journey to learn more, and now I know all about him, and it's all, it's not that way. It's a little more complicated than that. And there's so many things on the tapes that aren't in the piece that we just couldn't put in, and also did not want it to be heavy, sad on top of each other, right? So we look for different kind of moments, different kind of textures within the 10 hours, but there was a lot of really dark stuff. And at the end of it, no, there wasn't kind of a warm feeling. It was sort of, I was a little bit empty, and it was tough when I had finally exhausted all that was on the tapes, and I didn't really hear some moment of conclusion at the end.
Were you there the day he passed?
I was. Yeah.
Okay.
It was this is a powerful experience. This also isn't in the film because we just couldn't put everything in there, Rory's no hack. He knows what he's doing. He did an amazing job. But we went back to the house that we lived in when he died and where we lived when he was being treated and I was in high school. And it had been moved to a different spot, different neighborhood in town. We found this out and
The house was moved?
Yeah, the house was up and moved.
Wow.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
It was next to a hospital. It was right next to the cancer center. And the hospital owned the house and let us live there where he was being treated. We rented it from them at not much cost. And we lived there. And then when he passed away, they decided to make a parking lot out of that space. And they moved the house. So I stood in the parking lot where the house was and looked at the view of Pikes Peak, which is out our window. Then we went back and actually got inside the house. The current owner, who's going through tough times, and wrap your head around this, is a cancer survivor.
Wow.
The same age my dad was.
Oh, geez.
When he got cancer.
Wow.
And lived in this house, and we went in this place, looked very different from when we lived there, and stood in the very room where my dad died, and some stuff came back from my brother and also for me, and just to be in that space. The room didn't feel recognizable, but the walls were the same, And my mom just came downstairs to the basement. We shared a big space in the basement in high school, and told us it was over. I just spoke to my brother about this yesterday. We spoke on Father's Day, and the day was no different than the 500 previous days where he'd been a cancer patient. We had no idea the end was coming.
Oh.
And she came down and said, hey, it's over. Your father's gone. And I don't mean to get too heavy. If this is like too much.
No, please. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, it's like she asked us, do you want to come upstairs and say goodbye to him? So we've been awakened and shocked by this news. I think I'm in shock
to
hear this. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what decision to make, and we both decided not to go upstairs. And I don't know if that's the right choice. I don't know if I've been regretful of not being able to say goodbye one last time, and if that would have made a difference or not. But my mom just presented it as our choice. Didn't try to sway us. Maybe I wish she would have made an attempt to say, hey, we'll all go together one last time. There was no service, open casket. We didn't do any of that stuff. There was a service, but his body wasn't there.
Okay.
And so, we never got a chance to kind of say goodbye or get that moment that some people have and want, others don't want. But it was heavy. I think, you can relate to this if you've had someone who dies after suffering. There's a mix of emotions. There's relief on one level that their suffering is gone. There's, on one level, you knew could really happen, was likely to happen, maybe even. But when the finality hits you, it's heavy, man. And so I'll never forget that day. And I just, there's no point in the way I view it, thinking about that day and second guessing your choice and wondering what if, or had I been able to see him one last time. I just don't. I try to banish from my mind regrets about choices we make and the what ifs. I just don't think it's super productive. But that was a tough one.
I read a piece that was published in October of 2024 from the Rockford newspaper, in which there's several people who say that they feel your father's presence in the theater. It used to be Rockford College. It's now Rockford University.
You did your homework, yes, exactly.
Of course. And this is wild stuff. I'm assuming.
I'm not surprised by that, but I'm impressed anyway.
I appreciate it. You know about this.
Oh, yeah. He haunts the theater. Absolutely haunts the theater. I didn't feel a ghost when I was there, but we talked to students who at the time, right after he died and in the years since, it continues to happen again and again. First of all, if you know anything about the theater, here we are in New York, not far from Broadway. They'll tell you every Broadway theater is haunted.
Yeah.
It's just the kind of place where the personalities kind of bounce around within the walls. And I was wondering if I was going to feel his presence. He had a favorite seat. This is kind of weird. He had a favorite seat in the theater where he watched all rehearsals and all productions on the aisle, not too close, but with a great vantage point of the stage. And I asked them, do you know which seat this is. We went back and visited in March this theater I hadn't walked in since I was a little kid. I said, oh, Knox's seat. Of course we know it. It stays down all the time. What do you mean it stays down? Oh, yeah. We try to adjust it and fix it, but the seat back doesn't snap back up when it's empty. It stays in the down position. Unless you could lift it up and force it, but it wants to go down all the time. And I went and sat in the seat. In fact, the closing shot of the piece, I'm sitting in that seat looking at the stage, and hold on a second. I'm always surprised when this stuff comes up, and I don't think you can force certain things in life. You can't force visitations from another dimension, although I believe those things are real. And so I'm going in there thinking like, okay, I'm going down under the stage, the room where they say they had felt and seen him, flashes of a person going or noises. And this is the props room where the props are kept underneath the stage and in the wings. But they're always kind of not center stage, but like on the periphery of the actual stage where a director might hang out. And no, I didn't feel him there in that way, but I certainly felt powerful feelings being there. And I wondered, have I shut myself off? Have I opened myself up through this whole experience to really going back there and thinking about him, listening to his voice? Like, will he be more of a presence in my life? Will I feel a stronger presence from him? I talked about my mom. She died much more recently, and I've felt her presence from time to time. And there's certain places that I can go in Colorado, hike up into this meadow, high in this chain of glacial lakes where we used to hike as a family, and there's a pile of white rocks that we've created where her remains are in this very deserted place, a place that very few hikers go to, but it means a lot to our family. And I've recorded videos there, and I've sat in that space and sort of talked to her and felt her presence in a different way than my dad. And I don't know if I'm going to have another reading. I had a psychic reading, which was a very interesting experience. My wife's relatives came barging through. They have very strong personalities, New Yorkers, and they came right through and delivered some stuff. This medium based in Long Island, I think he's pretty good. There's stuff that there's no way he could have known or researched.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you could Google me. You can see what I've talked about my dad. You could get little pieces of information that could shape a reading if you wanted to fudge it. There's no way he could have known stuff about my wife's relatives and stuff about my mom and my dad that actually came through. Not as much about my dad, but I believe this to be real. I believe these things to be that there is a fuzzy barrier between the worlds. We kind of move through multiple lifetimes. And so, listen, I'd like to have a reading now and see if maybe I'm more receptive to it, or maybe the climate is different, because I will do that. I'll report back to you.
Okay. What do you think he would say about you, not making him famous here, but, we're talking about Knox Fowler. We're talking about your dad who passed, some 40 years ago. What do you think, or even before that, how long ago has it been now?
1979.
Okay, so even a little bit before that, 40 plus. What do you think do you think he would like this? Do you think he wanted to be famous?
He wanted to be famous. He recorded these tapes. Nothing ever happened with him until now.
Yeah.
And I don't think he ever thought his voice would be heard. I think he thought his words on the page from his narration would have been out there. He hoped it would be anyway. And he wrote other kinds of scripts. And so he tried to create pieces of art that would be seen by people. And that got cut short by his death, because he wrote screenplays and TV treatments, and there was interest, and something could have happened had he lived. So I think he would be really excited that these tapes and his voice got some oxygen. People were saying how powerful it was, and that his sons got to share it. I think he would have never expected that to be on a sports network that didn't exist when he died.
Right.
ESPN wasn't born. It wasn't born until fall of '79, and he was gone by then. And the fact that none of these platforms existed when he was alive.
YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah. Hey, Dad, your tape's going to be out there someday, but it's going to be on this thing called YouTube. And let me explain what that is to you. And cable TV is so I think he'd be happy about it, Ariel. I think that the treatment that he got, I was fair, but it wasn't sugar-coated. And I think he would have respected the honesty, that I saw him as a man. imperfect as we all are, who had flaws that I recognized more deeply when I heard his words in the tape, when he shared his feelings and his where his head was. I became more aware of some character traits that you're not really aware of as a kid, and try not to judge that. I don't believe in judging harshly, but I thought, there was some narcissism there. There was a little too much concern about what strangers thought of you, seeking the spotlight. I mean, stuff that, again, I really don't relate to, but you have to be unflinching. You have to be honest about it. And I think he wouldn't have minded that at least I got to know him better, and we all have. And he acknowledged he had deep flaws too, just as I do. So I think he'd been super proud, and I think he would have been happy to have those out there. But that's maybe he'll come tell me the real answer to that. I don't know, truthfully, but I would like to think that it's better to have them out there and have people moved by them and perhaps learn something from them and have his skills as a teacher and a director talked about. Joyce DeWitt was an actress in Three's Company who was directed by my dad when she was just out of college. She wasn't a TV star, and we reconnected with her. She was a close family friend who was very good to my family after he died, and we went out to Malibu and hung out at her hot tub, and I saw her beach house. I thought this is the best place on earth. Malibu, someday, man. And we went to a taping of the show, and she was just a lovely person and continues to be. But we lost track, and Rory thought it was a great idea to reconnect with her. And I had a long phone call, and it's like we never were disconnected for that long. We hit it off. I went to Santa Fe, sat down with her, and she just said some lovely things about him. And I think he would have loved the fact that this eventual TV superstar was saying that she was the best director that she'd ever worked with, TV, stage, or film. I think he would have loved the hell out of that.
Yeah, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
You said your dream of becoming a broadcaster started when you were 10.
Yeah.
Why so young?
My grandmother was a sports fan, and so my parents weren't. We got dropped off at their apartment building in Rockford, Illinois, and she was listening to Cubs games on a transistor radio in a folding chair in her backyard, scoring every game in a scorebook.
Wow.
Early football games, dropped off on Sundays, bowl of M&Ms, watching like a really primitive TV. This would have been like, I can remember like the Jets' cold Super Bowls, like late 60s, early 70s. And like the 69 collapse by the Cubs, losing to the Mets and down the stretch of a pennant race, like that was crushing as like a 7-year-old for me. And so I came to this because of her passion. And it was really the sound of crowds cheering through the speaker of a radio and a TV that hooked me. Like that was joyful. The Cubs did something good. Crowds going crazy. Blackhawks scored a goal. Here goes the organ in Chicago Stadium. I thought, wow, there's a lot of really joyful people. I wouldn't have used the word joyful at that age, but people were happy about the same thing at the same moment. Like, how great is that? Like, I still think it still chokes me up. I watched the World Cup. I watched teams win a championship. I watched the euphoria here in New York with the Knicks winning, shared by fathers and sons who never thought they'd see it. And that gets me. My grandmother wasn't allowed to see the Cubs win the World Series, but when they won, wow, was she a powerful presence.
How did that affect you?
Oh, my God. It just made me a mess.
Yeah.
I don't cry at sad things very easily, but I get choked up at joyful moments in sports all the time. I have to collect myself sometimes when I'm calling a game. Even talking about calling a game. Oh, my God. People don't think that. I don't know why that is. I just get very choked up about people achieving their dreams or reaching the mountaintop or just the expression of joy from them when they get there and joy from the crowd, like privilege to witness it. That for me is the power of sports. This is the collective experience that we all have, witnessing it and enjoying people who are a part of it and being able to share their experience with them. And, God, how do you not get moved by Jalen Brunson, man? Whose dad played for the Knicks.
Yeah.
Whose dad made him the player that he is in large part in his formative years. Like him losing his shit when he's talking about that. That's just so much of this journey for me and the power of sports across generations. You've got kids, I don't know if you share any of that with them but that's like, not being a dad. And that was the dream for me. That's what I wanted as much as anything. And that's been the biggest heartbreak in my life, is not being a parent. We went down that path, as many people do. You have crushing close calls, and that's about as deep as I'll go. But, it's not being a parent, not being able to perhaps see my dad's life through the perspective of being a father myself. That's unknowable for me. I wish I'd had that rich experience, and one of the reasons why, probably I wanted to so desperately be a father would have been cool to sort of see what he was thinking and feeling, and how would I have handled things the same or differently than he did. Thankfully, he didn't have to face a cancer diagnosis specifically, but just, we all wonder about that kind of thing. I would have gained, I'm sure, much more insight on him much sooner had we had kids when we were trying to, which is, it's been a long time since that process was going on. But it's all of it's just really moving. That aspect of sports, that's what drew me to it, and it still does.
I know you don't have kids, and I was wondering if part of the reason was because of the experience that you had with your dad. But I appreciate you talking about that, and the emotion is obviously very real. I feel like you're speaking to my soul, by the way, because I'm a lifelong Knicks fan, and getting to experience this with my kids. I think my kids were sort of like in a state of shock by my reaction, because I couldn't stop crying. It was uncontrollable. And so I have a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old, and I will never, ever, ever, I feel like a part of my soul has been healed just getting to experience this with them. So I'm sure the guys in the back are laughing right now because I can't stop talking about the Knicks. I can't stop saying I can't believe it happened. Even hearing you say the Knicks are champions doesn't feel real to me. And so I'm like the biggest believer in what sports can do and the happiness that it can bring to us.
I never liked the Knicks, by the way.
I heard you say that on Isaac's show, by the way, and I felt some sort of way about it.
I'm sorry.
I know you said it was like before game 3 or 4, and I was like, come on, Chris.
Dude, I grew up a Bulls fan.
I know.
And I suffered through the years when pre-Jordan, they would come close, but not quite. And then, the Knicks were an obstacle.
Yeah.
The Knicks of Starks and Ewing and Oakley were
not a very
beasts.
Tough obstacle because you always went through us.
They tried to beat
Except
Michael up. They tried to put him in the hospital.
Yes.
So I couldn't love the Knicks. I didn't love them in the Ewing days either. But now this group of guys, I think when you get the name on the back of the jersey and the person inside the jersey is way more important to me than the name on the front. Like, how can you not like this Knicks team with Brunson and Hart and Cat and others who just have such heart and soul? And now I don't mean to wax about the Knicks. They're really going to make your guys sit in the back.
No.
No, but never stop thinking about that moment.
Oh my God! It will stay with me forever.
Never stop thinking about that.
We went to the parade, even knowing that we weren't going to see anything, but I had to be there with them, and I wasn't going to go alone. Someone offered me 2 tickets to Game 3. I said I need 3. I can't go. I can't leave one back.
The right game to miss, by the way.
No, I went. I went to the one loss.
Oh,
the one loss. But I'll never forget the energy when they came out. So we did go. I had to, take out a second mortgage, but it was worth it.
There's nothing like New York, man. I hate to interrupt you. I was there when the Rangers clinched. The Rangers 54 years.
You were in the building.
I was in the building.
Yeah.
54 years since they won a Stanley Cup. Game 5, 3-1. We got this.
Yes.
The same way Knicks fans thought we got this.
That's what I was terrified of.
Please don't.
Yes.
Please, New York, don't.
I was terrified.
Got this.
I was terrified.
Because the last game is the hardest to win in a series, and the Spurs are formidable, and we've seen this before. We've seen New York teams on the brink, and whether I'm a Jets fan or not. You've seen teams like, don't fall into that trap. Please don't think you got
I would not be sitting here if they would. I don't think I would have survived.
What if they don't come back in Game 4? What if they got to come home?
Yes.
You come back here. I mean, Game 6.
Yeah.
You got to win Game 6 here. And so I went back for the Rangers Game 7, and it was the most pressurized environment. I like the original 6 in hockey. Huge hockey fan from a young age, but I'm not a Ranger fan. But I wanted it badly. I just wanted those people to be happy. Yeah. I wanted the city to feel that joy. Same thing with the Knicks. I just wanted the city to have that experience. And man, the tension was kind of similar. Like the Rangers had to hold on and protect that lead, and the time isn't moving; it's frozen, and and finally get it done. And there's an explosion. There was like an orgasm in the Garden. It
54 years, 53 years, so many similarities.
It would have been cool if the Knicks, clinched it at home.
No. That whole day.
I felt like New York owned the arena in San Antonio.
The whole day, friends of mine were like, but don't you want them to win at home? I was like, no, please end this.
Yeah.
We cannot go back to New York. Can I ask you, what was the call that made you the most emotional? Is there
My
one?
career?
Yeah. You say
you know the answer to this?
I don't.
You don't?
No, I'm asking.
No, I mean, but sometimes you do your research.
No.
I've talked about this rarely, but I have put it out there. Yeah, it was a game involving Purdue and Ohio State because it was a young cancer patient called Tyler Trent, who was this super fan who was adopted by the team, battled cancer courageously, was in very bad shape, was in Indianapolis in his house. They played Ohio State that night in West Lafayette. His dying wish was to have them win this game and be there to see it. And they were huge underdogs. Ohio State was a dominant championship team. And somehow they get him out of bed, into the car, to the game. And we see shots of him. He's just hanging on, man. He's just hanging on. And it's just one of those magical nights. I will get choked up talking about this because it's like a movie, and yet we've all seen things in sports that feel like it's a movie, but it'd be too corny if you scripted it. And only like the ultimate reality TV show, which is live sports, can bring this. And this unfolds like it would have been a corny movie if it was on film.
Wow.
And Purdue's, they can do no wrong. They blast Ohio State, and it's a party. And they wheel Tyler through the end zone to the locker room to wait for the team to come in there after this victory. And the videos are out there on YouTube about what happened when he got in there. And it was just incredibly powerful emotions. And I'm barely keeping it together. And I just said, every Boilermaker would say, Tyler, this one's for you. And it's the most powerful favorite game to call ever because it just went way beyond sports, And that goes. I've been lucky, man. A lot of amazing football games, tennis matches, people achieving the greatest of all time in their sports, achieving things that you see in front of your eyes. You documenting history. And yet it's a game that very few people who aren't Purdue fans and Ohio State fans, because they won't forget that either, remember. And that, for me, is the most powerful one.
Okay. I know you're a fan of MMA.
I am.
You were at the event in Miami just a couple months ago, right?
Yeah. First of all, combat sports for me began with boxing. Have been really important. I don't really talk about that.
You don't call it? You've never called it?
I never called it.
Yeah. How come?
And I never felt qualified. I think it's something you need to do for a long time to get right, and you need to feel it in your blood in terms of how to announce this. And Cosell calling boxing, if your viewers are young, old enough to remember that. I mean, I was young a long time ago. I saw Ali Frazier, not in person, but on a screen in the theater. And I got a chance to see a lot of great heavyweights, and the Hagler, Hearns, Leonard, Duran, Pryor, Mancini, all these brawlers, all these amazing guys who fought with such heart and bravery. Man, I saw all of that, the glory years. And I saw Tyson fight when he was 16 in a Golden Gloves event in the basement in Colorado Springs. I didn't know his name when I walked into that church. I could never forget his name when I walked out after watching him destroy two guys in under 20 seconds to win this thing. And 4 years later, was he champ at 20?
Yeah.
So this is 4 years later. He's heavyweight champion of the world, and I got a chance to see him. They're making a big deal out of this trainer of champions from Catskill, New York, and I didn't know who Customato was, but that's just, for some reason, boxing I've intersected it in weird ways. And Thunder Gotti was one of my most admired athletes, and I saw him and Mickey Ward fight in person, and I saw. I've seen Bud Crawford, other guys in recent years. So boxing for me was the first thing. I came to MMA sort of in the Iceman, Chuck Liddell, GSP era. For me, that was those guys kind of drew me to it. And in a way, when boxing was kind of fading, as we know, many MMA fans came to it because they were disenchanted with boxing, or it didn't match the previous era in their view. And so I began to get into MMA, and I have been a fan of it, but it's for those moments that it can still deliver in a way that nothing else can, And I think that you can deal with 7 totally forgettable bouts.
Yeah.
If you can stand there 12 feet from the cage and watch Max Holloway point to the center.
Were you there for that?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, man.
Knockout. I like Gaethje, but it was as you had to acknowledge that you'd seen something.
So you're going to Vegas for UFC 300?
I did go.
Wow.
I have gone, and I've seen John Jones fight, and I wanted to see more, but watch him submit Cyril Gane in like a heartbeat, just to see the greatness of John Jones, the goats in sports, and no matter what the sport is, to see that, and Izzy play possum and then Shock Pereira in Miami. I've seen some cool moments, man. So
you should be calling the fights.
No,
we need to hear you.
No. I'm not qualified.
Give it gravitas. Come on.
I have a complicated relationship with
I understand.
it right now.
I understand.
I know you do. I understand where you are, and I respect the integrity that
you
you do this with, because a lot of us are conflicted, But
you were there when Carlos Ulberg tore his ACL and knocked out Yuri Prochazka.
And I'm thinking like, I've seen a lot of stuff in sports, man.
Yes.
I've never seen a dude rip an ACL then run for a touchdown.
I know, right?
I mean, I know nobody knew at the time that was the diagnosis, but I think it's one of those guys. I'm sitting there. Chuck might have been there that night. It's like, oh, he's not right. Like that looked awful.
Yeah.
Like it's worse than you think it is right now. It's worse than we all know it is right now. And then you find out later what happened. So I think it could still deliver moments like that. Boxing certainly can. But I still think boxing is hard to match. Just the build up, the ring walk, and then the way that a fight can develop over 12 rounds, and it used to be 15 rounds. It's just to stand there, watch two guys just throw and deliver at the end of that on a primal level. I'm speaking to the choir. I'm sure two people listening to this.
No.
It's still powerful to me.
It's exciting because for someone like us, we're always looking for acceptance, the world of combat sports, MMA in particular. And so Chris Fowler, tennis,
come on.
college football is talking about Yuri Prochazka and Carlos. That's the way we are.
We shouldn't be surprised. I mean, again, I like moments. I like supercharged environments.
Yeah, but there are a lot of people who are like, what is this? This is, it's still the cockfighting stuff that we still get that.
And sometimes I wonder that too, man. I wonder that when I see something that's basically a glorified bar fight.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go there too much.
But the creme de la creme is amazing, right? Is amazing.
The creme de la creme, the skill level and what it takes to execute when somebody's trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Is
like
remarkable.
What Gaethje did to Topuria is they don't get enough credit as athletes. To go 5 minutes, 5-minute rounds is insane. The cardio, the strength, you have to deal with the takedowns. Again, we're preaching to the choir, but
on a very moronic, simple, stupid level, I've trained, I have
nice.
a very, but I mean, not MMA, but boxing.
Yeah.
And I have a very small newbie sense of oh my God,
you're drowning.
If people understood, if they understood what it's like to withstand, let's say it's a title at 5-minute rounds of that kind of exertion, knowing that mentally and emotionally spending energy also drains your body, right?
Yeah.
As anybody would tell you that competes in any sport.
Under the lights, the pressure.
All of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you're acknowledging it, the fear, just the anxiety that you have, that you take into that space, draining you, as well as the enormous physical toll that it takes just to get through one 5-minute round, right? And then do it again and again. I'm in awe of that. And that's another reason why I respect what they do, is because it's very few people can have a true understanding of how hard that is, what that's like. You sit back there, guy's a bum. Guys, hard, what a, they could all think of adjectives to call him.
Yeah.
Have no clue. No clue. Unlike our friend Rory is 1-0 as a professional MMA
that's
fighter.
amazing. As a 40-year-old. Unbelievable. When did you get into the fitness?
Oh, I've always kind of messed with it. My wife was a fitness professional. She was on a show called Body Shaping.
Yes, I remember.
On ESPN, which was a huge flagship show on ESPN and ESPN2 for years.
Is that how you met?
We met at ESPN. We met at an ESPN Christmas party, which is one of the least romantic settings to meet, and it's a good story.
I'm sure you're not the only one.
I was sober, man. I was stone sober. I was the only one on the party sober because I came from work.
Oh, okay.
I came directly off the air to the party. Everybody else had a 4-hour head start. And we met there, and one of our first dates, maybe our first official date was the ESPYs, Radio City, which is even more pathetic.
Yeah.
But no, that's not why I got into fitness. It's just I think I've always valued it, but as I gotten older and I understand the importance of mental health being tied to physical activity and also longevity, I'm kind of like fanatical about it, and it's something.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here.
Oh, come on!
Come on! Look at this.
Wow, man!
How many pounds is that?
Let me see when that was. What am I saying? Wow, I think that's
not that long.
405.
405?
Yeah, I could still get 400 up on a hex bar, which is easier than on a straight deadlift bar. But
every day?
Oh no! I backed off on that. I'm not that stupid. I've been banged up. I've had surgeries and stuff. I think you learn to train smarter, and you what I call prudent aggression. That's my approach to PT after an injury. It's my approach to training now. Is that I'm aggressive. I push myself hard, but I also have that voice where, like, certain days when you get older. I'm 63, man. So you're going to have more off days. I don't care. That starts in your 30s as an athlete. You're going to have more frequent off days, and the off days are going to be felt more deeply. In fact, affecting your performance. So now I have a lot of off days at 63, and it's not feeling right. And I think I might go deadlift later today or tomorrow because I'm feeling pretty good. But if something happens, I don't feel it, I back off. So I used to overtrain, like bro lifting was really stupid, and wrecked my shoulders. I've had 4 operations on my knees and stuff like that. Had one recently in December, and they cleaned up a bunch of stuff, and I had to rehab from that. But I try to be mindful of, let's train smart. Let's not go crazy. You don't have to be a hero in there. But it's really, and I do all kinds of different stuff. I'm not just heavy lifting like that. That's a rare day when I'm actually trying to lift 400 pounds. I'm doing all kinds of stuff and using bands and mobility stuff, because that's really about, we just want to stay active, be able to move, right? Like you want to be able to, for many, many, many years, like reach down and play with your kids and your grandkids. And that right now for me, just being able to be active is like a blessing. And I do a lot of stuff with recovery, the plunge, the sauna, red light, vitamins, peptides, way into that stuff. So I'm using all the tools that are available to us to try to keep active for as long as I can.
2 last quick things, and this has been great. Thank you again.
Sure, man.
86, you get the ESPN high school show, right?
Yep.
What's the secret to staying with one place for almost 40 years? This is the antithesis of my career, and I'm envious. How do you stay in this day and age, in this media landscape, with one network for almost 40 years? What's the secret?
Hell of a question. I mean, there's plenty of times I've been envious of people who bounce around and done different things, because you want to know, what would that be like to work there or have a fresh start? The key is not the employer, it's the duties, it's the responsibilities, it's the day-to-day. And I've been really lucky because ESPN has had the championship events in my 2 favorite sports for a long time. So to be able to call the championship game in football since the inception of the playoff, to be able to call most years 6 Grand Slam finals per year, like nobody else even has the possibility of doing that. We have the rights to 3 of the 4 majors. And so that's been important. The people that have run the company, the people that I work with have come and gone. Relationships are important, but for me, it's about the opportunity. And ESPN has been good to me, but it's transactional. They're corporations and the people who run them are loyal to you as long as you do right for them and make them look good. That's the reality of it. When you're not an asset anymore, and you're not worth what they've been paying you, you're out. And I have no delusions about that. But, for me, I've had chances to go. I've had those moments where I wanted to leave for the wrong reasons. One of the things I talk about is, don't run from something, run to something better, right? Like if you have an opportunity that feels better, by all means, go for it. But if you want, I can't take another day in this place. There were times when I felt that at ESPN, for sure. Anybody, if they're being honest, would say that. But don't make a rash, knee-jerk decision unless you've got something better to run to. And how do you know if it's better? Step back, take the emotion out of it, take the ego out of it, clear the static, and listen to your gut. And that sounds trite, but that for me is life. I've made a lot of bad decisions. I've made terrible decisions and investments and a couple of relations, not my marriage, but before that. We've all made mistakes. My batting average and professional decisions, path A or path B, is pretty good. And it's because I've been able to listen to my gut. And Ariel, honestly, people think this is bold when I say it, but like I've chosen the thing that seems the most fun. But fun for me doesn't mean easy, cushy. It means like fulfilling, challenging, opportunity for growth. And that's how I define fun. That's how I define success. And so whenever I've faced a choice, including the chance to leave ESPN, I thought, make the choice for the right reasons. And always the right reason was to stay. And that's it. But, I could have made choices for other reasons and gone somewhere else, and who knows how that would have worked out. Even going to ESPN was not a choice that people said I should make. 86, you're saying the network's 7 years old, right? And it's not the worldwide leader in anything.
Right.
And so my advisors out of school, I was young. I had a great opportunity to be on TV in Denver right out of school, which is not normal. Like it was a top 20 market, a really good sports market. Not covering the Nuggets and Broncos, but I got my stories on the air and I got to work in front of the camera right out of school in Denver, which is a blessing. So I put this tape together, go to ESPN, and when they came back and said, hey, listen, we want to come to Bristol, I thought, Sports Center. No. Taped show, high school sports. I mean, who was I kidding? I looked 11. Like I would have been comical. Like the very first shot of this feature we've been talking about is me on Scholastic Sports America in 86 in a little sweater looking like a kid who was in high school, covering high school sports, and they weren't going to put me on Sports Center. They're going to put me on this taped show, a magazine style show where I had to do a lot of work, go on the road, field produce the thing, write it, edit it with an editor, pushing the buttons, but I had to pick the shots. I mean, it's incredible that I had that kind of responsibility so soon out of school. That's what I meant about challenging and an opportunity to grow. And as opposed to reading scores at a local market, I'm not disparaging that. It just wasn't for me at a young age, and I knew it. Thank God I knew early what I didn't want to do. Way more important than knowing what you want to do is knowing what doesn't feel right to you. Like I don't want my days to look like that. I want something else. And so I said yes to ESPN and no to what my advisors and professors were telling me to do, which is to follow a very conventional path. Then at ESPN, they wanted me to leave that show and go to the West Coast and be an LA bureau guy, create this position. They never had it, never had a guy on the West Coast cover, Dodgers, Lakers, football. And they wanted me to go do that. They figured what young single guy wouldn't want to leave Bristol, go to LA and cover pro sports and college sports when I was covering high school sports. But it just felt, for some reason, it just felt off to me. Like this wasn't what I wanted to do, to leave headquarters, be a one-man band out in the West Coast and go chase highlights and sound bites after a Laker game. And I stayed there to do another year of the high school show, I thought. And they came to me a month later and said, how about college football? How about do features for this new show called Game Day and do sidelines for our games? And that instant yes. Like it just felt right instantly. I wanted to be part of live productions. And thank God I did, man. Those two choices, had I made different choices, no way we're talking, no way I've had the career I've had. And very easily, the logical thing was to leave and change course. So that's what I'm saying. My message to all young people is, first of all, like yourself well enough to know yourself well and be honest with yourself so that when you face a choice, you can trust your inner voice by tuning out the static. Because people who love you and know more than you don't necessarily know what's best for you, right? Like they can't make decisions for you. They can just do what they would do if they were in your position or what they think might be best for you. Only you know in your gut. Doesn't mean ignore parents. I'm not saying that. I just feel like had I listened to the quote experts, I would have had a totally different path and never ended up with as enriching experience as I did. And that's been true numerous times since then. screwed up many other decisions, but I think on this path, you know, just leaving game day wasn't easy. You know, 25 years felt like a good round number, but leaving that show, which you know, you get few chances in life to build something brick by brick from scratch, and that's kind of what we did with game day. And you know, it was not a coveted gig when I got it as a young guy. No one wanted to. What was this show? I said, what?
Yeah.
Studio? College football? Leading into Ivy League games? Man, yeah. Sports Center is where it's at, or other things were much more highly coveted than game day. But that became something. So to leave that show wasn't easy. But you know, being able to do what I do now, which is, you know, call the biggest games in the sports, what I want to do since I'm that 10-year-old kid. So that wasn't as hard a choice, but you know, is just in one of those moments in life where you have to sort of trust yourself.
These are the kinds of wisdom nuggets that you get if you follow Chris on Instagram. Last one for you. And I was thinking about this a lot with Mike Breen, knowing what the Knicks meant to him. And I know broadcasters have been asked this question. I think he was as well. Like, do you think of that final call? Do you prepare that final call? What are you going to say if it happens, right? And so we find out very recently Serena Williams is going to be a part of Wimbledon, right? She's going to be a wild card. Do you allow if she goes on a magical run, could you imagine what it would be like if she could do so? Do you plan any of these calls? Do you think about these calls in the shower, in bed? You say, what would I say if Serena goes on a magical run and wins this all over again? Do you do any of that ever before a big game, or are you spur of the moment, don't think about it?
Now you got to be thinking about what if Serena wins 7 matches at Wimbledon?
Did you
no, I mean,
imagine?
She's 44. I mean, she's
Could
already.
You imagine, Chris? And then we're going to play this clip.
Now
the Knicks won the championship. Anything can happen.
To answer your question, no, I don't think about that in advance. Okay. At least not well in advance. I mean, I think sometimes if you're walking down to Wimbledon Center Court and it's the day of the final and Andy Murray is trying to end a 7-decade drought of British champions, or Federer's trying to break somebody's record, or Novak's trying to win in his late 30s, or Alcaraz is trying to break through, you know, you don't necessarily think, what would I say? But you're thinking, like, what would that feel like? What would be the proper way to document it? But then the game unfolds differently. The match unfolds differently. And what good would it have been to like think of a way to frame it and then have that not be authentic to what you just saw for the last 2 hours or 4 hours or whatever it is. Like, you know, I got a chance to call Federer and Nadal and Djokovic and Serena winning lots of championships. All of them were different. All of them had a different texture and require like something different to say in the moment. Now, Mike's a friend. To have him be able to chronicle the Knicks winning a championship after seeing so much bad basketball, as you know well, for a lot of years, and be the voice who gets to call the finals, whoever's in it.
Right.
But now it's New York. And you never expected this run when the playoffs began, right? So I know that Mike felt those emotions deeply and yet was a total pro in the moment. He said, go ahead and cry, Knicks fans. I listened to it in Slovenia, by the way. I was in Europe when it happened. Not live, unfortunately. I didn't get to hear him call it live because of all the NBA rights stuff. You can't listen to the ESPN app in Europe. Yeah. Other people bought the rights, and so I'm hearing some crazy guy in a language I can't begin to understand. Go, oh, yo, Brunson Burner. Yeah. But to hear Mike's call back when I got up in the morning, as I hear it after the fact, I thought, man, that's just perfect. It's so human. Go ahead and cry, because that's exactly. Now, he was doing it to Knicks fans.
Yeah.
He was being personal there, which is a little different. Like you don't normally, when you call a team winning, you don't say, hey, Indiana fans.
Yep.
Go ahead and cry. That's not usually, wouldn't be my instinct, but I think I said it was similar, like the unthinkable.
Yeah.
In Indiana?
Yeah.
I said a century of futility is forgotten. Now, I didn't rehearse that line, but I thought about, like, they've sucked for 100 years. So what would it mean for them to be the first 16-0 team in the modern era, to go into Miami and win on the other team's home field, to cap this season when nobody gave them a chance? It is a movie that's a better movie than the Hoosiers movie, but high school hoops. So you don't sit there and think, okay, I got to rise to it, or I got to come up with some scripted line. But what frames it is they've sucked for a long time, and now it's their moment. So if you think about things like that, then hopefully it comes to you. You know, there's all kind of examples. I could bore the hell out of you with this because it's pretty granular, the art of doing this. And
I love
we all listen to people that, that was in the shower.
Yeah.
Or fed to him by someone. Or he really thought about that one, you know, for a while. And I'm not going to name, but, you know, it doesn't feel right to my ears and maybe to somebody's ears. It's just better when it comes to you because it's more authentic. You know what I mean? And you also have the chance, not everything that you document is like this magical moment that sports fans will remember and reflect on forever, you know? Like Barbora Krejcikova winning Wimbledon isn't going to live in the consciousness of tennis fans. It's going to be a huge moment for her and her family. So you don't try to like, you know, you don't try to shoot for the moon because I know who our audience is. But if Serena wins at 44, knowing the army of like ardent fans and admirers that she has and how remarkable that would be, I mean, let's not even put that out there because that's beyond far-fetched.
Sure. Hey.
It'd be very cool if she wins a match, frankly. I'm sorry, Serena. Love you. But like, it's a hard thing to do when you've been out of tennis. I mean, the last major she won, she was pregnant. It's been a long time. It's been 19.
Yeah.
And
has it been that long?
17 actually. She hasn't been in a Grand Slam final I think since 19.
Wow.
It's been a long time since she's been at the highest level and trying to win a major. Now Wimbledon is her place, but I mean, when Alcaraz broke through, that you think about, okay, I got to call him winning his first U.S. Open. I got to call him winning a couple Wimbledons. You know, it's like things come to mind like he's. I said when he beat Djokovic, I just said, what came to me was that Carlos Alcaraz is the special one to dethrone Djokovic at Wimbledon. He hadn't lost in center court in like 10 years. I mean, and that he had won an Open, but to win on that court against Novak and to do it the way he did it. What came to me was like he is to try to recognize he didn't just win this trophy. He announced himself as truly like a transcendent player. You know, and I'll admit when Djokovic is going for the Grand Slam here in New York, you start to think about that. Okay, it's winning all 4 majors in the same year if you don't know what that means. And it hadn't been done forever in men's tennis. Rod Laver in the late 60s, right? And about 3 times in history. So like, okay, this is the ultimate lightning bolt. Serena went for the same thing, went for a calendar Grand Slam and came up short. So you'd think like, what would this mean? What would make sense to say to document it? And I never get a chance because he got beat.
Yeah.
So.
I love this stuff. What a delight. What an absolute delight. If you go on YouTube right now, type in Chris Fowler father. It'll come up Finding My Father, I believe it's called. There it is. There's the great thumbnail that will pop up.
My dad's face is on your show, man.
Yeah.
What is Yahoo? He had no idea, but I'm there. Here he is. Right
many more important places. Rory's a tremendous guy. He's been very kind to me, so I was so excited when I heard he was working with you on this and when he approached us to have you on. Really a huge honor. So congratulations.
I'm glad he put us together, man. It's one of the many great things he's done. So, I appreciate the experience. I continue to admire what you do, man.
Thank you,
Let's do it
Chris.
again.
All the best. Good luck at Wimbledon. Can't wait to watch you over there. And good luck with the upcoming college football season and everything that you're doing. Thank you so much. And congrats on a great piece. I'm sure somewhere, maybe in that theater in Illinois, your father is very proud. He is Chris Fowler. We'll say goodbye to him. Come back with news and notes. Don't go anywhere. We've talked to you after the Izzy fight, the Ankalaev fight, fights that you lost, and I've never seen you so upset before. You obviously feel like you were wrong, but also there was history at stake here. You were going to become the first man to hold a title in 3 different weight classes. Do you feel like you've been robbed of a moment that would have, set you apart, that would have made you one of the all-time greats? Is that part of the reason why you're so upset?
Pô, a gente viu você depois que você perdeu pro Adesanya, depois você perdeu pro Ankalaev, mas nunca te vi assim tão chateado, né? Nesse sentido, você acha que parte disso também é que você acha que você foi roubado do momento seu que colocaria você para um terceiro cinturão entre os grandes de todos os tempos?
Pô, eu não pensei nisso, né? Eu não pensei nisso, mas, pô, vendo tudo, né? Com certeza isso também dá um pouco de tristeza, né? Porque eu olhando ali como que tava a luta, entendeu? Eu tava tranquilo no primeiro round. Algumas pessoas falavam, tá de boca aberta, sabe? Eu tava ali no corner, é uma respiração que eu faço, eu tenho que abrir a boca para fazer isso, entendeu? Eu tava bem na luta, pô, ia começar a apertar ali, segundo round. Você viu a blitz que o cara deu ali? Porra, eu consigo ver que o cara não tá preparado, entendeu? Se isso acontece no último round, não, no
final do primeiro round?
Final do segundo round, ou do primeiro ou do segundo round, se ele dá aquela pressão em qualquer momento, esse cara não sobrevive ali não, pô. É só músculo e tal, mas, pô, esse cara não tem coração. Esse cara não tem coração, esse ele já mostrou, entendeu? Já mostrou em outras lutas. Eu tinha toda a oportunidade, mas me atrapalharam.
I feel a little upset. I didn't really thought about that on that side too, but like, honestly, the way that the fight was going, people say that I got tired. No, I do not. I open my mouth from the corner, but like because I do my own breathing exercise to recover. But everything was fine. And Cyril, the way you can see the way that he was guessing after that the fight was over, like if Alex had the chance to survive, he feel that like if that was like round one or even the end of the second round, Cyril not survive on the fight because he does not have heart. You could see on his eyes. And Alex feel that he got robbed on that moment.
Olha como ele ficou ali, acabou a luta, pô. Eu não comemorei. Pô, ele não aguentava comemorar, velho. Aí ele deu tudo ali, entendeu? Ele deu tudo ali. Ele tinha que acertar aqueles golpes ali, entendeu? Porque ele sabia que isso ia me prejudicar.
You see the people like, oh, Cyril's laying down because he was celebrating. No, he was that tired. That's why he really had to hit him with those shots so he could handle that.
Have you or your team asked the UFC for a rematch yet?
Você ou sua equipe pediram ao UFC por uma revanche?
Sim, a gente pediu.
Yes, we did.
And what did they say?
O que eles falaram?
Ele falou que vai voltar pra gente. Isso foi na noite da luta depois. Então o evento, pô, tinha acabado de terminar ali. Então eles não tinham planos ainda.
They're gonna get back to us because at the same time that was on the night of the fight. We understand that the UFC had to go all over to make this event, took a lot from them, so they're gonna get back to us. We're gonna sit down and talk, and then we're gonna see what's next.
Do you think you'll get it?
Você acha que vai ganhar revanche?
Pô, não sei. Eu não sei. Eu quero, né? Deixo bem claro que eu quero, mas, pô, não tenho controle de tudo, né? A gente sabe que, pô, a organização é quem manda. Mas eu vou estar ali para prestar o serviço. Se eles me der essa revanche imediata, eu vou ficar muito feliz com isso. Pô, vou agradecer imensamente. Mas se não der certo, eles têm os motivos deles. É isso.
Well, that's something that's not in my control. I gotta see what they have planned, right? I want that rematch. But if they come...
Back on the program, that was my conversation with Alex Pereira. There's a lot going on in this world. That was an unbelievable conversation with Chris Fowler, someone that I very much appreciate and respect and admire. What a storyteller, what a life, what wisdom. I know it wasn't heavy on the combat talk and MMA talk, but you can see he likes it very, very much. He's a fan. But I hope that, you trust me when I bring guests on the program, and they are usually very interesting people with interesting stories to share, with great life experiences to bestow upon us, and that was unbelievable. That's one of my favorite ones. Thank you very much to Rory Karp, who, as I said, has done a lot of combat-related things. I first met him when he was doing a 30 for 30 on Christian Leitner. He did the CM Punk one. He did the he also does Looking for a Fight, by the way. He's the producer of Looking for a Fight. So he's been around the world of combat sports for quite some time. He did have one fight. So anyway, that was amazing. I did also see that there was an active shooter situation in Montreal, not too far away from where actually I grew up, to be honest. And if anyone knows about DeCarry and the Walmart over there, this is crazy stuff. I don't know anything about the motives or anything like that, or how many, 3 dead, including suspect. This is crazy stuff. People say this stuff isn't supposed to happen in Canada. So my heart is a little bit heavy seeing all these messages from my family, but luckily everyone is doing okay. And so we forge on, and we await more information on that. Some stuff has happened in the last 2 hours or so since we've been locked in here. And so I see a press release from the UFC. UFC and Meta unveil Meta UFC rankings. The UFC, the world's premier mixed martial arts organization and subsidiary of TKO Group Holdings, alongside its official fan technology partner Meta, today announced the introduction of the Meta UFC Rankings, a new athlete evaluation system transforming how fighters are assessed, offering fans, athletes, and media an objective, data-driven view of the sport's competitive landscape. The introduction of Meta UFC Rankings builds upon Meta and UFC's shared commitment to elevating the fan experience through innovative technology. So they say as of June 22nd, that is today, the UFC will begin the transition of its official rankings from the traditional media panels towards Meta UFC Rankings, offering a new innovative approach. And okay, I've been unhappy with the rankings. Okay, thank you, Dana. I'm excited to work. Okay, there's Mark Zuckerberg. Not all wins and losses are. I have not been able to look at any of this, and so let's bring PT and the boys in. PT, have you had a chance to look at this? And can you tell me, did they nail it? Did they not nail it? What's the story, Morning Glory?
Well, what's the crack, Ariel?
How are you?
Right, so I don't know if I'm not using this correctly, but Kevin Borges is the champion at flyweight, where I'm looking at this, and Navajo Sterling is the light heavyweight champion. I don't know.
Shout out to Kevin Borges.
I put this in the group, and Rick wrote back, "Okay, boomer." So I'm completely open to the possibility that I am not using this new technology correctly.
Okay. So
GC, please help.
Wait. I just went to UFC.com/rankings, right? And there it is. And as you can see, top right, there's a little button there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so Meta UFC Rankings there. You click on the white, so it says boom, and it goes to media. There you go. Thank you, Jordan. And so I'm looking at this very quickly, and I see the Meta UFC Rankings has Joshua Van as champion, and then I click, and I see Joshua Van as champion. So where? What are you talking?
I'm on UFC.com/rankings too, and mine is on media rankings, and it's Kevin Borjas is the flyweight champion. Let me try and reload, and maybe this is a.
All right, I'm seeing some other people.
Wait, Mitch Raposo is now the flyweight champion, and Joe Anderson Brito is the featherweight champion, and Bryce Mitchell is the bantamweight champion.
I'm seeing other people with these exact same ones.
So it's a little glitch.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people with
a little glitch. Every champion is fucking wrong, basically. Like, that's not a little glitch.
Well, I'm not seeing that. So I can't speak to it. But did anyone try to go like, let's take welterweight for fun?
Yep.
Okay, well, by the way, so Connor, you may know more about this.
Sure.
Who's the media rankings panel? Is it the same jabronis?
I have not been able to. Let's see if there's at the bottom.
And why create two now? Isn't the whole point to just have one?
Media rankings are determined by essentially the same panel of people.
It's the exact same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Top Turtle Podcast. KHON Honolulu.
So they kept the same people.
KFMU 93.3. Yeah.
What is
great show?
At least they kept burstback.se. I was a little bit worried they were going to lose their slot.
Okay, so I'm looking. Okay, I'm just going to pull up welterweight because I think it's the most interesting division right now. And all right, here's welterweight, right? Oh, you did it for me. Jesus Christ, Jordan, you're incredible. Thank you. Okay, so Meta, obviously the champion say. Carlos won, Ian. Okay, so right now I would say the media is right. How could Carlos be above Ian?
Right, he beat him.
Right. Okay, so they disagree on 1 and 2 because they're flip-flopped. Morales, Jack Della, Brady for the Meta, Bonfim for the okay, they're 5 and 6. Bilal, Leon, Buckley, Usman. Okay, so how could the Meta have Buckley over Usman? So it seems to me, just from this here, because we remember Usman beating Buckley almost exactly a year ago. So it seems to me like this here, the Meta rankings is a more what have you done for me lately type of thing, right? Pracha's being above Garry would make sense with that in mind because he just won in impressive fashion in May. Buckley being above Usman would make more sense because he competed in May as well. Usman hasn't competed. I don't like that though. It shouldn't be that. Is there another one that we could do side by side? Is there another one? Okay, here's women's strawweight. All right, Mackenzie, Zhang, Virna, Tatiana. So Meta has Virna as 2, Tatiana as 2 for the media. And obviously Tatiana 3 for the Meta. Media has Virna 3. Jillian 4 for Meta. Yan Xiaonan 4 for media. And then they're flip-flopped.
And then Piera Rodriguez gets in there.
Yo, what the?
Meta ranking.
It gets a little funky back end here. Piera Tabitha, Denise Gomes, Mizuki, just one word. Alexia Tainara, and then on the media side, Jillian Lupi, Amanda Lemos, Tabitha Andrade, Hebus.
Also, Lupi Lemos tied for 6.
Shout out.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, okay, so it gets a little weird.
In the heavyweight rankings on the Meta, they have Alex Pereira 4th in heavyweight, ahead of Josh Hogan.
For real?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a single win at heavyweight.
Yeah.
Ahead of Josh Hogan. Wow.
Yep.
All right, well, you know what I wanted them to go all in with the Meta, despite the fact that we've just shown 3 issues. Having 2 is weird to me.
Can't have 2.
Can't have 2, right?
I don't get it.
Is it any different than the AP rankings? Isn't there the AP rankings in college football, and then there's another
Coaches poll.
Coaches poll. So isn't this the same thing?
And also there's the college football player
Right.
poll. So.
But who do you recognize?
I don't know.
Who is the standard?
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
AP until college football playoff rankings come out, and then it's only college football playoff rankings.
When they put the numbers on the screen, do you think it'll be the Meta? Probably, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think the fact that when you go to the rankings page, it's Meta, and then you have to click into the media.
Yeah.
Is telling.
PT, your thoughts? PT looks like
I'm very confused.
Fuming right now.
Luana Santos might be the biggest winner of all this. She is up to 3rd in the Meta rankings.
Hey, Pelico's the fucking middleweight champion that I'm looking at here.
Yeah,
Rafa Garcia is the lightweight champion.
I'm wondering
what the fuck is going on.
I'm wondering if something's going on internationally, because I feel like everyone that I've seen tweeting the fucked up rankings is not in the States.
Oh, interesting.
I could be wrong though. I could be wrong because all of us back
fair play, Vitor
Intern
Petrino,
Josh
heavyweight
is
champ.
Intern Josh having issues with the rankings going from 9 to 13, just skipping a bunch of people.
Well, congrats to Vitor Petrino. You said
It's amazing. Yeah, Navajo Sterling's now the light heavyweight champion.
Is there any sort of
Navajo?
Is there any sort of explanation, algorithm, where are they? What's the code?
There is nothing at the bottom.
Where do they figure how to?
You go to the bottom and it says how they were determined.
Yeah.
Meta. Are they just asking Meta AI rank the top 15? No pound for pound from Meta either.
No pound for pound, huh?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there it is.
Automatically calculated and updated by Monday following every UFC event.
Oh, we're getting it Monday now. This is big.
System combines statistical modeling, machine learning, deep domain expertise of the UFC. It evaluates a comprehensive set of objective metrics, including outcome probability, win type, fighter trajectory, and weight class sensitivities. Must be some heavy sensitivities.
Yo, what the hell does weight class sensitivity mean? What are these words?
Can I
You
ask
don't get it,
questions?
though.
Oh, I can't wait for this. This is going to be great.
I got 2
Rick,
questions.
please go ahead.
I got 2 questions.
I'm ready for them both.
I got 2
This is going to be great.
questions.
This is going to be great.
First question.
Yes, please.
And I'm coming late to this
This
discussion.
is going to be fantastic. Yes.
What's the reason we still have the media ones if we're doing the meta ones?
Yeah, we were asking the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Same
Thank you for
panel.
joining us. Thank you for joining us. Yes.
Number two. Is this any better? Did we improve this in any significant way? Does
Nah.
anybody give a flying fuck about this?
I knew that was coming. I was waiting for that. I knew that was coming from Rick. Do we even care?
Who gives a shit? Okay. I had this conversation.
Yeah. You're right about the who gives a shit. You know why? Because it's not like college football or basketball where it's like, oh, if you're ranked as such and
Yes.
such is going to happen. Literally nothing is going to change.
Back in the day,
Not a thing.
pre-UFC sale, they had to button up the house. They had to
Yeah,
clean up
yeah,
the
yeah,
house.
yeah.
They had to button up and get this thing ready for sale. Part of that was having rankings and establishing that there's a form and there's a system to this. And part of that was USADA. We've now seen USADA go by the wayside, right? It's outlived its usefulness. We now have a less stringent testing system. We don't need the rankings anymore.
Do you think bottom line this has anything to do with the Meta sponsorship and it was just part of the deal?
If it does,
Yeah.
don't sell this as some improvement. As
No,
like
that's
some-
of course what you're going to do. You're trying to sell it.
They literally moved. If somebody sat there and manually moved these names around, it would be exactly the same thing. Nothing has changed significantly. There's no reason that this needs to.
Maybe it will change. Maybe as a result of this, they'll say, you know what? Whomever this algorithm ranks as number one is getting a title shot.
Okay, well,
Bullshit. No
I do want to
chance in
say,
hell. But also,
Yair Rodriguez out of the meta ranking.
Wow.
Respect.
Okay.
Also, Nathaniel Wood, top 10. Respect.
Hey.
Pat Sabatini, number 7.
Manel, is Manel above Pantoja?
The meta rankings might know.
No.
No, Manel Kopp stays 2.
Okay, well, you know why I asked that? Because it seems to be a very, like, what have you done for me lately type of thing. And so I was wondering if they would boost him after the win.
If the guy they want to be next in line as a contender gets put there, we're going to question it anyway because we don't see the methodology.
Where's Taporia?
Number 1.
Number 1? Oh, under the champ.
Under the champ. Heoni Barcelos, number 8 in the meta rankings. Respect.
Wow.
I might be down with the meta rankings.
I feel
bro.
like GC is the number 1 fan of the meta rankings.
Peyton Talbot and Raul Rosas removed from the rankings.
Wow. And where are they in the media rankings?
They are sitting at Peyton Talbot 11, Raul Rosas 13.
Pfeiffer 5 in meta.
Okay.
And then, where is he here? 7 in media. He's not going to like that.
He's not going to like the media or the meta.
No, 5 in meta, 7 in media. He's going to hate the media.
Down with the meta.
Yeah.
The media was there.
It's
anyway.
gonna. By the way, it's gonna be funny when the fighters start to realize this, and they're gonna pick which one. They're gonna be like "F you media" or "F you meta."
1,000%.
Yeah. All right. Well, this
solved
is fun.
nothing.
Okay. Well, glad we weighed in on that. Some other breaking news and some unfortunate news regarding Dustin Poirier. What can you guys tell me about the Dustin Poirier news? I've been a little bit out of it, but it appears as though he had an incident yesterday. Is that accurate? Well, he posted
that on a story.
Okay, he posted. Is any credible outlet reporting any of this?
TMZ. TMZ is saying that he was booked for public drunkenness, a misdemeanor, at 6:38 p.m. last night, before being released several hours later, a quarter after 10 p.m. It is unclear what led up to the arrest of Dustin Poirier.
Okay, and that is what he posted on his story. What was it? Within the hour, last couple hours? Couldn't have been much longer than that.
Since this story came out.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say about Dustin. Dustin Poirier has been very honest about his faults and his greatness and the things that he has been dealing with post-fighting. And so I have, like, when he says that is just an honest assessment of, he's always been a straight shooter. And so I don't know any of the, I'm just getting caught up here about, the stuff that I've missed. When you're locked in on these in-studio interviews, you're locked in. And so we adore Dustin. I think he's an unbelievable human being. He has never pretended to be perfect or he talks about his warts. He talks about his transgressions. He's talked about some pretty dark stuff on this show and on other shows. And so I have no doubt he'll get through this. Whatever this is, true, false, I mean, that is some sort of acknowledgement that something happened. But for now, I hope you can respect the fact that we'll leave it at that and hopefully get some more information. And most importantly, hope he's all right and in a good place, learns from whatever happened and can move on in a positive way. Because no problem saying, love Dustin, appreciate him, respect him, consider him one of the good guys in this game, and have always appreciated our relationship. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. Here's a post from Ilia Topuria. Post all the madness of the past week, seems to be smiling, enjoying the little breaks. Experience teaches you to appreciate even the most chaotic moments. No matter what's happening around you, stay calm and enjoy every moment. Shout out to Ilya. Great to see him in good spirits. Now, Justin Gaethje was on the Joe Rogan Experience Saturday, I think this came out, and Joe asked him whether or not he is going to retire. Here's what he had to say.
Are you going to continue fighting?
For right now, I'm planning on it. There's not something natural in me that feels like it's over.
What are your thoughts? Like, when you're thinking about competing, who do you think it will be? You think it'll be Armin?
No.
No?
I can't say that I have a name.
Do you think Eli's going to try for a rematch?
No, he doesn't get a rematch. He can try, but he doesn't get one.
Wow.
He quit on the stool. He quit twice. I stopped him twice. What else do I have to fucking do? His next challenge can't be me. He needs to fight Patty or someone like that.
So Justin said two different things there regarding Ilya. Number one, there's no way he's retiring. There's absolutely no way he's retiring. That would be crazy at this point to retire. It would be shocking. It would be more shocking than crazy because he's at the very, very top of the game. Number one. Number two, he says Ilya doesn't get a rematch. But then he says his next opponent can't be me. Point A, I don't agree with. Point B, I do agree with. Justin's next opponent has to be Armin, but that doesn't mean Ilya can't win once and fight him. If he beats Armin and then they meet up again sometime next year or, end of the year, 2028, whatever it is, Ilya is 100% going to fight for the belt again. The question is going to be, is Justin still going to be champion? But I agree with the sentiment, Armin should be next. Armin has to be next. He's done enough. He's waited long enough. It has to be him. I would love to see, maybe it's the winner of BSD, Patty. Maybe it's the loser. Fight Ilya at some point. We're talking months and months down the line. And then if he gets by that test, I have no issues with him fighting for the belt again. No issues whatsoever. In that interview, by the way, with Joe Rogan, Justin Gaethje spoke. Well, actually, Trevor Whitman was with him, and he spoke about his gloves. We've heard about these gloves, the Onyx gloves, for a very long time. Dana White was asked about the gloves at the post-fight press conference after the Apex event on Saturday, and here's what he had to say about why they never did a deal for his gloves, and did reveal that he was very interested in making a deal at some point. Here's the video.
Talking to Trevor for years. Rashad Evans, whom I love and respect, came to me and said, "Hey, listen, I'm invested in this thing. We think that we have a great product here, and I would love to, introduce our glove to that Trevor built. All those guys, like Trevor's a genius. He makes these bags and his gloves." So we looked at it all, and I literally told my finance team, "Get this deal done. Care what it takes. Get the deal done." They wanted like $100 million for the glove. How many fucking gloves you got to sell to make $100 million? It's impossible.
That's a lot of money. There's no doubt about that. I have seen the gloves, by the way. I don't know if we have a photo of the gloves. I have seen the gloves. They're everywhere. I still feel like the Pride Dream Rising gloves are the best gloves. Like, his gloves are a little more rounded, and they're fine. They're totally fine. But I don't feel like you have to, reinvent the wheel here to, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. But $100 million does seem like a lot. Does seem like a lot, at least to me. You guys ever see the gloves? You know what I'm talking about? They're very...
Yeah.
They look like those gloves that people wear in sparring.
Yeah, I've seen the gloves.
Yeah. The Pride ones, to me, are just as good. Like, they're rounded. They're not as puffy here.
The UFC tried those rounded gloves too, and
but they weren't very
knockouts went down, and they got rid of them. Knockouts went down, and John Jones didn't want to fight in them, and then they were gone. That was it.
Oh yeah,
these are the gold gloves, man.
I forgot about the John Jones thing. I forgot about that.
Who knows if they get these designs off Trevor Whitman, the knockouts go down, and then John Jones doesn't want to fight in them. They're gone.
They're $100 million in the hole.
$100 million spent.
Guys, I have some bad news. Justin Gaethje doesn't want Armin's truck. He said no to the truck.
I'll take it if he wants to.
I think Armin's upset about this. He offered him a truck, and I think he feels like he's being a little bit disrespected. Here's Armin talking about the Heisman to the truck from Justin Gaethje.
What's up, guys? As you heard on Joe Rogan podcast, Justin Gaethje said he doesn't want to get the truck that I bought for him, so I decided to give one of my followers. All information is going to be on the caption. Good luck, and I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Why 2 weeks? Oh, maybe because of RAF? Has anyone signed up for the truck?
No.
Is it like a lottery or what?
Did he say to go on his Instagram?
Yeah, the caption.
I don't know. I'm about to go sign up for it right now.
All right, let us know.
I'd be fucking sick if I got a truck, dude.
Alex Volkanovski says, guys, maybe I'll fight Justin Gaethje. This is not true, right? This can't be true. Let's take a listen.
You go, do I go up? Do I go? I was like, hey, let's do it. Nah, look, man, people ask me, would you do it? Of course I'll do it. I'm going to call it when if I feel like I deserve it, and you've seen when I was defending my belt 5 times before I asked for the double champ, and then had the fight with Islam. Like, that's just how it is. Like, I lost the belt, defended against Lopes. Got the belt back, defended against Lopes. Just that put me in a position to go get another chance at the... So I'm not going to call for it. That's the type of champion I am. I think you need to earn it. But if the UFC was to offer it, of course, see 238-year-old fellas go at it in the lightweight division. 100%. Of course I would. So that's it, 100%. But again, I don't know. Armin should be next. But when you're not doing what the UFC want and you're not going to be in a company, man, you can be punished for it. And so we'll see what happens.
Ain't happening. No chance. But I appreciate him talking about it. There ain't no chance. And now, guys, I want to talk to you all about my least favorite topic in mixed martial arts. Anyone happen to know what my least favorite topic is in mixed martial arts? Anyone have a guess? The thing that I see and I'm like, this is my reaction.
The Ultimate Fighter.
No, it's actually more than that.
I'm not sure, but I just entered the truck.
Oh, yeah? How's that going?
6-7 times, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in.
Well, good luck.
I don't know. Tell me.
The White House ratings and how they did the minute by, like, who gives a fuck? I don't know what I'm less interested in, that or who's going to be the promoter for Fury Joshua. Like, you open the app, you open X on Thursday, and it's just fighting over these. Who gives a crap? Is it nice to know? Is it good to have a gauge? Sure. Does it all seem great? Yeah. Did we all enjoy it? Yeah. Comparing, you know what's the thing? Comparing ratings today to ratings in the 90s or even 10, 15 years ago is completely different because of streaming, because of piracy. We'll never know. The number was great. What was the official number? 17 million? What did they say? The June 14th White House hosted UFC Fight Night drew an average of 7 million viewers in the United States, according to Nielsen streaming figures. Okay, the event also pulled in 1.2 million in Latin America. I'm reading off of Awful Announcing here. They do a great job with this. For perspective, the first ever UFC card on Fox averaged 5.7. That was the most watched MMA event in the U.S. until Netflix's Ronda Rousey Gina Carano Fight Night, which averaged 9.3 and peaked at 11.6. Paramount says 17 million people, 15.26 million in the U.S. watched at least 1 minute of the event. Now, my understanding is that that's not a normal thing. Talking to people in the broadcast business, the 1 minute thing is not a normal thing. That's not something that's usually reported. And so are they trying to juice the numbers? Yeah, maybe. But then this whole thing about, this would have been so much more impressive had Joe Rogan not said a gazillion people were going to watch, or Marco Rubio not said, shoot me in the brains. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Who cares about this? Like, the amount of discourse that I saw on this was, but it would have been so much better if they, who cares, man? Who cares? An average of 7 million people in the United States watched. That's incredible. Well done. And then you could start debating, like, all right, are there more people on Netflix and Paramount? The 1 minute thing, I'll admit, is a little bit fugazi. No one ever believed that 1 billion people were going to watch, and now Dana's saying that there's going to be even more, and 1/3. I don't know. It's all, you know what it is, guys? You know what this is? This is a schlong measuring contest. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I think
How can we not notice?
I think the main reason people care is to just compare it to the MVP event.
And what's
the whole thing?
And what's the conclusion?
Oh, I don't know, because I'm seeing people pull the 17 million total to, be like, they tied and it was on Paramount going against Netflix, and then people pulling the 7 million average, which was less than the Netflix, and it's like, it didn't even outdo this, Netflix card because it was a bunch of aging people and this was supposed to be the best card ever. I feel like you can manipulate the numbers however you want to make your argument.
Kind of. Objectively, the MVP card did better viewership than the White House card. But
as I think everyone predicted. I mean, at least everyone I thought.
Oh, no, you'd be shocked.
Because Netflix has the biggest schlong.
Because
yes, exactly. People will just say, they have quadruple the subscribers and they only did this much more.
That's the biggest takeaway.
It is Netflix, the schlong, Pete.
Netflix is a much more powerful platform than Paramount Plus. And if you need that spelled out Netflix for you, you're an idiot.
The 1 minute thing's a little bit funky. I'll admit that.
I do think Netflix also does the 1 minute thing.
Did they announce that?
I think when they announced the MVP card, they used the 1 minute and then the +1 viewer thing.
The +1 viewer thing is the next day. That's different than a minute. That means literally you watched for a minute. +1 means you didn't watch live, but you watched it within the 24 hours after.
Average viewership is the only thing I care about. Like the peak viewership could, as evidenced by the fact that they're citing a number for 1 minute, could mean nothing. You could just be turning it on and turning it off. If the number of people who stuck around for the event, the average viewership was higher for the Netflix, the MVP card, and lower for the White House card, as you would expect on a platform that has a fraction of the.
Can I tell you what I'm more interested in?
Sure.
McGregor.
Yeah.
Meaning it's going to be bigger.
I think it's definitely going to be bigger.
I think McGregor will be bigger, yeah.
Yes.
And that to me will be an interesting gauge, right? That will be an interesting gauge. Also, I'd love to know what the Strickland Khamzat card did. Like, give us, they're too inconsistent with this. So, like, give us something.
They don't want you to have those numbers. If you have those numbers, then Sean Strickland has those numbers.
Sure.
Then Khamzat Chimaev has those numbers. They don't want you to have those numbers. So we will not have those numbers.
Yeah. Here's Dana White saying that the global numbers are going to be released this week, and they are going to blow your freaking mind. It's going to be more than the World Cup, Olympics, Super Bowl combined times 6.
Wow. I mean, a third of their subscribers tuned into the,
Why does he hold the microphone so hard?
Number's massive.
Like, why is he like squeezing it?
Because he gets the tense on the forearms there, and they look more impressive.
Shut the fuck.
Hey.
That's the biggest thing that we've ever done. And obviously the biggest thing ever for the sport. And,
wait, is that accurate?
My job, I've been saying this since the end of the ESPN deal, my job is to deliver for Paramount. And boy, have we delivered in 6 months.
Wait, is it the biggest thing? Didn't we just establish that it's not the biggest thing in the sport? Or am I wrong? Anyway, here's Nikisa Badarian congratulating the UFC on this number. So that seems notable. Tremendous success for UFC 250, which is great for the continued growth of the sport, the fighters, and the fans. MVP MMA had Netflix. UFC 250 had the White House and one of the most recognized global figures in history in President Trump. Only winners here in all scenarios, and UFC 250 was an amazing production whether you agree with the location or not. UFC is by far the most dominant brand / the reference brand for the sport of MMA. For MVP MMA to be in the same ballpark of viewership for their biggest event ever is damn good. Don't care who is higher. Congrats to all. All right. Here's Ronda Rousey also congratulating the UFC on the great. Laughing my ass off, kiss my ass, Hunter Campbell. Okay. Wasn't the same type of sentiment, but it sounds like she was quote tweeting something that insinuated that the Netflix number was higher than the Paramount number, right? Here's Nikisa Badarian talking about the Conor number. Also, I believe Conor McGregor will do similar numbers, if not bigger, in the U.S. as Freedom 250. He should make at least 60 million if he delivers that. Gate to be 30 million, they have said. I don't think he's getting that much, but he is getting a lot, he has told us. Here's Adam Stern of the Sports Business Journal weighing in on the numbers. Okay, 7 million viewers in the U.S. for Sunday's UFC Freedom 250, the largest exclusive live stream in the platform's history per Nielsen data announced today. All right, well, there you go. 7 million. It's a big number. Mazel tov. And you could be the owner of the stool Ilia Topuria sat on when his team said no mas. They are selling this stool. Could you imagine, PT, having that in the gaff? How much is that?
Almost 10K right now.
10 grand?
Yeah. You paying 10 grand for that?
No.
I guess, who's buying that? The Gaethje fan or the Topuria fan? You know what I mean? Like, the Topuria fan doesn't want that. Or is it just like some memorabilia guy?
Yeah, UFC historian.
Yeah. I feel like a Gaethje fan would want that.
Gaethje maybe
himself would want it.
You got to have a lot of money for that.
Signed or not signed?
I don't think it's signed, no.
Also, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Like, where's mine?
There's a certificate and all that nonsense.
Can I get something like where? Like
What do you want? A picture of him sitting on the stool?
I want. Oh, look, it's chipped here, and look at the broadcast. It's chipped there. Like, this looks too perfect. This looks like it wasn't used.
Too glossy.
Yeah.
Glossy.
Where would it have gotten chipped? They just bring it in.
Yeah, he knocked it on the stairs or something. I don't know. Something. There's got to be some sort of wear and tear.
It's a brand new stool, man.
Yes. I'm just not buying it.
Stoolgate.
You're saying that that's not the stool. You're putting out the.
I'm skeptical.
You're saying someone's paying $10,000 for
I'm
a
skeptical.
stool that wasn't actually.
Yeah, who's the check?
They just pull it from the warehouse.
Okay,
Bobby
let me
said-
ask you a philosophical question.
Yes.
If the tag and the certificate say that it is the stool, then does it become the stool? Does it matter?
No.
If the real stool.
No,
is
I need the real stool.
I think that is the real stool.
But it becomes the real stool.
Is there any way to test
This
the
is
stool?
so great.
How about Frank? How about Frank playing a Dana White drop in the middle of a Dana
Yeah, that was
White
perfect.
clip?
That was perfect.
talking over him.
How about Dana White at the press conference on Saturday showering Conor's brother with praise? Did you guys see this?
Legend.
I mean, he was short of just actually naming him, but it felt like he was talking directly about your brother. Here he is.
So.
Yeah.
Did you hear them beforehand? And to me, I felt like everybody was talking about them, and I just thought that maybe Fight Night, we didn't talk about how good they were. Did you know how good they were going to be, and how happy did they perform for you that night?
Not until days before. I'm literally about to post something about that. I was going to do it earlier, but we got busy in here. And yeah, they were incredible. So as we were always using them leading up, but we didn't know how good they were until we got there and started doing rehearsals. And then Borsari was like, holy shit, wait till you hear this band. And then when they brought me out, they had her play Thunderstruck, and it was incredible. And what was crazy was he says, because we were intending on using a DJ, to do walk-ins and do all this stuff. But once we got into the band, we were like, and you can't tell me, there were moments where we were sitting there and like the Red Hot Chili Peppers came on. And then I realized, that's not the fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers, that's the band. And, they're incredible. And it's one of the many things that made that event so cool and unique. So what we're trying to do right now is assemble all the, because they still play off sheets of music. So they had sheets of music like the size of a phone book. And we're taking all those songs, we're going to have them play, we're going to try to put together a soundtrack for UFC Freedom 250 and get Zach's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner on it too. So, yeah, it was awesome.
What does your bro have to say about this?
That's big time, man. Can't confirm he had heard them beforehand. He was at a lot of the rehearsals.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out. I really would love to see the video of him thinking that he was hearing the Red Hot Chili Peppers and then being like,
what?
That's the band. Oh, my God.
That's Gunnery Sergeant Brooks.
That's very nice of him to say, though. I will be buying the album. So will my parents.
Does your bro get a cut of the album? Like if the
I don't know, but he confirmed to me the rumors of the bonus. We'll see if that ends.
Tell us.
Oh,
what is it? Is it divided?
Okay,
sorry.
Wow. We tried to get him on the show, and we
I know.
Protocol.
We got Connor last week. We couldn't get your bro.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. That is amazing. And there's some great stuff regarding Hannah Davis, who was, front and center. She did among other songs, but I think the one that she's getting the most attention for is the Suga walkout. They were all amazing. Yeah, you are what you say you are, superstar.
I feel like you're going to be on the album.
That's not her voice, by the way. I know it sounds like her voice.
Is Chicken Fried going to be on the album?
That's not the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yo, my brother.
Life is good today.
Wait. Who did my brother see yesterday, PT? Who did my brother see yesterday in Cork?
He's Parky Quave. Was he? Sorry.
Was it
Parky
Zach
Quave?
Brown or Zach Bryan? Is there a Zach Brown and a Zach Bryan?
There is.
One of them was.
One of them not a wrestler?
What?
I don't know. They're both musicians.
Who does Chicken Fry?
Zach
Shaboozey.
Brown.
Which one's more
I don't
popular?
really like that kind of
Zach
fucking music. Do you know what I mean?
Bryan.
I don't know what to tell you.
My brother and his family flew to Ireland on Friday to watch Zach Bryan at Cork.
Wow.
In Cork. At Cork?
In Cork. In Cork. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, to be honest. I had no idea.
Famous. He's very famous.
Yeah, but what? They
Why
went
would
all the
you
way
fly
there
to
to watch country music guy?
And then I have like a second cousin named Zach Burks who also plays the guitar.
Well, this is crazy. This is all very crazy. More from Dana. He was asked about Tom Aspinall. Now that the heavyweight title fight has come and gone, at least the interim title fight, what's up with Tommy? Here's what he had to say.
Have you guys reached out to Tom Aspinall yet about maybe booking that fight with Cyril?
I'm not going to talk about that stuff. I'll tell you something that's funny, though. So AJ just signed with CAA for sponsorship and all that kind of stuff. Doesn't Eddie Hearn have a fucking... Isn't that what he does? Aspinall signs with Eddie Hearn, which is insane. AJ, who's been with him forever, and they're probably best friends, signs with CAA to get.
I just saw Turkey Al Sheikh saying he wants to bring you guys for a peacekeeping summit.
Listen, the reason I got into boxing, one big reason was I met him and I liked him. And he's made some pretty big things happen in the sport of boxing. This is his biggest challenge yet. That I guarantee you.
We've come a long way from the DM exchange from a few months ago. A couple things there. Number one, Eddie's going to be in studio on Wednesday. So I want to ask him this. Can Eddie even, like, there's a difference between a promoter and a manager. And so just because someone signs with another entity to do sponsorship, I don't know if that's the PWN. Do they call it PWN online? The PWN?
No, nobody calls it that.
No one said that in 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if it's the PWN that he thinks it is, because I'm going to ask him, can Eddie as a promoter actually do that role for him?
I don't think he can.
Yeah. So anyway, the Turkey thing is interesting as well. So Turkey put out a statement, I think it was on Friday, saying that he would like to bring all the promoters together. I'll do my best to do a meeting soon between my brothers Dana White, Nick Khan, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, and my partners and friends, DAZN, to make peace and revolution for boxing. I hope I succeed and boxing fans see the white smoke rise from the chimney. I want to do it before losing my memory. I'm afraid in 2028 or 2029, I'll forget my name. Now, it has been reported that he has been dealing with some health issues. We don't know the extent of the health issues, and obviously wish him the absolute best. And it seems like at one point he was doing a lot better and seemed to have been on the other side of it. I'm pretty sure that we spoke about some of this with him at one point. And so obviously that's the most important thing, way more than peace with promoters, boxing industry, anything like that. And the sentiment is great. The sentiment is great. To Dana's point, not sure if he's going to be, running there with bells on to do it, but the sentiment is great. It is worth mentioning. I think it's fair to mention that in large part, a lot of this division happened once, like Frank and Eddie and all these guys, he did bring everyone together. And then once Zuffa Boxing arrived, there started to be a lot more of a rift, right? There was a rift between Eddie and Dana. There was a rift between Frank and Turkey. There was a rift between Spencer Brown and Turkey. There seems to have been a rift that has been created ever since all of this started. So I can appreciate someone being like, you know what, in retrospect, I'd prefer if everyone were friends. Seems like it's a tough thing to accomplish, but let's see. Let's see if he's able to do so. Let's see if there's even an actual meeting that is able to be put on the books and who would attend said meeting. That would be a very interesting thing. But most importantly, wish him the best and hopefully, what he's saying doesn't come to fruition, that he can live a long, healthy, and prosperous life. Dana was asked about the Josh Hokett comments, obviously the comments about Michelle Obama. Here's what he had to say at the post-fight press conference on Saturday in Vegas.
That was
disgusting.
Yeah. Do you regret putting him on that card because of those comments?
No, I mean, listen, there's always going to be people that say things that most of us don't agree with. I mean, just the time, the place, just fucking, yeah, no. I've said many times, listen, I voted for Obama the first time. Didn't vote for him the second time. Then when I was at the inauguration, he was sitting in front of me, and then I saw all this stuff on the internet where people were like, oh, Dana's mad dogging Obama. Obama's the only one that turned around to me, couldn't have been a nicer guy, and said, congratulations on all your success and everything that you've done, whatever. I said, thank you, Mr. President. And I don't believe in this shit. Like all the people that hate Trump, he's not my president. All the people that hated Biden, he's not my president. I got some bad fucking news for you. If you're an American, that's your president. And I respect all presidents, present and past. And not everybody does, and got to listen to fucking stupid shit like that sometimes, unfortunately, because I also believe in free speech.
So there you have it. As of right now, Josh Hokett scheduled to be on the show tomorrow. So let us see what version of him is on the show and what he has to say about all of this. Dana was also asked about the surreal guy Alex Pereira finish and whether or not the shots were to the back of the head, and Alex Pereira's reaction on this show, I do believe, and on social media. Here's what he had to say.
It's kind of a hard one to talk about, but it seems like now every time Cyril Gane fights, we're kind of talking about some illegal strikes and some fouls after the fact. I'm not saying he's a dirty fighter, but do you think the next time he fights, a referee has to be like, the moment this guy does something, point?
I think every time everybody fights, the referee should be watching everything that happens. And I say it all the time, and I'll say it again. No reffing anywhere is perfect. And it could be an NBA game, could be an NFL game. Definitely some fights. It's never going to be perfect.
You don't feel like there's something with Cyril, or is it just like, look, this is a chaotic sport and it happens?
Well, I also think that if you watch the fight, it's undeniable that he got hit with some strikes to the back of the head. But in the middle of the action, when it's going on and guys are rolling around trying to get out of it, sometimes some fouls happen, and maybe Dean should have said, hey, watch the back of the head, or, warned him or something like that. But
it's a weird one. I know that Alex is very, very emotional about this, as he should be. There was a lot at stake, but I like the fact that, Dana's saying that he's not one to typically complain. And to be honest, that's true. That is 100% true. I thought it was interesting at that post-fight press conference, guys, that, this happens all the time. I'm used to it. Reporter asks Dana about comments that Trevor Whitman and Justin Gaethje made on the Joe Rogan Experience, but when referencing comments that Conor McGregor made on our show, no mention of the show. Why is that? Can anyone tell me why is that? In case you missed it, here you go. Oh, this is the Conor McGregor question at the post-fight press that didn't go as well as, and I don't even know if the question's in the clip. He's asked about Conor McGregor's second fight.
What's the question? What was the dates?
He said that he's going to have 2 fights. Obviously, the one we know in July, and then April of 2027. He was just kind of curious as to why.
I don't even know. I mean, listen, let's get through this one first, and then we'll figure out when the next one is. To even be talking about his second fight without even having the first fight. This is like when I'm on the internet and they're like, this fight sucks this weekend. How the fuck do you know this fight sucks? Saturday night at midnight, text me and tell me the fight sucked. So who knows? Let's see how this fight plays out.
It actually has nothing to do with that, by the way. Like, Conor's saying that in his contract, there's 2 dates, July 11th, April 2027. There's no correlation between that and fans saying that cards suck. Do you know what I mean? What?
Yeah, he didn't answer anything to do with that question.
No. It's like when fans say the cards suck, but does it say it in the contract that his second fight is going to be in April of 2027? What are you talking about? What is going on? Are we getting Mark Zuckerberg versus Elon Musk at the Coliseum?
No, the price tag was too high.
150. Worth it?
No.
You don't think so? I think they would generate more than 150 if they did that.
Yep.
Zuckerberg versus Musk at the Coliseum? Is everything okay, PT? What's going on? I feel like you're upset.
It'd be a terrible fight. It would be a terrible fight. This is fucking ridiculous.
Of course it would be.
Oh, we're going to a big fucking event at the Coliseum. Who's the main event? Some old fucking lads who can't fight properly? Yeah.
But it's at the Coliseum.
Let's spend 150 fucking million on it. Yeah.
I don't think the strife and the effort would be worth it.
I think
you could probably make the money back.
Who's been to the Coliseum here?
I have not.
Me.
How would they clean up the whole place? It's like a big mess over there.
$150 million.
It would be 2 lads rolling around for fucking 5 minutes. And
but what about the rest of the card and the rub that the rest of the card would get?
Marvin Vittori?
Yeah, hell yeah. Alessio Sakara?
What are we talking, 8 million viewers on Paramount? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, but what about with the 1 minute? It would be like 25. Come on.
Plus total viewers, average. It'd be great.
Zuckerberg's winning that fight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
have you seen the state of Elon Musk?
He's 20 years younger than him.
Yeah, he's
actually trains.
He's choking him out.
We see him every weekend with a new fighter. Like he would beat the brakes off.
Yeah, he was an elite quarterman for Volk.
Yeah, come on. This to me is a big fight. I mean,
wait, what? You're pushing. You want to promote this?
It's never going to happen. We're talking about
uncrowned fight.
We're talking about nothing.
I'm not even sure how it came up. How did it even come up?
You brought it up.
No, at the presser.
About other venues.
Oh yeah, other cool venues. That's right. That's right. No, not on this. What about Islam saying that Islam versus Ian Garry is the AliExpress version of McGregor versus Khabib? Surely, Pizzi, as a proud Irishman, you disagree with this take.
I mean,
it's round two.
What part two is it?
Round two.
Part 4.
No.
It's not
what
in the
There's
UFC.
been 27.
We don't count those. That was PFL. I'm talking in the UFC.
Yeah, it's huge over here, man. Fucking people are so excited about it.
All right, that's what I thought. He was asked, guys, about the 2 to 3 Dagestan and forget meme, if you will. Here's what he had to say. Islam, your phrase, send him 2-3 years Dagestan and forget, has gone viral across all sports, disciplines, and amongst celebrities. Whoever I meet, any athlete, he says, any level. I met Djokovic. Djokovic told me that. In the PSG locker room, they say, hey, send him to Dagestan for 2-3 years. I'm not really sure how this spreads. I want to. Oh, this is way too fast. Or 3. What was that?
You said Anthony Joshua told him to make it.
Oh, Anthony Joshua. Yes, I told him. Don't you think you've really boosted tourism to Dagestan with this phrase? Because people are coming. Let's call it sports tourism. In our gym, you can barely get in or out because people are constantly coming just to take photos or do one training session. One guy said, hey, you invited me, so I came to train. They have no sports skills whatsoever, but they immediately want to be a part of the national team members for training or something like that. I wonder if it actually has boosted the Dagestani tourism.
I went.
You did?
Came back with this.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Imagine you pulled up
I
that.
do see a lot of influencers going, like, just to do the kind of...
Do they actually go?
Oh, yeah, they go to the mats. They get fucking...
They go to Dagestan. Who's going there?
Makchala International Airport.
Hell yeah.
I feel like the 2 to 3 years is the important part, but I don't know if people are forgetting that part. They're skipping the 2-3 years part.
They're thinking 2 to 3 sessions,
Yeah,
2 to 3 hours, that type of thing. All right, just a couple other ones here. Here's Alex Pantoja looking quite fit. He's ready to go.
Jacked.
Meta rankings be damned. What about this announcement, guys? Zabit Magomed Sharipov is back.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, of course. Raul Rosas.
What happened to
All-star
Hooker?
no-gi title match, 70 kg, July 5th, Moscow. Yeah, what happened to Hooker? Well, it's good to see him back on the mats. Maybe this is his sort of like, dipping his toe in the water type of thing. Would be nice. Earlier today, they announced Moses Satama against... Well, we knew who he was fighting, but we had the presser and all this other stuff. Filip Hrgovic, August 29th, O2 Arena. What's up with this poster, by the way? What's going on here?
I'm not loving it.
What's happening? What is going on with this poster?
This is the worst I've ever
Makes
seen.
them look like they have like baby bodies and like a...
Yeah, what is going on? There's like a weird
Gold
filter
heads.
on this.
There's a lot of blurring going on
Yeah,
here.
it just looks odd.
Yeah, what is it?
So is that like... Is the background like half the Union Jack and what, Croatian?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
At first I thought it was half Union Jack, half English. I'm doing the math in my head here. This is my first time seeing it.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's usually they've been good.
It's tough.
They need to run it back. They
Yeah.
need to run it back.
It's
Yeah,
tough.
new poster needed.
Alex Pereira was at the World Cup match, I believe in Philly on Friday. Brazil. By the way, PT, what's the crack with the World Cup? Did France win?
Messi scored 2 goals. France are playing now.
Up 1 and
and then-
Oh.
Really, yeah?
Yep.
Fantastic.
PT seems a little bit annoyed that he's missing out. Is that what's happening?
No, that's not at all. I'll have the Argentina jersey on. I'll watch the Argentina game. All right, I'm happy. There's nothing that could make me happier right now, Ariel. All right, so I'm delighted with myself. Messi.
Wow, what's
reeling
wrong?
back
What's
the
going
years.
on? I don't understand. What's happening? I'm sensing a little bit of. Tell us how you feel. There's a part of you that feels like we took you away from World Cup viewing to sit around talking about meta rankings.
No.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No.
Well, tell us. Go ahead.
I was actually the game finished in lots of time.
Yeah?
I was able to come on.
So why are you so
enjoy
ornery?
this.
Why are you so ornery?
I mean, it's, you know what I mean.
Tell us. No secrets.
I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Is he
I'm
not
fine.
biting his
I'm
tongue?
happy.
What's
He's
wrong?
upset because he bid $10,000 on the Ilya Taporia stool and you said
No,
it's fake.
no. There's something going on, Frank.
Matt, can we pay for the stool to be here?
Frank, what's
Well,
going on?
we gotta prove that it's real. I just went on eBay and searched Ilya Taporia's stool sample to see if it's real, but
Frank, you're the only honest broker here. Tell me what's happening. There's something going on.
I think he's mostly fine.
Look at his face right now.
Mostly.
Look at his
have
face.
To come and wait for 30 minutes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's what this is.
I didn't complain at all.
He was
I didn't
like, why am
say
I
a
Fowler's
fucking
here.
word.
Waxing
I did
foot.
not
What's
say
happening?
that.
I said
Did
it
not
could wrap
say
up
that.
at any moment, PT. Let's be prepared. And he goes, mate, I have dinner to go to.
Okay. Now it's coming out.
There it is. There it is.
This is not.
There
I
it
tried to. Okay. I tried to help
It's
you
late
out.
for dinner, no, Pete? Isn't it like
Yeah.
10:22?
This,
I know.
this
It was like
isn't
me.
true.
I got-
He's
I'm trying
talking
to-
about something
okay,
that happened
I'm
on
sorry.
Friday.
I'm sorry.
He's talking about fucking Friday.
I'm sorry.
Frank,
I'm
piece of
sorry.
What was for
shit.
dinner? Pete, what was
Yeah.
for
What
dinner?
was for dinner?
Today?
Irish stew?
Chicken parmesan.
We had some
Mozzarella?
rotisserie chicken. We had
You had or you're having?
salad. Had.
Is it sitting on the table, getting cold?
No, I ate it before. Frank is lying to you. Frank is a fucking liar. Okay.
Right, you're Elaine in the
I have
background
the
calling you
text.
for dinner right now?
PT, I'm tired of waiting. What could you guys possibly be talking
Well,
about
now
at
we're going
10:23?
on PT too long. Rick is disassociated.
Yeah, but Rick
He's
is
upset.
checked out. He's not even listening. PT is like giving me a 10-mile long death stare. Frank isn't listening. No one's listening back there. Frank is worried about the flash flood, which it
I
seems
think
to be.
we're in the clear.
Yeah, it seems to be very nice outside based on.
Don't
what I'm
trust
seeing.
a fucking word Frank says. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, let's hurry this up. Do we have any super chats? I'm sorry for keeping everyone. Don't kill the messenger.
Some piece
Chris
of shit,
Fowler
Frank.
is dropping.
How about Chris Fowler, eh?
Drops of
Great
wisdom.
lad.
The amount of calls I've heard that guy make across my life.
He's unbelievable.
College game day back in the day, legend.
I tell you, quite fit. 63? We should all be so fit at 63. Go ahead, Frankie. What do you got? Or am I
Sammy,
doing it?
Yeah, you should do it.
Oh, okay. Wow. So we've totally just changed.
We've had Jack do it last week. Josh did it. You just said you wanted to do them quickly, and
Yeah, I know. I'm worried about PT. Okay. What?
What? This is ridiculous.
No,
this is
listen,
absolutely
we're just
ridiculous.
trying to get everyone home in one piece. Okay, here's Elliot Blank who says 1 or 11. We talk about Cyril as one of the best strikers in MMA, yet he consistently is fouling in finishing sequences. Look at
Yeah,
Hoofy.
so that was from the crack. You're a little behind.
Yep,
so
yep,
we'll
yep.
start with Sammy.
Here we go. Yes, Dana. Judge us in 2020. Is Dana judge us in 2027 getting a bit old? Well, guess what? You're going to hear it for the next 6 months. He loves that line, by the way. I tell you what. Judge us by the end of the year. Judge us in January.
Beating up babies is a better bar.
There's been a lot of
I'm a big fan of. What was the question?
This one. I'm trying to do it.
He gets them beefy forearms, man.
Yeah, he does set it up perfectly so the
Yeah.
forearms
Yeah.
are resting, and he kind of leans.
They're impressive, though. They're as impressive as fuck.
Yeah, but you see Gary Brecka talking that shit.
Yeah.
Also, did you see Jedi Goodman tag me in a tweet? We got to the bottom of it.
Yes, the cups.
Every cup he owns is a Power Slap cup. He's got like 700 of them, he says.
I love those cups.
So the theory is confirmed. That's what I thought it was.
What else? Here's Nate Cirque 1. The guests on the show are always great. Best in the business, one might say. But last week was generational. Love from Norway. Go Holland. Playing tonight at 8 in Jersey. Right. Holland came to us from Germany. Now he's in the Champions League. Holland. I'm going, Pete. Did you hear?
Are you going today?
Yeah. You know yourself. We got to
For
hurry
real?
up. No.
Oh, fuck. I was about to say that.
What's going on?
we spoke about it, but then the rain, this, that, and the other, the show,
Early?
Chris Fowler.
What are tickets? Gotta be.
They were like, I think 1,500 or so. What else?
I'll get you half a Ilya Taporia still. 3 of them.
Yeah, hell yeah. Ace Boogie 23. What is it?
I'm seeing tickets. Get-in price is $818.
Oh, they're dropping. Biggest
Cheap as
takeaway
chips.
from the weekend: Cop just beat the best flyweight in the world. Featherweight has their Shavkat. Why Shavkat? He's injured. I don't get it.
No, he's saying featherweight has their Shavkat.
No, I know, but why Shavkat? Like he's so good, he's not the champion?
No. But he's switching from.
Oh, featherweight. It's a different weight class.
I think he's referring to the highlight Murtazali Magomedov.
Featherweight.
Being 11-0.
It's kind of weird because he's talking about flyweight and then he went to featherweight.
It was weird, but I actually am picking up what he's putting down. 11-0 Murtazali,
Gotcha.
the highlight Magomedov. 6 submissions now, 5 knockouts. He keeps it even, just like Shavkat. Yeah.
Well, hopefully he doesn't get injured.
Takes a real ball nowhere to break that one down. But we got there.
You got there. You got
Yeah,
there.
we got there.
Here's David Drummond, who says in the red corner, fighting out of Dagestan, Eric Brother Jakamanov.
Brother.
Easy, brother.
Yeah.
Easy,
Eric,
brother. Much love, guys. Ozzy Dave, a.k.a. Go Adelaide Crows.
Boo, Sydney Swans. Boo, the Crows. Boo.
Here's Cousin Kev, who says, love the show, been watching since the ESPN days. Look, I love Poatan, but he's losing all of his aura complaining about the loss still, or, yeah, this question mark. Did he not do the same thing to Yuri in their first fight? I don't recall. None of this losing aura stuff, all right? The guy's allowed to speak his mind. Chesit says, has the World Cup fever hit? Thoughts so far? Yeah, I'd say so. Now that we've had some time to digest the Knicks, I'm all in. I'm watching Cape Verde against Uruguay. I'm watching Egypt, New Zealand. Shout out to Chris Wood. Tough night at the office. I'm watching it all. I'd be watching more if, PT was quicker with his thoughts. We can get to the games.
Can't wait for the Heyman on that one.
Here's Jamal, who says, did anyone notice Diego Lopes has Jeremy Stevens and Ariel? What?
Jeez.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, the interns were in charge of the graphics for like 2 seconds, and they just immediately fonted the wrong way.
Oh, did anyone notice Diego
Yeah,
Lopes?
you were fonted as Mike Perry. Jeremy Stevens got fonted as Diego.
Wow.
Things happen. It's okay. We're a learning experience.
Working through the kinks.
It's a learning experience.
It was actually Jordan who did it.
Intern
And
Josh,
his
Wow.
is cold.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
You're asked to take the fall. Intern, take the
burner
fall.
account.
Wow. So Jordan throwing intern Josh.
It was my
the coffee is cold, so can you?
Wow. There's a lot going on
It was
back
my
there.
YouTube burner account.
All right, no, it was my fault. It was a
Here's Gurav, who says, Connor is so loyal to you, but still no pick on your wall. We did have a pick, but I don't know. New studio, no pick. I don't know. I didn't pick a lot of the picks here. Like, I didn't pick that one. You guys can't even see those. There's only actually one fight pick, by the way, just for the record. It's GSP against Matt Hughes. There's only one. There's the Jessie Jess, but that's because she was immortalized because she walked out to Sexy Boy. You all remember that. That was about 4 years ago now, if memory serves me correct. So, is what it is. What about BKFC Fenway? They're going to have a show at Fenway Park. That's pretty damn cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sick.
They announced that. Boston, we're bringing the fights to Fenway on August 29th. Is it going to be like on the field, or is it going to be, because I know there's a boxing promotion that does it underneath the stands? We'll have to find out.
Oh, like not on the field.
Yeah.
In the concourse.
Yeah.
Ooh, no, I hope it's not that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That'll be tough if that's what it is.
Happened recently, actually.
Oh, I hope that's not it.
And finally, what about this one, Pete C? You'll like this, speaking of the World Cup. Alex Pereira hanging out with Rivaldo. Not to be confused with Dunga, Cafu.
Look at Rivaldo. He still looks fabulous there. My God.
Roberto
what a player.
Carlos.
What a beautiful left foot that man had.
He was also hanging out with the great Gianni Infantino, who dropped.
Great, yeah?
Yeah, he dropped a shama on us. Take a look. Hey. What a summer this guy, Johnny. Every time I turn on a game, he's sitting in the stands.
What's going on with that? It feels like they've discovered some sort of teleportation device.
How is he
This
in
guy's
every
at
stadium?
Every fucking game, he's there.
Do you think he's flying private or commercial?
He's definitely on the PJ. Isn't he the FIFA president?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is indeed.
He's
What do you think he makes in a year, old Johnny?
A lot.
It depends.
Oh, for that
Honor off the
non-profit
book. I was gonna
organization?
say honor off the book. You
FIFA?
count the under the tables.
Salary, Johnny Infantino.
Non-profit organization.
Oh.
They're exemplary when it comes.
Bro, base salary 2.6 mil? No chance.
It ain't that much.
Roger Goodell, what's he making?
15. That's my.
I think he's making more.
30 million for the kid.
Roger Goodell.
For the kid.
64.
Jesus Christ.
64 million, this guy. What? There's no way Johnny's making 2.6.
Nah.
Adam Silver?
Not in a World Cup year, bro.
Nah, no chance.
Sorry, I missed that. He's making 2.6 billion.
No, million Swiss francs, about 3.3.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh, he gets paid in Swiss francs?
Apparently.
Interesting.
Is he Swiss? That feels like an international
there.
bank thing. I saw that.
I think the
in
head
Wolf of Wall
office
Street.
is in FIFA's head office in Switzerland.
Yeah, it would be. International
Of course
banks.
it fucking would be.
It's all under the table.
Oh, yeah.
Corruption.
Dodgy's fuck.
No problem, mate. Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah, man.
We have reached the end, but we've got a great show tomorrow for all of you.
Can't wait, man.
Boots Ennis in studio, who will be fighting Xander Zayas. He's some star in the making, that Xander Zayas. Emiliano Vargas, who was also in that Super Bowl spot, the Bad Bunny spot. He'll be in studio as well. It's Matchroom Top Rank Week. They're obviously all fighting on Saturday, June 27th. Josh Hokit, what did I just do with my mouth? Josh Hokit is going to be joining us. And Dricus Duplessis, who's fighting Kamaru Usman on July 18th, going to join us as well. Wednesday is some kind of lineup, but I'll tell you about that tomorrow. And so here we are. Peace and love, peace and love. Thank you to all our new subscribers. 20,000 plus new subscribers in the last week. Would you believe it? I believe they all came for the... Which interview? I'm not sure.
Looking at the analytics, it was the Andy Foster.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Andy. Andy was great, by the way. He was on vacation with his family, showed up. Somehow he had a suit, just ready to go. You know?
I feel like he doesn't go anywhere without a suit.
You think he's always rocking that bad boy?
It's like Batman. You gotta just bust it out sometimes.
One of the great accents in combat sports history, Andy. Do people sound like Andy where you're from, GC? Or is that like, what?
I know many people who sound like Andy.
Is that like a specific? Is that like a specific part of Georgia? Because you don't sound like that.
Yeah, that's just because I'm from Atlanta, which is, a diverse major city. He's from outside of that.
Where's he from? Cobb County?
Cobb County is the Atlanta area. Georgia becomes country quick when you get outside of
South or north?
He is, I believe he said Macon is the OG.
Is that south?
That is south of Atlanta, yeah. Atlanta is very northwest Georgia.
Sure. Northwest. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Gents, my kids go to a sleepaway camp tomorrow. I'm a ball of nerves here. The real problem is going to be Sunday when little Claire goes. Not ready for that
First
one.
time?
First
It's that
time.
Claire's first time, right?
First time, yeah.
Well.
It's going to be a real problem. But we'll get there together. Thank you very much to all our guests today. Tremendous show. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to them. Back to our same time, place to say peace. I'm out of here.